hoop, hoop. Yeah. All I ever did was put my all into it, put it all on my back. I never took the fall, now they all want me back. I never got the answers, now they calling me back. Feeling like I'm Santa, got them all on my sack. I did the math on it, I put the weight on them. I grabbed a bull by the horns, I never weighed on them. Now every single thing I do is so sick, I should've stayed home. Somebody better put a mask on them, so I had to come and blast on them. I'm taking no prisoners, only listeners. It doesn't feel right doing something light, I'm only throwing finishes. Bright light, turn your day into night, we came out of that diligence. You just swipe right on a nice fight, got you throwing your dinner up. Now listen up, baby, I know you think you got it all figured out. Check, you know what you're facing till they all in your house. Yeah, you must pay attention, I've been stalling you out. Yeah, what you're seeing isn't real, it's a facade. Now you down for the count. Now you down for the count. Oh, now you down for the count. Yeah, now you down for the count. Yeah, now you down for the count. Now you down for the count.
T-Pain first saw one of my videos on Reddit 3 years ago and said he wanted to work together. Since then, we've been trying to make it happen, but nothing really stuck.
Pa' arriba, pa' abajo, pa' el centro, pa' adentro.
Luna, Somniostatic, Cotton D-Pet, Nuts Louse, Monkey Pocky, Moss Meow, Dreadful Dave, Twos, It's Not a Cookie, Corn, Yasmin, Draco System, Kruba, GayFesh, Puerto Rican Musician, Uncle Gumball, Versifer, Brina, Renophilia, Vines, Allium, Cotton D-Pad, Tungsten, Wastrel, Oversleeping Bat, Bill Portley, Sprodman, Semicolon, David Wooden from YouTube Chap, A Peppy Toaster, The Dark Canuck, Lillibror, Aquafractaline, Sunny Joe, Rebby Pox, Sunny Joe, wait, I already said Sunny Joe, Ivy Evans, Madeline Justin, Felipe Vega, Somniostatic again, but this time in YouTube chat, Mesmerized, Felipe Vega, Angel Brat, Mistress Lynn, Jazz Dog, the one and only, Marceline Flowers, thank you very, very much. How is everyone doing today? Yeah, you said hi in YouTube chat. I think we literally got everyone. By the way, this is the KK Slider cover. There you go. If you want the link to this one, here you go. The Godfather, Kanoon. Yo, that's awesome, Kanoon. Congratulations on your pay raise. You practiced riding the bus for the first time? Hell yeah. The bus is a little stressful, but once you get the hang of it, it's totally fine. Glorg Baltger, Kika182. Posadis John, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Versifer, great to see you. Uncle Gumball, Kitty Kata. Don't be sad, Kitty Kata. You're here. Lillian, great to see you. There we go, there we go, there we go. Everybody, it is great to see you all today. Hey, Eddie Spencer. I love this song too. This is the KK Slider cover done by Clay K Slider, which is a guy who does KK Slider covers, and they're really good. Did you see the massive L Keffels unfortunately took? I did. It's a danger. You know, there's a lot of streamer phobia out there. What can I say? I hear the invoking of my name caused your stream to dump last time. Yes, unfortunately it did. I won't say your name ever again for that reason. Just kidding, Uncle Gumbald. I fear no one. The what now? KK Slider. KK Slider is a character from Animal Crossing. The Godfather. How do I get queued in for a call-in? Well, it's very easy. First, you simply join the Discord. Then there will be instructions pasted all over the place, but especially in the stream announcements and the Discord announcements channel. Follow the instructions that are present in those channels, and you will be able to get in. We have a role on the Discord. The way that we're doing it, I'm gonna explain the basics for everyone. You join the Discord, there is a special role button. You press the button, it will assign you the role, and once it's time that we're opening up, we're like opening and pulling more people into the waiting room, there'll be a ping, and then you'll be able to be pulled into the waiting room. We're only doing 5 to 6 people at a time today because last time people were waiting for too long. We don't want people to spend a lot of time waiting in line. I would rather people be able to enjoy the stream and then hop in once the call goes out. But basically, you just want to be in the Discord and keeping an eye on the Discord. We try to keep it easy, no like, you know, theme park waiting lines or anything ridiculous like that. There's the link right there if you want it. But yeah. Can we get a command that links to it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Pingy. Mistress Lynn says, my 17-year-old was talking about you last night. She keeps referencing herself as a battle queer. She really likes you. That's awesome. That is sick. I'm really happy that your 17-year-old is finding some strength in what I say. that's part of why I do what I do. I've been thinking about that sort of stuff a lot lately. And actually we're gonna talk about a little bit, something tangential to that, how we can actually inspire people and give people this through this channel and this community, inspire people and make things better. By the way, if you are here, press that like button, please, please press the like button. We want to get as many people in here. Last time, we ended up with about 350 people hanging out, which is awesome, and that's really what we want to do. It's a Saturday, so, you know, and also it's, you know, the last one we had a whole weather disaster. For those who are here but don't know, we were originally planning to do this call-in stream on Thursday, but the weather was really, really bad in my state, and we lost the internet twice, and then we lost power. So I guess we lost the internet 3 times. It really sucked. It really, really sucked. And I was pretty bummed out about it. But we're back here. Again, and hopefully we'll get a ton of people in here, and we'll have a really, really good time, because I've been really excited to do this. So, yeah. Also, note, down in the corner, that wrong corner, I always forget. Down in this corner right here, boop, 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 right there is the, says that it's a mod day. What that means is that all donations for today and the last stream are going to be split among the members of the mod team. So if you want to help out a lot, the mods do a lot of work for our community, and I would really, 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 really like it if you all would contribute if you can. Don't feel like, obviously, it's the same rule as always. If you don't have the money, don't contribute. But if you can, it'd be awesome, because it's gonna be split among the mod team, and that would be super, super cool to give them a nice little holiday bonus. Yeah, so Uncle Gumbald says, we haven't had power or internet since Wednesday. We got hit pretty hard with rain. Yeah, the storms have been absolutely off the rails this last week. It's a lot, and people are getting hit with a lot. So, yeah. I'm sorry about that. Shitty ass kid says, off-topic question, does clicking on ads on your videos help? I imagine that it probably helps somewhat, but what's better than clicking on ads is leaving a comment and pressing like. If you have YouTube Premium, download my videos. When you download using YouTube Premium, that counts as a full view for me. So if you have YouTube Premium, download those videos. That helps us a lot. Don't worry so much about ads. I kind of hate ads. I imagine it probably helps somewhat if you click, but it's better to leave a comment or something else, because that is what the algorithm is really looking for. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, boosting them helps a lot. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Spyro Gal says, you rule, Bazinga, you rule. Thank you. Can I get a Bazinga?
Bazinga.
There we go. Sorry, Yasmin says, sorry for this random thing, but did you hear that websites that contain at least 1/3 porn now require a legal ID that says you're over 18 in Louisiana? The porn bans are already happening. I did hear that. I haven't had a chance to talk about it because we've been a little busy. We're gonna be getting back to regular politics at some point this week. But yeah, it is really bad. Yeah, Louisiana makes you literally upload a government ID if you wanna view porn now. Yeah. Oh yeah, Gale says, did you know you can download and then remove the videos once you're done if you're low on storage on your phone? It counts as a full view, and then you can watch for real for another view if you want. Yep, you can. Do subs run concurrent or refresh? Like if I'm gifted a sub and then buy one, does it add a month? Yes, it adds a month onto the end of your gifted sub. They add up. Yes. Can't you just VPN through? Probably, but a lot of people don't know how to do that. And also VPNs cost money, so, you know, it's kind of shitty. It's kind of terrible. Does that porn ban apply to Fur Affinity? I don't know, maybe. I think it would depend. I imagine it probably does, but I have no idea. Okay, there's another problem though, by the way. There's another problem about this thing. So when one state introduces a law like this, it puts pressure on all porn companies, especially in the United States. Because if you're operating in the United States, you either have to choose to block, you either have to choose to implement a solution or risk getting in trouble with that state, even if in every other state it's legal. So these types of laws are really, really bad in general because they actually put additional cost on the people who run porn sites, and you know, some porn sites are a huge margin and it doesn't really matter that much, you know, like the Pornhubs and stuff like that. But niche porn sites really struggle. So yeah. Gila Monster says, "Hey mama, are subs going to mods today or just donos?" Everything. All of the stuff goes to mods today. All of the income goes to the mods, unless somebody comes in and drops like $10,000, at which point. I can't justify. I won't be. Well, I guess I could give. I will give at least some of it. But I would, if somebody gives me $10,000, I kind of need to take that, because otherwise I won't be able to. I got to run the show. But you know, I'll still definitely distribute some of that. But I always put a limit at like 10,000. Okay, if you donate like 10,000 or 5,000 or something. Oh, thank you so much. Will you refill this as well? Thank you so much. Oh, I need some water. Somniostatic, thank you so much. Draco System, thank you so much. Everyone, 20K is selling you short? Yeah. No, we're going up and up and up. By the way, we're almost at 21K already, which is really sick. Oh, guys, don't screw me over. I need, okay, listen, okay, hold on. Discordant Vol with the 5 tier 2 subs. Oh my God, holy crap. Thank you so much, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Tier 2 subs, holy moly, Discordant Vol. Galley with the $10, thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you do to the mods. Indeed, mods do a lot of good work. They are awesome. Our mod team is volunteer, which means, you know, on the one hand, I never make mods do anything because they're volunteer, but on the other hand, they still do a lot of work and they deserve to be paid from time to time with a little bonus like this. Yeah, so hell yeah. That is really huge. Oh, you're not too late, Steel System, don't worry at all. Everybody's getting in here, it's fine. If you are here and you haven't pressed the like button, press that like button, give us some likes. The likes always, and I mean this, I say this every single stream, I will always say it, I know it gets annoying, I don't really care. Likes always give us more viewers. I'm not kidding you, it's like almost like a, not like a one-to-one, but every time we get a surge of likes, thank you, Fawn. Every time we get a surge of likes, we get a bunch of new people in, and it's awesome, okay? It's super based. Yeah, now, I have some special things. We have to do, I need to warm up my voice. So we're gonna take about 30 minutes or so, and we're gonna read some comments because for all of you who were here last stream, well actually, not even if you were just here last stream, you probably saw my latest video. Let me show you real quick my latest video, okay? My latest video, hold on, let me just bring it up real quick, hold on. Here we go, here you go. This was my latest video, okay? This was a video called "The Left is Wasting Time and Losing the War." And as you can see, oh, that's my second latest video, actually. Not my actual latest, but Saul Gracchus with the tier 4 sub. Holy moly, thank you so much, Saul Gracchus. Also, Maki Pocky with the $5, thank you very much. Happy mod day, been doing well lately, so I hope you, the mods, and the fellow imps are all doing well. I'm doing great right now. Yeah, so this is from the last stream that I did. This is a video called "The Left is Wasting Time and Losing the War." As you can see, it's been doing pretty damn good. But it's also generated a lot of controversy. This was a video touching on a drama, a discourse that has been raging all over social media. It's been all over YouTube. It's been especially all over Twitter. It's been all over Discord. It has been in lefty spaces specifically. And this is a it is a nonsense conversation. It is a conversation that no one actually knows exactly what it's about, but it's vaguely about men. I did this video, but also I got a whole bunch of comments, and there were a couple of comments in particular that I wanted to read out. So we're gonna do that in just a, actually we'll do that right now. But there's also some other unrelated comments to this video that I wanted to read out as well. So we'll do this. We're gonna read some of these comments from this discourse real quick. Let me just get these comments up, and I wanna read them, and we're gonna talk about them while I warm up my voice for this stream. Because, you know, drama here is not the main draw of today at all. Today is going to be call-ins, which I'm very, very excited for. But we have there's some stuff we gotta talk about, okay? Because some of these comments were really getting on my nerves. Oh, actually, okay, there's one other thing I need to share with you all that has to do with the comments real quick, okay? Oh, thank you so much, Somniostatic. I love this shirt too. This is one of my favorites. It's a new one. Real quick though, let me just show you something, okay? All right, I'm gonna show you guys something, okay? All right. So, hold on, let me show you. My lovely imps, if you see this account, this is a YouTube account called Kamikia Nera. I don't know where they came from. This is a fascist, okay? A self-admitted fascist. Just look at this. I asked them, aren't you the fascist who's always posting hate speech all over my videos? And they said, indeed, I am a proud black shirt, meaning that they are a Nazi, by the way. That is admitting to being a Nazi. If you see this account, you have full reign. In fact, I would argue that you should debate or argue with them in the comments. Just be aware that they are a fascist. I don't delete any comments off of my videos unless they contain illegal content or are spam. This has been a policy that I've always had since I began my channel, which is that I don't remove or delete comments. Sometimes YouTube will auto hold comments, which means if you see a comment that gets held, that's YouTube. I do go through and make sure those get approved, but that's not on me. I can't really do much about that. However, if you see this account, this little skull, the Kamikia Nera, if you see this around, feel free to argue with them, but also don't let them get under your skin because they are a self-admitted fascist. Now, you should know they are leaving hundreds of comments on my videos right now. I mean, hundreds, and they are arguing with lots and lots of you all who are leaving great comments on my video. Don't feel bad if you engage with them. Feel free to, you know, poke fun at them for being a fascist and everything like that. Just so you know, they openly admit to being a Nazi, which is, you know, an interesting thing. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. What is this? I hear the invoking of my name caused your stream to dump last time. Yes, unfortunately it did. I won't say your name ever again for that reason. Just kidding, Uncle Gumbald. I fear... Oh, no! That was an excellent edit. Thank you very much, No Context Demon Mama. That is fantastic. Thankfully, that did not happen in reality, but only happened to the fake Demon Mama, not the real Demon Mama. Yep. Sunny with the tier 2 sub, thank you very, very much. Gila Monster with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. And Uncle Gumbald with the gifted tier 2 sub, thank you very, very much. You all are wonderful. You all are very wonderful. Is this gonna be the last round for call-ins? No, we're doing call-ins all day. We're doing call-ins all day. I just need to warm my voice up. And then I'm gonna see, depending on how many we get, we may do more call-ins tomorrow, depending on how many people show up for this stream, etc. But we should, I'm hoping that we can get everybody in today. We'll take a look. I don't know exactly how it's gonna work. I can't make any promises. We're kind of, a lot of this is kind of by the moment, you know, we gotta do it off the cuff sort of thing. Tea is pretty good for warming up your voice too. Yeah, although right now I just have some nice water, but. I feel very dehydrated today, even though I don't know if I am. Corn with the unbelievably generous $66.66. Holy moly. Thank you so much. Damn, the mods are going to get some real treats. Holy moly. In a mason jar, how Seattle of you? I love mason jars. I love drinking from mason jars. I don't know, there's something about it that's just, I don't know, it's just satisfying. But I will say, mason jars are very Seattle popular. They were popular back where I'm from, back in New England too, but you know. All right, everybody, real quick, let's talk about these comments that I received on my video, okay? So here we go, all right? Here's the first comment. This is a comment from a viewer named The Last Brickman, okay? I'm gonna read out the comment. As you can see, this is a pretty big comment, but I wanted to respond to it because it's pretty major. So let's give this a try, real quick. Question. If the left isn't at least feeding the alienation of men from progressive ideologies, why is it that at any time that men's issues are brought up, they're immediately dismissed by 90% of leftists? Why is it that sociological problems are given the self-improvement project argument like it wouldn't be racist if it was presented to black people regarding criminality? Feminist literature, half the time, while identifying key issues in broad structures, talks about individual men like they're orcs. Male entitlement, male tears. I've been told 18 separate times by 18 different groups of people that I could just be castrated and humanity would be fine, even if there were no other fertile men. An avid lesbian in my circle feels perfectly fine just unpromptedly approaching men in our circle to say, "You're one of the good ones. You give me hope for men." I've mentioned that queer circles tend to dislike me before getting to know me for being masked, and the first response was an assumption that I was mad that I couldn't get laid. And this kind of treatment only stops when I change a stupid gender marker on a profile to masculine non-binary. I can understand the sentiment existing, but the lack of any pushback in those scenarios is indicative of a broader pattern that just isn't good. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. The screed of "stop talking about this is a waste of time" only further reinforces what I've described. This is legit the first time in years I've heard anyone besides Vosh on the left even talk about this kind of thing. My options for talking about this are literally either shutting up and stewing in the alienation or opening up to rightoids who want to exploit my problems for a political message. I believe in what the left is about, but holy fuck, why should anyone with a modicum of self-interest look at these sentiments that exist and not be a little perturbed? If those pockets of misandry are so easy to fight against, why do we rarely see it fought back against by anyone of significance or big crowds of leftists? Or is it just like Demon Mama said, a waste of time? Wow, there is a lot to respond to in this, okay? So I'm gonna try and address this one by one, okay? First, I didn't say ever that men's issues are a waste of time. In fact, I literally said the opposite. What I said was that the discourse on the left was a giant waste of time, and it really is. I stand by that. I think that no one gained anything from this discourse, especially not men. In fact, the most common comment that I received on my video, more than anything else, was, "You're right, this was a waste of time. I participated in the discourse and I feel like shit." I got dozens of people on this video saying something along those lines. And that's because it was a waste of time. It's not that men's issues are a waste of time. That's why I said specifically the opposite. It's that the discourse is a waste of time. The way that this unfolded was not productive for anyone. Mistress Lynn with the oh my God, with the incredibly generous $100. I wanted to be sure to show love to your mods and community. Here and VGG are my homes online, or my homes. I am glad I got the chance to get to know everyone. You've been a major inspiration to my daughter and myself. I will continue to do as best as I can. Thank you so much, Mistress Lynn, and the mod team will greatly appreciate you. So, yeah, so, okay, so that's the first one. I did not say that men's issues are a waste of time. I said that this discourse was a waste of time. There's the first part. Secondly, let's take a look at some of the other claims in this particular thing. Okay, so Why is it that anytime men's issues are brought up, they're immediately dismissed by 90% of leftists? Why is it that sociological problems are given the self-improvement project argument like that wouldn't be racist if it was presented to black people regarding criminality? I simply don't think this is accurate, and I would urge you to broaden the groups of people that you are engaging with. Reason being is that I don't see men's issues get dismissed like ever. What I do see get dismissed is when people bring up men's issues as a response to a complaint by a woman. And I do think that that's an issue that people should pay attention to. And I also think that responding with dismissal in those cases is not always the best path. But I just do not think that it's accurate to say that men's issues are immediately dismissed by 90% of leftists. And I want to just bring home one more thing. If you're talking about 90% of leftists and you're talking about leftists online, you are talking about predominantly men. Because as we talked about in the video, somewhere between 70 to 80% of online spaces are inhabited by men right now online, as far as online leftist spaces go. That is just a statistical, as far as we can tell. Obviously online statistics aren't perfect, but as far as we can tell, that's about the ballpark, is that women are not particularly interested in political spaces by and large, and I think there's many reasons for that. So if you're saying that this is being dismissed by 90% of leftists, then it's leftist men that you have a problem with, and I don't really know what to tell you with regard to that because I'm not a leftist man. Also, the next one that I want to talk about real quick. This line right here. Feminist literature half the time while identifying key issues talks about individual men like they are orcs. I also don't think that this is accurate, and I don't believe that you've actually read much feminist literature if you think that's the case. I just don't think that's the case. I think that there are a handful of feminist writers who do act like that. Like, for example, I can think of a couple of second wave feminists who were like that. But recent feminist literature, not even like decades of feminist literature, is not like that at all. And they do not treat men like orcs. I just do not believe that you have engaged seriously and honestly with feminist literature if you believe that most of feminist literature categorizes men like orcs. Keep in mind that lots and lots of feminist literature has been written by straight women who are in relationships with and date men. This is not like man hating is like a common feminist thing. It just isn't. I'm sorry. The second wave feminists were pretty bad for treating men like orcs. Some were. And but I also urge you to take a look at the reason why that occurred. The second wave of feminism was categorized by a lot of agitators, by a lot of people who were incapable of having their words heard unless they agitated. They had no choice. They literally would not be given airtime. The second wave of feminism was, let me just make sure I get the timeline. Let me just make sure I'm getting the timeline about right. 1960s to the 1980s. I want you to remember that it wasn't until the mid 1970s that women were allowed to hold a bank account without the approval of their husband. I just want you to remember that. Women could not hold a bank account. Women were not allowed to accumulate wealth in a capitalist country. Do you understand that was the situation on the ground? So I really wish that you would engage a little more seriously with this. I can't really speak about your experience with regard to being told 18 separate times by 18 different groups of people that I should be castrated and humanity would be fine. I don't know. Maybe you have had that experience. I don't know what to tell you about that. If that's been your experience, I think that maybe you should hang out with some different groups of people. That is not an experience that I see commonly. I have never seen that sort of sentiment. And I don't know. That sounds like maybe there is some sort of fundamental wire not being met, but yeah, I don't know. That just sounds, I'm sorry if that's happened to you, but 18 different groups of people seems a little strange to me. I don't know. Yeah, Also, again, I can't speak to your experience in this section here where you discuss, I can understand the sentiment existing, but the lack of any pushback. I see pushback constantly. In fact, I think I see pushback to feminists hating men more than I actually see feminists hating men. I see people talking about how it shouldn't be done and also stereotyping feminists as the type of people who do that so that they can argue against a straw man feminist. I see that more common than I actually see any of the sentiments that you're talking about. Maybe you have a different experience. Maybe wherever you're hanging out is like super, super bad for this, but I see the pushback more than I see the actual thing itself. Yeah, so I don't know what to tell you about that one. Yep. Let me see. And then, of course, if those pockets of misandry are so easy to fight back against, why do we rarely see it fought back against by anyone of significance or big crowds of leftists? You do. That happened in this discourse to a certain degree, but I think that they were fighting against a straw man. I think they were inventing like all kinds of misandrists that exist and then saying that it's the whole left. I think that we constantly see pushback on this. I don't know, maybe you and I just have completely different experiences, but I think we are all heavily biased on this one. You mean like in our space, like because our Discord is chill? I don't know. Yeah, I just don't, this has not been my experience in any way, shape, or form. So that was the first one that I wanted to react to. That's the end of that one. Oh yeah, sorry, there was one more thing that I wanted to mention here. Okay, one more thing, which was this. This is legit the first time in years I've heard anyone besides Vosh on the left even talk about this kind of thing. Well, I don't know what this kind of thing means, but I am a trans woman, and I have watched videos talking about this kind of thing. Maybe if the only reason that you've heard no one besides Vosh reacting to it, maybe it's because you only watch Vosh. And I'm not saying that, like, I'm not trying to accuse you of like I don't think Vosh is bad or anything like that, but I just think you're wrong. I pointed out in my other video, and I could point out right now, people talking about just this issue. Fuck, even Big Joel talked about this recently. Completely unrelated to this, Big Joel did a video about a men's rights account that posted a tweet saying that you should kill your feelings for your wife and your children because if you have emotions towards your wife and children, they have power over you. That was a video that Big Joel did like some time ago, like weeks and weeks ago. And there's a perfect example of this. So again, I think that maybe broadening the content that you're engaging with will make you feel a little bit better than you do right now, because I don't think this is an accurate perspective. All right, next one real quick, okay? Here we go. This is the next comment. This is from Kyle Gone Wild on this video. And I'm gonna read it out for you real quick. The normalization of dismissing legitimate issues that men face because there's more important things to worry about is insidious and anti-feminist. It's a reality that needs to be confronted. Capitalism will never be replaced as long as patriarchy exists, and patriarchy will continue to exist as long as people continue to uphold patriarchal social norms, including the isolation and disposability of men by all genders. Anyone who pretends it isn't an issue is both lying and is antithetical to progress. Good thing no one did that here. Good thing my video specifically said, when I was saying that there are more important things to worry about, I was talking about the discourse. There are more important things to worry about than this shitty discourse. Men's issues, as I stated in my video very explicitly, are important. Isolation and disposability are issues that need to be addressed, and are being addressed right now by people on the left. Are you, like, I always get the feeling like the people who leave comments like this just don't watch much leftist content. Because if you go watch, I can name on my hand people who've talked about this. Jack Saint, Big Joel, Jacob Geller. These are 3 leftists that I watch all the time who explicitly discuss this. Jacob Geller has videos deeply diving into the issues of isolation and disposability. Like guys, please, you have to be a little bit, you have to actually do your homework before making these assumptions, because it's just not true. It's not true that no one talks about these issues. They are being confronted. And one of the things that annoyed me about this discourse was that people erase that fact. Conyer has multiple issues on it. Yeah, exactly. DoomedPotato says H3 is not explicitly leftist. They are left-leaning, but yeah, I would say they're not explicitly leftist, but they give good advice to men all the time and criticize toxic self-help culture. Exactly. Shark talks about it all the time. Yes, I've called out people who even participated in this discourse. I've shouted them out on this topic. This right here, this part, the normalization of dismissing legitimate issues men face, this is the problem that I have with this sort of thing, okay? Okay, do you see this? Like the normalization, what normalization? I don't believe that there's a normalization of that. I have not seen evidence presented to me of a normalization of dismissing men's issues. Once again, I remind you that the left is predominantly men online right now. So I just don't think that that's a true claim. Vaughn Tooks with the $10. One thing that I noticed the other day was Vosh engaging with a tweet with 2 likes and 68 retweets. I can't help but wonder if he accidentally amplified some nobody misandrist and ended up creating an algorithm incentive. Maybe he did. I have said many times, it doesn't take anything to create a sock account and say some stupid shit. It doesn't take anything for some tiny account to be ranting on their Twitter account as if it's their personal journal. And then, you know, like, you gotta take these things in scope. What about IRL? I mean, out and about in real conditions? Like, do I think that normalizing of dismissing legitimate men's issues is a problem in real life? No, come on. I think that men's issues are taken way more seriously by, on the average of society. Like, literally, did everybody fall asleep for like the entirety of the Trump presidency? Where like, did everybody fall asleep for the anti-SJW era? Where even talking about women's issues was considered cringe? The thousands of channels with millions of subscribers talking about how it's a problem to have a woman in a lead role because you're going woke and that means you're gonna go broke? Like, come on, come on. Puerto Rican musician says that Vosh said he was gonna engage with this drama for a while. Well, I made my statement. I think that engaging in this toxic crap is not going to do any good and will be wasting important time. If you want to talk about men's issues, that's fine. But engaging in the drama as it is, not fine. Xerox13ster says, for me, it's interesting how this conversation has become the major discourse of the left, well, the online left, right now, when currently the house is about to go absolutely wacky. We're being played like fiddles. Yeah, guys, while this discourse was going on, while this discourse was taking up everybody's mind space, they had 17, was it, how many votes was it? What was the final McCarthy vote? What was the final number that they did? Did they have, was it 15? 15. There were 15. They broke the previous record by 5. In 100 years, there hasn't been a debacle in the House. We did not have a House for like a week No one, there was no House of Representatives. No members of the House had been sworn in officially. All of their vows, or whatever it's called, I can't remember what it's called, where they are sworn in, had expired, and we had no speaker of the House. Third. Yeah, Kevin McCarthy wants to kill your grandma and shoot homeless people in the face, and the media is painting him as a centrist anti-Trump hero. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway. They have the ability to gut Social Security and Medicare, and they are going to gut McCarthy if he doesn't step in line. They will shut down the entire economy. Yes, they will. It is not good. This has shown that the far right, the fascist far right, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, these are fascists. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. They are fascists. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a Nazi. She talked about how forest fires were being started by Jewish space lasers. Anyway, we have to continue because we're running tight on time. All right, next comment, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on, wait, what's the next one? Okay, here we go. This one is by Felix Forrester. Hey, remember that one indignant and entirely correct response video Vosh had to Shuon's head ignorant at best courting of a right-wing audience by grandstanding about the not-so-tolerant left? Vosh is literally doing the thing right now. You both sides this issues while saying you're not both sidesing it. Any online-only slap fight can be framed as a waste of time where the world's ending and nobody gains anything, but mysteriously it's Vosh specifically having an incredibly shit take that deserves this pseudo-defensive posturing. Dude is poisoning the well on a daily basis, but go off on how it's everybody involved equally. Okay, I wanted to respond to this one because I think it is also very stupid. And the reason why I say that is what I called out people doing to Vosh is wrong. I explicitly explained what issues, what arguments I think were across the line, what arguments I think were bad from the Vosh side of things. However, I am not going to lie to my audience, and I'm also not going to pretend that the people who are on the other side of this, or like I said, the sides don't even make any sense because there aren't actual sides. There's like 100 different issues all sliced up being discussed here. But I saw whole threads of people spreading lies about Vosh, just making shit up about Vosh. That is shit. That doesn't do anything good. It doesn't benefit anyone. If you think Vosh had a bad take, tackle the take. Address the take. If you think Vosh is like a damaging person or whatever, build an actual case for it. But what I saw was people literally making shit up, taking out of context clips and saying that he said things that he didn't say while using the out of context clip as like a shock, as like for the shock value. That's manipulative. That's propagandistic. That's fucking dishonest. So I get very annoyed when people try to say that I'm both sidesing it when I explicitly call out the issues that I have while pointing out that another faction in this whole conflict is doing stupid, wasteful, hurtful things. And I think that most of the people involved in this conversation were some type of leftist. I think that most of the people in this conversation probably agree on a vast majority of the sort of direction that we want the world to go in. But doing disinformation about somebody, lying about somebody just because you don't like them or because you think their take is bad is not acceptable. So while I do agree that Vosh's arguments, especially as he got angrier about it, did grant credence to right-wing narratives, I don't think it's comparable to Shoe on Head even a little bit, not even close, because First of all, Shoe on Head's entire video completely ignored, like Shoe on Head's entire thing literally didn't talk about the right at all. Vosh did not do that. While I do think that he granted some narrative to the right in a way that I don't appreciate, that I think is incorrect, which I called out specifically in my video, I do not think that this is comparable at all, and I think that you are foolish for calling it out as such, okay? Because like I said, with Shoe on Head's video, she didn't even mention any of the right-wingers that were agreeing with her post the moment that it was her mutuals. It's not even the same thing. This is so dishonest. Nuts says, what right-wing narratives? The right-wing narrative that the left is full of man-haters that actually just want men to die. The idea that there is an active, malicious push on the left to drive men out of the left. Those are right-wing narratives. And I just don't think that there's evidence for it. I don't think there's evidence for it, and I think backing them up is bad. Okay, I understand. Those are the narratives that get pushed forward in this. And I'm sorry, but a lot of people were pushing this. A lot of people were going really hard and being super performative and trying to be hyperbolic or whatever. But if in your hyperbole you make factually wrong statements, if in your anger to respond to somebody who's annoying you, you make statements that support a wrong narrative, that's not a good thing. Sorry, that's just not a good thing. All right, there's one more that I wanted to read, okay? There's one more comment and then we gotta move on. Here we go. All right, everybody, ready for this one? This is a wild one. Alex Grayson says, are you joking? Politics has been nothing but about you for the last year. I assume that what he means here is women. Then the second it stops, you throw a pity act. This isn't some petty issue. Men commit suicide all the time due to loneliness and rejection, like my best friend did. I'm very sorry to hear that. If you're not gonna fight for me, I'm not gonna fight for you. This is why your entire movement hasn't gotten anything done in the last decade. This is the reason the right is winning. This type of person right here is kind of exactly what, this person right here is giving credit to the most toxic posters in this discourse. Somebody who comes in and says, if you're not gonna fight for me, I'm not gonna fight for you. You people, meaning women, have been the only thing that politics has been talking about. Motherfucker. The Supreme Court banned, the Supreme Court undid Roe v. Wade, you stupid idiot. How fucking blind can you be? Men don't have to fucking worry about that. Men did not have a Supreme Court decision that stripped away a fundamental right from them, you fucking dick. No one was throwing, who the fuck was throwing a pity act? Yes, no one on the planet is saying that men's suicide rates are not something that needs to be talked about. In fact, I even talk about them on this stream. I've talked about this issue on this stream. But for you to act as though the entire left has been obsessed with women and women are throwing a pity party. It just says a lot about your mental state. It says a lot about your biases and it says a lot about where you're at. And when you say something like, you're not gonna fight for me, I'm not gonna fight for you, well, the good news is you're not fighting for us anyway. You're not fighting for anyone. You're bitching on the internet. You are ignoring the fact that this very year, within the last calendar year, women lost the right to their own bodily autonomy. And not just that, but that women especially, but all people lost the right to medical privacy. Killjoy 40K says, can we point out how gross it is that men's suicide rates only ever come up when we're talking about women's rights or as some kind of a gotcha? Yeah, it's kind of gross, isn't it? it's kind of fucked up, isn't it? I really, and it's funny because it kind of speaks to the lack of seriousness from people who leave comments like this one. It's so fucking bad. These cunts don't care. Yeah, they don't. This guy does not care about men's rights. This commenter does not give a shit about men's rights. This person doesn't give a shit. They're interested in trying to get one over on the WOM. That's why he said politics has been nothing but about you for the last year. Talk about a childish approach, okay? Talk about a fucking childish approach. Thank you for the raid. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Lemon Putty says, because of the Tate and stuff, Vosh got personal with men's issues. He feels attached to the discourse because, well, he's a man. I get that. I totally get that. And in fact, I respect that Vosh takes men's issues seriously. I do. I just think that if you respond, if you respond in such a way that you start making false statements, if you respond in a way that you're boosting a false narrative, I do think that that's not a good thing. Hey, did you read all the donos that were made yesterday before the stream cache? I read most of them. I don't believe I read all of them. I'm gonna try and go through all of the donos at some point today. All right, there is one more comment that I need to read real quick. All right, one more comment that I need to read real quick. Okay, this one is a positive one. No fighting on this one, and then we're doing the call-ins, okay? Because it's time. I've actually gone a little overdue. I apologize, but hold on real quick. I wanna read this one real quick, okay? Here we go. This is from White Nervosa. For those who don't know, White Nervosa is the person who makes this website that most of you are watching on right now possible. White Nervosa is the leader of the White Forest Cooperative. White Nervosa is an amazing person who really, really helps us and has made a lot of streamers' careers much, much easier. I want to read this real quick, okay? All right. I feel uncomfortable being treated like I'm the reason that any creator is here. It's a lie. I still want to be able to hop into a community though, sometimes. Sincerely, Demon Mama Reels community, that's me, has been the best. I'm just a person, but I'm welcome there. That's all I've ever wanted. This is long overdue, but it forever slips my mind to say. Of course I'm abrasive and whip up drama and whatnot. It's not about ignoring that. It's just an optimistic community that is looking forward. Thank you all. My lovely imps, that is you that White Nervosa is talking about right now. All of you who are here right now, all of you who hang out on my Discord, all of you who post and hang out with all the other imps on Twitter and on YouTube, that's about the highest praise you all can ever receive. And I want you to take that to heart, okay? I want you to recognize that it is so easy for communities to turn toxic online, but ours has not. The imps are one of the warmest and most loving and most supportive, and not only just loving and supportive, but also productive communities on the internet. I want you all of you, every single one of you imps who are sitting here right now, take that, remember that, learn from this. Your actions can have a major effect that ripple out and can make people feel welcome or unwelcome depending on the actions that you choose. I will always encourage this community to raid with love, to have constructive and useful conversations, to always be looking at how to make the world a better place. But I want you to know, right now, you all have been doing a really good job. That's the mods, that's all of the members of the community, that's all of you who go and raid with love on other people's videos. This is now multiple, like we have had like 4 or 5 different content creators or major figures in this space specifically mention how they feel welcome and beloved in this community. Even people we don't always 100% agree with. That is something to be proud of, okay? Straight up. It is something to be proud of. And thank you for that. I want to make sure that this is the way that we continue to build the community. That as our community grows, that we continue to encourage positivity, and love and constructiveness. We have a lot of spirited debates in my community, but they don't get gross, they don't get personal, They don't go across the line. They are focused on people growing and building solidarity. And that's something I'm very, very proud of, okay? So you should be proud of it too. I'm proud of all of you. So thank you all for that. Dylan K says, what I like about imp community is that what I noticed, the imps call one another out when it's needed. Of course, and they do it in a respectful way. Yes, exactly. I think it helps that we're very good at educating new people and policing our space. Yes, we are. But also, I just think that, the culture in our community here, the culture among the imps is one that is focused on genuinely making the world a better place, on not like getting lost in endless strife, not just debating for the sake of debating, not hyper fixating on holding grudges. There is a lot of forgiveness. There is a lot of patience. There is a lot of acceptance. These are things I think that make our community wonderful. Brina says, I'm still struggling with some of my reactionary, autistic, and CPTSD tendencies, but as a reformed woke scold, you and your community helped me work on this. Well, I'm very happy to hear that that's the case, but you have been an incredibly positive member of this community ever since you came here. So we're happy to have you, Brina. We really are. Except against DJ Mule, fuck that guy. Listen, DJ Mule, the reason why we respond with negativity to people like DJ Mule is because DJ Mule is a heinous actor who lies, cheats, and fucking steals, okay? That's why. Yes, it is okay to respond with hostility when people are being hostile, just not when they're not being hostile. So, all right, everybody. It is time for us to begin the call-in section. I'm already running a little bit late. I'm very, very, very sorry about that. But we are going to begin call-ins now. So it's going to get really interesting. We're going to have debates. We're going to have conversations. We're going to have all kinds of stuff. We are beginning it now. And before we start, please give me your likes. We have 300 concurrent viewers, which is pog as fuck. And guess what? Remember when just a few minutes ago I said we only had 130 viewers, but that if we got a bunch of likes, we would end up with a whole bunch more viewers? Well, guess what? That'll happen again if you all go press like on the video right now. So go press like, and we will begin with no further ado, our 20K celebration call-in stream. Let's fucking do it. All right. All right, I gotta let everybody know. Okay, let's work this out. Hold on real quick. Whew. Let me get in here. Gotta open up the coordination. All right, I'm in the stream call-in. All right, let's do this. Let's get this going. Oh, yeah, I just called that out, Alora. All right. I will do it again, though. No Justice, thank you so much for the raid. Deeply appreciate that. Hello, Fillywonk.
Aloha, how's it going? You know yourself. It's been a day and a half, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's been wild. I was very bummed by the weather issues on the last stream, but I don't think we should have that issue now. The wind has seemed to have calmed down, and it's not raining. So.
Yeah, what does Robotnik not want us to know, you know?
Yeah, exactly, true. Well, I'm really hoping that I will get to finish the conversation with Mr. Krabs. I know he wanted to talk to me about the politics in the Sonic fandom, so I hope he's able to make it today. Anyway, not to distract on that, welcome to the show, Fillywonk. Very, very happy to have you. I see that you have some issues you wanted to discuss with regard to rhetoric. Do you want to take the floor on that?
Yeah, sure. So I'm an Irish laddie. Not too sure if you could tell from the accent, but it's trans issues. You know, they're a bit underdeveloped over here. It does seem to be that the main rhetoric so far is, sure, look, you know, we'll tolerate them, and
yeah,
I don't like that. You know, as I'm a you know, a homosexual. And I always hated people tolerating that, like, just in the same way that they tolerate me being neurodivergent, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's like a I think there's a video by Philosophy Tube on this that's called like the your da argument. It's like the argument your grandpa would make, where it's like, yeah, well, you know, as long as they keep it over there, you know, I'm fine, whatever. People can do whatever they want. But
yeah, the one where he eats a whole plate of mayonnaise, or my misremember, whatever. Sherlock. But I've talked to a few friends who had that sort of mindset, and I found myself that the easiest way to get them is not to have a sort of moderate take. Like I've actually found more success, a lot more success, not trying to do it bit by bit, like moderately, like going from will tolerate them to transmedicalism, and then to like, hell yeah, xenogenders, fuck yeah, yuppa. But I found it easier to just go straight to, gender's fucked up, gender abolitionism now, fuck it.
It's
funny.
Sorry,
Jesus, I shouldn't be cursing, I forgot.
Oh, no, it's totally fine. On the live stream, it's completely fine. I'm mostly complaining about the fact that it makes it difficult for my videos. The live stream, we can always say as many fucked up words as we want in the live stream, so don't worry about that.
Well, 1984 in post, says you.
Yeah, literally, yeah. I sometimes, when I'm doing like a structured segment, I will try to control my my swearing just so it makes it easier on my editor, but in stuff like this, we can swear and say whatever the fuck we want. So yeah, no, I think you're touching on something important about the, like, you know, sort of going to the gender abolition approach right away. And I think part of the, so like, there's a couple of things. One is that like gender is already like I think everyone to a certain degree knows that gender's fucked up. Most people at some point in their life, most cis people, have come up against a gender standard that they don't think is fair. An example of this, I used to know this guy who was a former Marine. He was like a super masculine, the most super masculine guy you can possibly imagine in all of the traditional ways that you can imagine. Likes blowing stuff up, hunting, fishing, is a mechanic, you know, all these kinds of things. And it was funny. He had like he had a kind of like a secret, which was that he absolutely loved like gossip magazines and stuff. So he had this huge collection of celebrity gossip, stuff that's literally marketed at women, at least in the United States. I don't know if it is everywhere else, but here in the United States, like celebrity tabloid gossip stuff it's like they're all pink, they're all like targeted specifically to be aimed at women.
They've got the sparkles on the thing, gloss.
Yeah, exactly. I know it's like very and like it's always, all the advertisements are for beauty products and perfume and things like that, and like, you know, it's very much they're very gendered here. And and this guy is like, you know, he's like the guy that you would imagine would have no conflicts with the current standard of gender, and yet here he is, you know, having kind of like a, you know, something he doesn't talk about in public, he doesn't talk to with his other guy friends. He's not like he's not gonna like deny it or whatever, but he's never gonna talk to anybody about it. He's never gonna like get into conversations with people. This is a super masculine like guy you would assume would have all of the norms and have no problems. But as we can see, even somebody who's that far into like a normalized gender role, they almost always have something that is personal to them that's like, oh, I'm not supposed to do this. So I think that like that approach that you're talking about, like the gender doesn't really make any sense. People tell you you're supposed to be a woman this way, but your grandmother was a totally different type of woman, or your grandfather was a totally different type of man. Like one of the things I find that's useful is like, okay, so like just look at, like, if you even watch movies, look at how the image of masculinity changes over time and goes back and forth to all kinds of different things through movies. I think that you can have success with that type of an approach that you're talking about, partially because while cis people will struggle to like completely understand gender dysphoria as like a I want to change genders thing, they will understand the idea that gender as a construct is sort of spun up on the moment and is out of their control. And so it's something that becomes accessible. Another thing that I wanted to talk about with regard to that I think applies similarly is like when people bring up the tolerance, they're like, you know, I'll tolerate trans people or I'll tolerate gay people, but I don't really want to, you know, I don't really care about anything else.
Whatever they do in their bedroom, you know?
Yeah, it's nothing to me. Like, I think that you could, an approach that works very well there is to be like, wow, well, you know, you're kind of closing yourself off to a big chunk of the world. Like, how do you know that your next best friend or like your next artistic inspiration isn't a trans person or a gay person? Like, why should they have to hide away everything that they do, all of the things that they have to say about the world, because you're kind of uncomfortable? Don't you think that maybe it would be better for you to like think about, maybe this person is somebody who I could learn a lot from. Maybe this is somebody who's more like me than I think. Maybe taking that approach of just like tolerating them at a distance is preventing you from seeing beauty in the world that would otherwise make your life better. And I think that's an approach that can sometimes get people to kind of like take a step back and go, whoa, I didn't really think about it that way. I don't know if these arguments would work well on like dyed-in-the-wool like bigots or whatever, but I do think it works on people who are kind of like struggling to overcome like a programmed prejudice or a programmed disgust response.
Yeah,
it makes
the
them go,
disgust
like,
response is big,
yeah, like something, you know how many people like, you know how many people were like severely changed their position on gay people because they became attached to somebody like Ellen DeGeneres? Like, I don't think like Ellen is like a great person or whatever. Like, you know, I think she's like a celebrity and a, you know, a rich person, whatever. And like, I don't love her and her politics. However, a lot of like old people started watching Ellen and became attached and no longer had that tolerant sort of position because they became personally attached to someone, because they found that there was beauty in this person's walk of life. And I do think that that can be effective at reaching those people who are at that particular junction, at sort of confronting them and being like, well, don't you feel like you're closing yourself off to something? Like, imagine if you know, you didn't want to like fully understand like Ian McKellen because he's a gay guy. Like, you're missing like one of the world, you're missing out on like accepting at face value one of the world's like greatest actors and artists. So I think that like, because I think the reason that tactic or that rhetoric works so well is because it changes the focus from like the object that they've been programmed to be kind of disgusted by. You know, like people are grossed out by gay sex a lot of times, especially like, at least in America, a lot of like dudes are really like, they have really strong reactions to like.
You put your what in the what? What?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh my God. They're like, you know, they do all that kind of stuff. And it's like, it's very childish. And like, but at the same time, like you are able to like sort of illustrate to them that like, hey, you're letting your weird like personal disgust of something that isn't really any of your business anyway block you from accepting this person as a whole person. You're saying, I need to keep them at a distance because, I don't know, maybe you don't like the way they do. Well, you don't have to do that if you don't want to, but like, that's them and that's their life and that's a part of their life and their story that you're like keeping them at a distance as a result of. So I do think that tactic can be very useful. And I don't know, like, the humanization like effect is strong. It can be strong with certain types of people. Again, like, I should be clear that, you know, we're talking about people who are at that point of where they're already okay, at least with some level of tolerance. They're not like actively hateful people. Because those people, it's a totally, when you're talking about people who are like, you know, have deep prejudices, it's a lot harder to deal with. I found that
myself.
I think that like, and I think also I also think this is why art about gay people and by gay people, about gay people, by trans people, about trans people, et cetera, is very important, because I think it does what we're talking about now in a more indirect environment where somebody can sit at home and dwell with their feelings on a film that they've just seen that made them feel something, that, you know, maybe even sort of walked them through emotionally their feelings, their prejudices, their like existing prejudices and whatever.
We actually that sort of tactic reminds me of, I'm not too sure if you did it back in school, where they give you a whole story and then at the end it was like, but she was a woman, that sort of thing, where it's sort of like shell shock. Oh my God, there's somebody that I didn't expect that. I feel like that could work as well.
Yeah, I think it does. And I think the reason why stories like that are effective with younger people especially is because you know, like, is because like you can do a little bit more of a simple thing like that, and it can prompt a very clear lesson, which is like, hey, you thought you had, it illustrates the idea of prejudice and preconceptions. You know, in a story like that, it's like a young person encountering a story like that is going to have to recognize that they had an assumption, and that assumptions are a thing that can exist that can color your interpretation of a story. And yeah, so I do think that that has value, and I think it has to be obviously adapted more when you're having like a conversation with an adult who might have, you know, a slightly different, you know, might be a little more, you know,
internalized
jaded,
with that sort of thing.
or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the basic idea is still there, like getting people to look past their prejudice and then look back on it from like the other side, to be like, oh, like why was I like this? Why did I do that? And why was I letting this like stand as like an emotional obstacle between me and connecting with another person? Yeah. So I do tend to think that like pushing people to like go past that is a good thing, because the tolerance, you know, the tolerance position isn't all that tolerant. And as we know, it also means that people are primed to just look the other way when more hateful people act. You know, it's like, oh, well, you know, I don't really, it's not a really, I mean, this is a problem we have with like trans issues in America.
It would be, because to them it wouldn't be a difference of like, you know, they deserve human rights versus they don't. It's a difference of opinion if you merely tolerate them, sort of thing.
Exactly. It's like, oh, you know.
I think that's...
and I do think it's important.
That's a salient point.
Yeah, I think it's important to like push people to go the next step and to say, okay, so, well, you say that, you know, you say that you don't really, you know, feel strongly about them, but like you're okay with tolerating them. Well, why is that? Like, what's the real reason there? And what is it that's stopping you from seeing that person the way that you would see me, or the way that you would see yourself, or the way that you would see your kids, or whatever? Like, what's stopping you from that? And I do think, thankfully, that a lot of people are actually willing to interrogate that and move beyond it. I mean, I've had this experience in my own life, even with family members. There are some family members who were, I won't say 100% hostile, but they were very reluctant to be accepting at all when I first came out, who over time have changed that position, and they no longer really stand in the position of just like, oh, I just tolerate people, because, you know, because they kind of were there to watch and to slowly overcome it. And I wish that it could be better. I wish that people would work faster on it, but I do know that it is possible. And I do think that like, yeah, I think that like the two things we've sort of discussed here, the like with regard to gender, like pushing people to really go like, well, what do you mean? Like, gender is kind of ridiculous, and don't you feel like you're restricted from gender right now? Don't you feel like there's things that you would not be allowed to do, or that you would be judged to do that you otherwise would like to do? You know, I think that I think it's most common, you know, especially when you're talking to women with that gender thing, but it's not only because like there's, you know, at least again, I always speak from a US perspective, at least in the United States, there's a lot more restrictions on like explicit behaviors that are placed on women. Like, for example, women still being judged for wanting to pursue a career. Even though like our media has all kinds of messages in it that say like, yeah, women pursue a career, in women's daily lives, they're actually discouraged from pursuing a career and are encouraged to be a housewife or a mother all the time. And they're also told like really harshly, like, oh, these things you're not allowed to do. But even for men, like,
definitely,
yeah,
that's definitely not a US thing. We actually just this year got rid of part of our constitution where it said, yeah, we respect women's right and their place in the home, which is to cook and to clean. No, honestly. And what's worse is then afterwards I was in Dublin and I saw a group of what we call transphobes saying, no, this is erasing women. Put back. The women should be allowed in the home. should be respected in the home, which I think illustrates, you know, puts it into perspective. But sure, look.
Yeah, I think that like something that I talk about a lot is like here in, you know, and I do assume it's probably very similar where, you know, in the UK and in Ireland, and but like you know, ear piercings, piercings in general, nail color. Nail color is like painting your nails is beautiful. It's a thing that looks good on men and women. And here in the U.S., it is considered in most places extremely unacceptable for men to paint their nails. And it's surprising. It's surprising how many men are actually interested in that. And again, what we were talking about before, the idea of like bringing up the like bullshit rules that you're supposed to follow, stuff like that can actually really reach out to people, being like, hey, maybe you wanted to get your, don't you ever feel like you've been held back in some way? Like, I don't know, like, don't you ever want to like, I don't know, do something with your appearance? Don't you ever want to like, haven't you ever wanted to do that and felt like you can't? And I think that the answer is for a lot of cis people, while they may not experience gender dysphoria as, as trans people talk about it, where it's like a very, very omnipresent thing, I do feel like they've probably experienced it in small amounts and can come to understand the need to push back on the idea of gender as a whole. Yeah, so I think those two, I think you came in with the really good one, and I hope that my other advice with regard to like the tolerance thing is helpful. The idea of like, of like pushing people to recognize what they're cutting themselves off from, and how they're doing a disservice to other perfectly good people.
Yeah, not just going through it like intellectually, but also like through art and emotionally as well.
Yeah,
I feel like it'd be a good thing.
People miss out on entire sections of the world because of prejudices that they never interrogate. That they don't even notice that they're doing it. They shut themselves off to worlds of art that are like art, especially, is one that I think of, like just the amazing queer art that doesn't just talk to queer people. It has lessons for everyone. And people don't see it because they're like, oh, well, that must not concern me. I don't want to, whatever, you do your own thing over there. And then they miss out on something that is life-changing.
Why would I want to listen to a queer?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
I mean, that's the worst form of it, That's the evolved form of that. And it can like, yeah, it can't go that way. Yeah, it does. It's the advanced bigotry, but yeah.
Yeah. I suppose, I'll take this moment to shout out, while we're on the topic, my favorite and very underperforming, I'd say, queer artist, Evie Lockhart, amazing itch.io, tabletop RPGs.
Oh wait, I think I was just recently given one by this person.
She doesn't. I'm going to be honest. She's my favorite poet. She's. I think she's still homeless. So I'd say, chat, give her work a go. There's some community copies on there. Feltonome, yes, Brina Feltonome, yes, she does amazing.
But yeah, I think stuff. Brina just gifted me. Hold on, let me just make sure. I think I just got this gifted. Something from her gifted to me. Hold on, let me just double check.
Yeah,
maybe I'm thinking of somebody else, but.
Look, there's community copies. Look at it. Buy her stuff. I'm not saying buy her stuff, but give it a go. Sorry, just while we were on the topic.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I have any of her stuff already in here, but I will definitely be following her on Itch.io. I try to follow a lot of smaller creators on Itch.io, just because I find so much cool stuff.
Sorry for the plug.
No, you don't have to apologize for that at all. You said it was, how is it? Oh, here we go. Violent media at itch.io. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Evie Lockhart. Okay, cool. Yeah, I have her I just followed her now. So I feel like I have something by her already, but I am having trouble navigating my Itch.io, but I'll take a look later. Everybody, if you want to plug, there you go. There you have it. Evie Lockhart. Brina is linking. Oh, okay, the game you sent me was from When to You. Okay, that's a different. Okay, all right. I was thinking of. I got the names mixed up, but that's fine. Yeah, there you go. Go check out Evie's work and support. No, you don't have to be sorry about that at all. You're literally suggesting. You're recommending something that would be relevant to a lot of people in my audience. So thank you for that.
Just trigger warning. I guess a lot of her stuff has to do with less happy subjects. So. If you're it's in so inclined, just be aware of that, I suppose.
So thank you for that.
I know,
we are
I don't know
at the end of our time.
Oh, geez, please.
No,
Well,
it's fine.
Perfect time.
Thank you so much for coming on, Fillywonk.
I know, amazing talk.
And yeah, it was wonderful speaking with you, and also thank you for the recommendation. I'm always looking for new artists to follow and connect with and dive into their work. So thank you so much, and hopefully we'll speak again sometime in the future.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thick Boy, holy shit! Thick Boy with the $150 to the mod team. Holy shit, Thick Boy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's a bunch of likes for you. Holy moly. Thank you so very much. By the way, speaking of likes, we only have 252 likes on the video, but we have almost 300 viewers. If we can please get as many likes as possible, we always get more new viewers every time we get a surge of likes. So please, it's free to like the video. Please press a like on the video. Would deeply, deeply appreciate it. Anyway, we gotta get going. Who's next? Bring in the next caller. I love call-in streams. I need to do call-in streams more frequently. Call-in streams are the best. Stargazing.
Hello.
Stargazing system, welcome.
You can just call me Star for now.
Star. All right. What pronouns do you want me to list?
Airs.
Is that EY?
It's AE/AER.
Thank you. Sorry about that. There we go. Hey, thank you very much. No, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. Short on rent as ever. No, we were short on rent last month because I had
prices.
Crisis. It was great. I loved that.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The rent is literally too damn high all over the country, and yeah, the economy is in a terrible place, and rent is every year eating more and more of our incomes, and I apologize.
That's why I'm leaving.
You leaving the U.S.?
Yeah, because my mom has a British. My mom has a British birth certificate.
To the UK? No, you're going to the UK. Of all places, you're fleeing from the U.S. to the UK. Those guys are the original Americans.
Listen, it's because it would be the easiest and free, basic. Well, not free, but I had to buy a passport. But my mom has a British birth certificate, and my wife already has a British passport. So
all right. That sounds like a pretty good move. Plus, I mean, hey, at least they got universal health care over there. We don't got that. So
we're moving. Honestly, that's the main reason why we're moving.
Yeah, if you need hormones, make sure you get your prescriptions and diagnoses before you leave to the UK, because you'll be in a better position.
We can't do that because the only person who would be getting hormones is my wife, and I don't have health care for her, so we can't even do that. So
okay. Well, I would say I have a couple of recommendations. First of all,
recommendations.
First of all, depending on where you are, of course, there's always a lot of things. None of these are necessarily the answer, but in many places, depending on your income level, you can apply for Medicaid, which will often allow you to, at the very least, it might not cover everything, depending, like I said, depending on where you live. However, it's usually quite easy to apply for, and it will usually allow you to get your foot in the door with a primary care. And it is more and more common in the United States now that primary care doctors are willing to either refer for hormones or directly prescribe them. And if that's not the case, if that doesn't work, then Planned Parenthood is a very good option. Planned Parenthood has a ton of payment options that are way better than traditional hospitals or anything like that. And most Planned Parenthoods in the United States now offer gender related care, where they will give you a prescription. They can give you set up with a prescription. They can get you set up with blood work, and having that in hand before you move will probably help you quite a lot.
Yeah, it would be, but I have healthcare, but my wife doesn't because I still get healthcare from my parents. But my wife is does not even have work authorization for the US, which is a mess. So I'm the only one who's earning money, which is great. We love that for us. But
hey, breadwinner moment. Yeah. There you go, at least.
Yeah, breadwinner moment. But there is a place nearby, well, kind of nearby. It's like an hour away, but they have no availability, which sucks because they would like offer an actually affordable option for us, but it's just like there's no availability, so I guess we can't do that.
Sorry about that.
I'll probably do some more research so that we don't have to wait for years so that my wife can get hormones.
Yeah.
But yeah. We still have to talk about that more. Anyways.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to derail from any topic you specifically wanted to talk about. Did you have a topic you wanted to bring? It says here you had a couple different topics you possibly wanted to talk about. Did you want to pick one and go for it?
Yeah, let's go for it. I've been recently, the main source of my income has been delivering for Uber Eats, which has been interesting.
Sam Porter Bridges.
It was really nice to be able to quit my job and just be like, bye, see y'all later. Yeah. See y'all bitches later. I'm not coming back.
Yeah.
But it's kind of stressful sometimes because
imagine.
Like it's really hard to get orders sometimes because they really don't come in all the time. And then there's people who just won't tip. And it's really annoying, honestly, because I get those orders, and so I have to like deny them because obviously it's not worth my time. Because if I do a 20-minute order, I will get $3 from Uber. $3.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm driving like 5 miles. So I mean, it's not really worth it, honestly.
That isn't worth it. I literally can't imagine not tipping. Like I feel like we order food more frequently than we should because, well, we are very busy and, you know, I stream all the time and all that shit. And we are like we always do the maximum tip option. Like I can't even imagine, like I can't imagine sending out an order and expecting somebody to deliver it for me with no tip. That is absurd.
It's funny too because the people who are the most entitled are the ones that tip the least. Like
so
it is crazy. It's so interesting to observe this as the delivery driver. Like they expect you to do the most. Like this one order, right? I was getting $3 for it. The only reason why I was doing it was I was getting a bonus from Uber for doing it, right? Yeah. They had such a big ass house and a big ass driveway and a gate at the front of. They were rich. They were like big money, and they didn't.
Rich people who don't tip. Unironically, rich people who don't tip, you are all going to hell. If you have money and you don't tip, we have like just enough money to be like comfy. You know, we're not like rich. We don't got a huge house or anything like that. You know, I'm at a nice a nice comfy level. I'm making a decent living from my stream and stuff like that. But if you're rich and you don't tip, straight to hell. Just like no, do not, you know, do not pass go, straight to fucking hell. Like how can you, I just don't understand.
No,
I don't get it.
What the thought process of these people are. Like, what do you think is that their delivery drivers are made of money? Like, and like,
no, I think they just literally don't think about it. Like it's gotta just be like I've never taken a moment to put myself in someone else's shoes. I have $1 million in a giant house, but I can't afford $9 tip or whatever.
Yeah, so and ridiculous. I get that sometimes people are like struggling, but I'm like, if you're struggling, don't order delivery. Just don't do it. If you can't afford the tip plus the food, don't order delivery. Just don't do it.
Yeah, you know, ask your friend to run and grab it for you. Give them $3.
Exactly. It's just like if you can't afford it, then don't order it. That's all I have to say.
It's really sucky. Like I've talked about Uber and the gig economy and how like there's some really nice benefits to working freelance or working gig economy. Like for example, not having to immediately be followed around by a boss all the time. That can be pretty relieving.
It's a great plus. I quite like that.
It's like the main draw. But the downside is that is that there's this constant pressure that like, oh, every moment you're not working, you're like technically losing money. And then also that they make you deal, you have to pay for gas, you have to maintain your car, like you have to make sure that you've got all the stuff you need to like make it happen. It's fucked up. It's messed up. And unfortunately, like, I don't predict at the moment that the U.S. is going to have any major labor changes that are going to tackle the gig economy, like the fact that like they're able to get away with so much.
I've heard that there was a bill. I don't know if the bill is still like in play, but I heard there was a bill going through Congress that would change the rules around freelancing to be more stringent, and that like you have to pay for stuff like equipment and gas and all that jazz. But that
would make things a lot. I think that would make things a lot more just. There would still be issues, but it is kind of absurd to me that they expect you to take orders for $3 when you have to burn that much gas to get there in the first place.
You know, one time I saw an order that was for 45 minutes. So that's like almost an hour, right?
Yeah, that's huge.
It was like only like almost $3. It was like $2.50. Insane like that. I was just like, how did that happen?
How is that even sustainable? How does anybody even get that delivery done?
And
it's got to be people who are like triple dipping or something. I don't know.
The crazy thing is, I know people take those orders. And I just think that's like preying on new delivery drivers.
Yeah, who just haven't thought about the fact that like, hey, if you're driving for 45 minutes, you're going to be burning like a gallon plus of gas depending on the distance. Like you need to, you have to consider that.
Yeah, but I've like figured out there's like a specific minimum amount of money you can take for a delivery order, and if it's not there, don't take it. Just don't do it. You have so many other
it becomes
options.
Uber's problem.
Yeah, but I've tried delivering for DoorDash, and it was just annoying. It was just annoying because it didn't feel like
I think I've ordered once from Uber Eats, and we had such a horrible experience with their customer service, like the Uber side of things, that I was like, I can't do this anymore. Because like at least
customer service is terrible.
Yeah, it's bad. It's like
but it's really bad for the drivers on DoorDash because it feels like you have a boss watching over your shoulder, even though you're supposed to be a freelancer. Because it's like criticizing me for not taking orders, and I'm like, my guy, you're just asking me to drive 45 minutes for like $10. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, that's another problem that becomes apparent when with regard to Uber and all of these gig economy jobs, which is that like there's no opportunity for organizing because you don't have coworkers. Your coworkers are completely disconnected from you. You don't even know who else you're working with. There's no way to find out, who are the other people that are sitting here waiting for these orders. If so, you could say no one should take these orders. That way that Uber is forced to raise the amount that they're paying for these giant orders, because they should be paying you an amount that's fair to otherwise there's no reason. And also it only hurts their own customers, but they do rely, like you said, on like new driver traps, that these new drivers are going to take these orders without actually thinking about the cost, and then they're basically going to be delivering the food at a discount, for Uber. Yeah. Uber's getting all the money and not giving any away. Yeah.
But also there is another form of delivering that you could do with Uber. It's called Shop and Pay. It's terrible. If you're ever considering delivering for Uber, just don't even consider doing Shop and Pay, because basically it gives you amount of time, and that amount of time, it's always way too long for the amount of money that you get, always. And also it's so much of a hassle because you have to go in and you have to buy the items.
That's kind of like, what's the other one? Oh my God, there's another service like that. Instacart. Yeah, I was thinking like, oh my God, I would hate that. I hate going to the grocery store in general because it's just like especially post-COVID, it's like the most stressful experience ever.
It really
Every
is.
grocery store is like ridiculously understaffed, so you end up standing in line in like really, really crowded situation with tons of people. But oh my God, being on like a timer while trying to find like somebody's just disorganized grocery list. Oh God, that sounds terrible.
And then
It's
if
also,
an
it's
item
also
isn't
silly
there-
too because like most major grocery chains like still do their own deliveries, like Safeway or whatever, which is one of the grocery stores around here. They hire drivers full time to do deliveries. It's like I'm surprised that people would choose the Instacart option.
Actually, on that note, Walmart, they have a pickup thing, right? So if you're ever ordering delivery from Walmart, don't do it. Just don't do it. That's my opinion, because the people who are delivering your Walmart delivery are Uber drivers that are well underpaid. They're not paid nearly enough to sit there, wait for your pickup order to come out, because that can take literally hours of my time sitting there and waiting for the order to come out. Like Draco's sister in your chat mentioned, it took them 2 hours to get a pickup from Walmart one time. 2 hours of time. I could be doing so many other deliveries. It's insane.
Yeah, that's the type of situation where I would run other deliveries during the time, but I imagine that the app locks you out of it or something. That is terrible.
You can't do that, because also at the same time you have to sit there and wait, because Walmart will not come out and deliver your stuff unless you've been waiting there long enough, because you don't have your own queue. You're queuing with all the other customers trying to pick up their orders. You don't have a special queue. You don't have anyone special who's going to come help you because you're a delivery driver. No, you're waiting there with every other normal person, which is so frustrating to me. You have no idea how frustrating it is to me as a delivery driver when my pay does not come hourly. It comes as each delivery I do. So I've taken up a idea that I do not deliver anything past like 4 or 5, because it's always too crowded. It's always too crowded every single time. I just won't do it anymore. Like one time I was literally waiting there for an hour, and the Walmart person had the audacity to tell me, "No, you've only been waiting here for half an hour." And I was like, I'm done, I'm leaving, I'm done. I was so annoyed.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine. Like, I mean, I already know that, like, just from observation, you know, I don't work, you know, delivery jobs, but I've observed going to local restaurants and seeing in person, like, most restaurants do not have an infrastructure to interface well with DoorDash or Uber Eats. It's just they're treated like another customer in line. However, for the delivery person, that's like a huge drawback, because it's not like they're trying to do their job, but they're like having to stand in line as if they're on their, you know, as if they're getting lunch, like you know, some random person getting their own lunch. Like, I mean, hell, one of our local restaurants is like so disorganized with regard to DoorDash that like the line at the restaurant is always completely out the parking lot. It's just like all of the DoorDash orders coming through. There's no like accurate predictors. The restaurant is not giving accurate prediction times for delivery. So it's like, it'll tell you it's like a 30-minute wait for food, but it's actually like that they're going to be in line for like an hour first, because the line's so long. And then that just keeps making it worse, because while they're all waiting in line, it's still telling other people that, hey, you can get this food quickly. It's just messed up. And like, I don't know, it's just, it makes for a disaster situation. It makes everything worse. It's so bad. But it's like,
Genuinely,
I don't know.
If I was in that area and I knew that about that restaurant and I got an order from that restaurant, I would immediately cancel it. Like, I would just not even bother. I'd just be like, fuck this, I'm not doing it. I would just be like, no thanks, I'm good.
Yeah. I think that's a wise choice. I feel like the only thing you can do when you're working a gig job like that is, you know, be firm with the type of orders that you take to the best of your ability. And obviously there's always going to be situations where you get stuck, but like whenever you can, I think like just being like, nope, I'm going to be completely cynical and self-interested with regard to this work. That's basically all you can do when you're on the job like that.
It really
I mean,
is.
hell, like
really
when I
is.
worked freelance in writing, it was like, God, which is a totally different industry with very different things, but like there's a lot of similar aspects where it's just like you will get offers for all kinds of work, and most of that work is going to be insultingly low pay, and you just have to learn to turn it down, even if it hurts, to turn down money. You have to be more serious about your time, because if you don't, then you end up just screwing yourself. You end up actually just hurting yourself, wasting your energy on stuff that isn't going to pay you well enough. It's terrible.
And genuinely, you can't do that with DoorDash because they have a minimum acceptance rate. If you don't meet that minimum acceptance rate, like you accept orders, they just don't give you good orders, so you won't accept any of them. It's so that's why I don't use DoorDash, because it's like
terrible.
I can't deny orders that don't meet my standards. What the fuck is this? You know?
It is a dreadful. The gig economy is a dreadful state of affairs for workers, and I do think that it's like something's gonna give. I don't know, like I don't even know. Like it's so hard to predict where things are going with regard to like restaurants and how restaurants engage with the gig economy at this point. But like it's not workable. Like it's not workable to have a high need for delivery, given that like COVID is still fucking raging all over the place. People can't and don't go into restaurants. People can't and don't, restaurants can't and don't keep the staff that they usually do because everything's changed so much. Like something has to give. And I don't know if it's going to end up being just like mass resignations where Uber and DoorDash aren't going to be able to get employees to even deliver things at all, just because people won't take them, or if it's going to be some sort of government reform. I know that there are some states in the United States that are aiming to tackle gig stuff, by like doing things like demand, like setting rules where it's like, oh, if somebody is working for you, you have to be paying them a at least minimum wage. It has to work out just like kind of they do for servers and stuff like that. There's a few states that have passed laws like that, which I think is a step in the right direction, but not even nearly close enough, because as we all know, minimum wage is embarrassingly low. Yeah. So. But
one last thing before I go, that's actually interesting to me, because during COVID, the demand was so high that delivery drivers would literally not accept orders unless they were double the amount that they normally were paying. So like, for example, let's just go with like an hour. If they were going to go for an hour, instead of like saying they would take like $10, they take $20 instead, and they wouldn't deliver otherwise. It's crazy.
None of this helps any of us live a better life. It's so ridiculous how like restaurants, delivery, grocery and delivery, all of these things are like, none of these things actually let any of us live a better life. It is structured this way only because it is the maximal way to siphon off money out of the hands of working people and into the hands of a handful of fucking investors. It's terrible. It is terrible.
I'm over time now, so I'm gonna go. Can I plug my partner's stream?
Yes, please plug your partner's stream, and if you have anything else you want to drop in chat, please feel free to do that. I know you mentioned that you had a link or something that you wanted to drop, but please plug your partner's stream, and thank you for coming on.
Her stream is Kirienka. She is currently streaming a Smash tournament. So if you're interested in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, definitely go check that out. Anything helps. Just a follow, a share, anything. That would be great. She gave me her dono link, but I'm not going to post that because that's too much. But I'm going to post.
Listen, if you're running, I think you mentioned you were running a GoFundMe or something. If that's the case,
no, she's just taking donations right now.
Okay. All right then. Well, I will say, Thank you so much for coming on, and I assure you the mod day pay is going to be quite nice. People have been very, very generous. So
we're definitely looking forward to that, because that's gonna help us like so much. I really thank you all for donating. Yes, donate.
Seriously,
Mod day.
see?
We deserve
Mod
to be
day.
paid.
It's mod day. There's been a lot of very generous people, but we can always use more generosity. Remember, all of the stream donations and subscriptions that come in on a day like today go to the mod team. So if you want to support the mod team, throw that through. All right?
Well, make sure to like the stream and follow Demon Mama.
True! Like that stream. I'm slamming the like button right now. Bam! All right.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. What a great conversation. That was a fantastic conversation. Boy, does the state of things. By the way, hey, everybody in chat, listen. It's all good. Just chill, okay? Nobody's trying to attack each other. I assure you, all right? It's all good. All right, DoomedPotato, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, DoomedPotato. I see you have the based they, it pronouns.
Hell yeah, I am. I've been they, them for a while, but I've been trying out it's really exciting.
Based? I think its pronouns are fucking based.
It's
DoomedPotato, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Did you have sorry, your mic is a little bit crackly. Is it possible for you to maybe move a little closer to your microphone or something like that?
I can talk louder, but I am on the like earphones mic, so.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. It's a little better than it was, so that should be fine. DoomedPotato,
okay,
what did you want to talk about?
Yeah, I wanted to talk a bit, actually, very, I think, in line with the previous conversation. I wanted to talk a little bit about unionizing overall, and
okay.
I have been a labor organizer for my workplace for, I think, almost 2 years now.
Awesome.
And I wanted to pick your brains a bit about different types of rhetoric that can be used to move people over. So I think one of the things that I found over the last few years is that when you talk to a lot of folks in my specific area of work, they're like progressive enough. They're kind of on board with, yeah, things need to be better. But a lot of times we really need to have more kind of militancy in the union. We can't have people who are just like, want things to be a little bit better. And I think I was really curious, what do you think are good ways to talk to people who are already kind of on board, like more progressive than a centrist liberal, but really don't understand that you can't just show up and like vote yes. You need to really engage with politics in new ways.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of ways to approach that. That depends on the person that you're talking to. I tend to find that, like, I mean, in my conversations with sort of like, you know, back before I did streaming, when I was talking to people about politics that I cared about in my day-to-day life and stuff, one thing that I did was sort of ask a lot of like pointed questions that aren't like interrogating them, but that are instead like urging them to interrogate the systems. Like, for example, asking somebody like, hey, don't you think it's weird that like our bosses like tell us all the time that we're not supposed to talk to each other about what we're being paid? Don't you feel that's like do you ever get the feeling like they're trying to get us to fight with each other and that they're trying to get us to like distrust one another? And then a lot of times people will go, yeah, I don't know. I guess I never really thought about it that way. A lot of times it's learning how to strike up conversation on topics that make people just think about it. The thing is, a lot of the conclusions that, like, if people are already progressive, like, that's kind of a testament, the fact that there's so many like sort of passively progressive people is kind of a testament to how intuitive a lot of the positions that like like anti-capitalist, for example, or pro-labor positions are pretty actually easy to come to, but the reason why people don't ever come to them is because they're actively blocked from it and they're actively given disinformation. Like, like, for example, the like anti-union stuff. I remember before I was even like a super lefty, when I was just kind of like a lib, I used to work at Best Buy for a while, part-time, and full-time before that. But they showed a lot of anti-union stuff, and I remember like just being like, wow, this seems really like hostile. It almost seems like they're afraid of something. But a lot of people are like too busy thinking about other things to ever actually like sit down and confront that. And so if you get good at how to like sort of calmly and matter-of-factly get people to ask those questions, or like encourage them to think about those questions for themselves, I think it can have a major knock-on effect. Because a lot of times people will start to see like, hey, like, why is my boss doing this to me? Why is my boss doing this to me and you and all of the other people here? Why is it that I'm being told that that like, oh, well, like if I sign up with a union, like, why am I being threatened? If a union is so bad, why do they have to threaten me not to join it? You know what I mean? Or implicitly threaten me.
Yeah.
Those sorts of things are like a good way to start. It really does depend on the topic, and it depends on the other thing. Like, okay, I can give an example of this. Is actually not even with a lightly progressive person. This was with a right winger that I used to know, who who was a housemate of mine. I used to live in a house with a lot of other people, and one of them was like pretty far right. And I remember just like, we were literally smoking weed on the balcony and just like talking about stuff. And I remember him getting mad about like welfare. And I was just like, hold on a second. Like I don't want to make you uncomfortable or anything, but like, what do you mean? Like when you're talking about like people taking advantage of welfare, like there's not that many people on welfare. So like, how could that be damaging your taxes? Don't you think that just think about the math real quick. Like if a billionaire dodges taxes, they're dodging billions of dollars, like millions and millions of dollars of taxes. If like somebody, let's even pretend that there are people that are like using welfare, which I really don't believe. Like, you know, I was like, I don't think that's true. I think it's pretty hard to do that. Like you get an EBT card, and the EBT card doesn't let you buy anything but necessities. So then I was like, but let's pretend that there are people who are taking advantage of that. Don't you think that like $500 a month to like a family of 4 or whatever is it, you know, do you think that's more of a tax burden to you than like all of the millionaires who have like hide their money and who dodge taxes? Don't you think that like just on a pure mathematical level, don't you feel like you're fixating on the wrong person? And that actually got them to like seriously reconsider their position on like welfare and welfare queens, just because I was like, well, wait a minute, like you're not you're sort of repeating something that you've heard, but have you actually taken the time to think out the you know, have you really started to think out the numbers on this? Have you ever actually thought about what's going on here? Why are you so fixated on like the random people, the random like poor families, when there's like a guy who has more money than you could imagine? He owns like 15 yachts, and he's dodging taxes that are more than you and all of your friends and all of your family make in a year. You know, that kind of stuff is like those type of small questions. They don't have to be like, they're not preachy. You're not like going like, you should be a leftist, convert to leftism now. You're asking someone in your, think about this, like this topic, what is your response to this? And the answer is they usually don't have them. And so sometimes it bothers people. Sometimes they sit there and they go, fuck, I really don't know the answer to that. And then they think about it, and then they come to a conclusion that is usually because it's, you know, it's fairly obvious, the conclusion sometimes, you know, like in the case like, well, yeah, why do people fixate on poor people on welfare instead of millionaires dodging taxes? Well, the answer is because they've been told to. And sometimes they come to that conclusion. Sometimes they just change their opinion on the actual position, and they become immune to further propagandizing. You know what I mean? So those are things that I would say are like things that help. I find personally that in my interpersonal interactions, obviously it's a little bit different online because of a lot of reasons, but in interpersonal reactions, I find like asking pointed questions to be one of the most valuable rhetorical tactics. Just being like, hey, do you know the reason why why the like little pamphlet holder at work is full of anti-union stuff? Like, why do you think they do that? And then it opens a conversation. It has the opportunity to both get somebody to rethink and to start a conversation. And of course,
yeah, I think one of the things that is really hard around that is that it requires both organizee and the organizer to go into like a really uncomfortable place a lot of times. Because even if you're trying to talk calmly to people, it is a challenging and kind of antagonistic almost way. Like you're challenging their ideas, and I think that can be really, really hard for people to process. And I think finding the balance of having a positive association with the union while still providing like a firm push on the beliefs can be difficult.
Yeah, it can, and that's why I say, like, I do think it depends on the context that you're entering in. If you're from a position of purely as a union organizer trying to get people to join the union, I mean, obviously, I think spending most of your time focusing on the benefits that can come to somebody is always going to be the answer. People are, you know, obviously a little, like, I'm not saying they're selfish. They're just like, people are a little selfish. What's in it for me? You know what I mean? And if you can tell them a solid answer, if you can say, well, here's what's in it for you, and then you can overcome, you know, the sort of the no's. You know what I mean? Believe it or not, I do think that learning basic sales tactics is like a really, really valuable thing for anyone who's like trying to do this type of like you know, more fast-paced organizing where time is really of the essence. You really need to get people onto your case quickly. Learning sales tactics is very helpful because a lot of sales tactics is like they teach you how to do it in the worst situation. They teach you how to be persuasive in the most hostile situation when you are literally just trying to get somebody's money. And if you learn those tactics from that position and you adjust them to a situation where you're not just trying to get somebody's money, you can actually learn a lot from that. Like when I went through sales training, like I did learn how to be a more persuasive person. Obviously, sales training teaches you how to be a manipulative person, but they also just teach you the basics of like, okay, how do you deal with somebody saying no when you really want them to say yes? How do you convince them to think again? And often the answer is, you know, is something as simple as just learning how to offer alternatives, learning how to approach a question from a different angle than you were before. When you're telling someone or selling someone on an idea, sometimes the first path that you use doesn't actually appeal to them. You don't always get to know. Sales training often fixates on the idea that you're not going to know basically anything about the people that you're going to be talking to. You know, you're having random customers every day with totally different backgrounds and totally different, you know, histories coming in, and those, you know, sales will focus on how do you quickly identify what's important to that person so that you can talk about that. And of course, like I said, in sales, they're trying to get you to convince somebody to give you their money. And that doesn't have to apply, but the skills necessary, the ability to ask questions that are open-ended so that people offer up information that is useful to you, that is useful in you helping them out, is super helpful. Like, I mean, hell, the way that I learned it was always like they're trying, like the way that I was taught it when I was doing in sales, this was a long time ago, but when I was in sales, they were always talking about how like you need to know something about somebody in order to be able to help them reach a solution. Now, of course, in sales, they're lying to you. They're they're saying the solution is that you're selling them a product that you make money off of. Whereas in the context of a union, what you're trying to do is find out what are the things that they're struggling at work, what are the things that are pinch points for them, what are things that is like, maybe maybe there's something that you hadn't thought of, maybe they have a gripe with work or with their workplace that's totally different than what you were originally going with. Maybe you were talking about, hey, here's what it'll do for your benefits or your pay or whatever, and they're coming from an angle of being like, well, you know, I'm scared that I'm going to be discriminated against, and that can be a totally different angle that could be very valuable to them, that just indicates for you learning how to get that information, how to make people feel comfortable in sharing that information, you know, can change the entire conversation, because instead of wasting your time talking about something they don't care about, you can spend time talking about something they do care about.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. And I think usually when you like learn the fundamentals of what a one-on-one conversation is like. You're always told that like 80% of it should be you asking questions to get to learn the person's story. And like, it's a really poignant suggestion to think about sales tactics. Some of my my comrades jokingly call unionization a multi-level marketing scheme, but for good. So I feel like
I will say a couple of your leftist allies might agree with you, the anti-unionists. But no, I do think that unions are a very useful structure. I'm not like a hardline unionist or anything like that. But I do recognize the incredible value of unions. I do think that there's a lot to be learned from like modern sales tactics, partially because modern sales tactics are designed to operate in a world that is where people have very little time. Where people have little time, they are constantly inundated with advertisements. They're constantly inundated with people trying to get things off of them. So a good salesperson knows how to cut through that and make the most of it. And modern sales tactics are designed around that. But again, like I said, for an end that is purely for the benefit of the salesperson and not very much for the benefit of the customer in most cases. I think that, you know, I feel like I maybe haven't answered the exact question of how to get people to robust leftist positions. I do think that like moving them from light progressivism to intense leftism is a harder challenge than just convincing them to join a union. You know what I mean? I think that it's I think that it's something that requires time. It requires a sort of repeated engagement. And I think it requires stimulating thought on things that bother them. A lot of people become radicalized to the left because they become clear-eyed about the suffering that they've experienced. You know what I mean? For example, I mean, part of the reason why I even became more of a more committed leftist as opposed to just being sort of like a left-leaning liberal was because I started to realize how many of the things that I had been suffering from were the direct cause, were directly caused by our system of economy, by the fact that our obsession with profit, our obsession with growth, our obsession with privatization, the hyper individualist norms that put people in a position to be good consumers. These were things that I started to sort of awaken to by thinking about these things that I was hurting. I mean, hell, one of the moments that I think was most impactful was living through just a heinous fire season in California when I used to live in California, and just seeing like it sucked. I suffered. Everyone I knew was suffering. The whole state around me was suffering, and because I had begun to start to look more leftward, I was a little bit more skeptical and willing to interrogate. And I discovered a lot about the actual situation by reading all kinds of perspectives, by reading left perspectives specifically, by seeing you know, capitalist perspectives in the newspaper, and just going, wait a minute, I don't think this is true anymore. Like I don't think I buy this bullshit. When I go and I'm thinking about, well, what is the reason, you know, what's the reason why everybody keeps losing power? What's the reason they're cordoning off our power before the fires come? Why is there not a system in place for this? And you go and you look that there is a single private entity that controls most of the power across all of California, and that they've already been sued once for causing deaths by neglecting their stuff in the name of profit. And then you also see in the newspaper that they're throwing a celebratory, you know, they're doing a celebratory wine cave event with all of their investors and executives, and they're framing it like, look at how good our company has done. And then you go, wait a minute, these people are sitting here in this wine cave celebrating how good they've done. But the reason they did good is because they neglect the power infrastructure, and the power infrastructure being neglected is what led to me losing power for 3 weeks and not being able to live my life normally. that sort of stuff can start to get people to really feel the pull to a deeper analysis of leftist politics. But it is hard. It is a hard path. It's not easy to overcome, like, the many different pipelines that are constantly pulling on people. And
I think you're very right about the fact that, like, a lot of people are not even aware of the suffering that they go through. Like, I have heard so many times, oh, I'm working like 20 hours overtime without getting paid, and I am like not able to buy groceries this month, but like my boss is nice, like my manager is nice, and it's fine, and it's like normal. Everybody does it. So I think like
and when somebody opens up like suffering. That, when somebody opens up like that and talks about something that like that, where they're like, hey, like, fuck, I've been working so much lately, I've been so tired. One of the best things you can do is just to reaffirm how they feel about that. Yeah. Just be like, that is wrong. You shouldn't be dealing with that. Like, I've had that conversation with a lot of people, IRL, coworkers, friends, where I've just been like, no, like, your boss is treating you poorly, and it's not right. There's nothing right about that. Like, I know they're gonna tell you, you should just keep working and that you should, you know, have a stiff upper lip about it, but why should you? You just spent your week, like, you know, carrying water for them, and they haven't even looked out for you. I do think that like when you are presented with that, which is usually, like I said, usually people you're already close with, I do think those types of opportunities are opportunities to give people to go like, hey, like, you know, like, you're not alone in feeling this way. Like, a lot of people feel this way. In fact, here's a video talking about just this, and then send them a video by a lefty that, you know, goes into that issue that they're feeling bad about. And then they start to go, wow, that's actually really good. I do think that, like, there's a lot of value to come from stuff like that. But in that particular case, usually when somebody opens up to you to that degree, it's usually somebody you already know well. But regardless, that is a way that you can get people to go further to the left, is by when somebody does open up like that, affirm them, let them know they're being heard, and give them something to grab onto. I mean, it's a little harder because nobody reads these days, so you can't just hand them you know, a labor manifesto or a good piece. But hey, YouTube is the modern equivalent. You know, send them a video that's talking about the ridiculous state of overtime, and tell them, hey, you're not the only one suffering like this. You know what I mean? Don't feel alone. Yeah. Yeah. No, very, very true. I'm sure that I need to, like, be heading out any second now. But yeah, one last thing I wanted to say is, I know, like, it hasn't been in the news for a while, but thank you so much for all the amazing coverage you did on Ukraine. I'm a Ukrainian citizen, even though I haven't lived there for a bit. And so thank you so much for being such an, like, amazing person. Hey, no problem. It has been a while since I've done an update on Ukraine. I've been thinking about it off stream. It's just, my God, I've been so busy, and it's been like the last stream got delayed. It's like I haven't even done politics in a while because of everything, because of so much. But no, you're very welcome for that. I was very disgusted by the approach that a number of prominent left figures took with regard to Ukraine, and with regard to the conflict that was brewing well before it became a war, and the way that they reacted to the invasion. I don't know. I felt like I needed to talk about it a little bit. So I do intend to do more and talk about it more. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming on. Yeah, thank you so much. This has been a great conversation. Yeah. Thank you. Have a really wonderful rest of the stream, and I'll be in the chat. Thank you. Thank you so much, DoomedPotato. Bye for now. Bye. Nope. All right. Real quick, hold on. Let me catch my breath for 1 second. Get a drink. Spiral Gal says, should I join the International Workers of the World? They seem based. Personally, I think that different unions will be way more worth your time. In my personal experience with the IWW, they seemed very distant. They did not seem to have very good membership infrastructure. And I can't really say that I had a particularly strong experience with the IWW. I don't think that they're like a bad organization or anything like that. I don't know if they are really I don't know how involved they are in actively winning over workplaces to unionization. I think that unions that are a little bit more involved with the rank and file are probably more useful to you. Trade specific industry unions are probably going to be a little bit more useful to you. Yeah, UAW. Some people I've known people who are in the United Auto Workers, UAW. I think that's the one, right? United Auto Workers. But yeah, specialized trade unions tend to be a little bit stronger right now. I know the Teamsters have had a lot of action this last year. I don't know anything about their internal organization, but I've seen Teamsters strikes. I've seen them in person. There's been a number of Teamsters strikes. So yeah, I would look a little more closely at industry-specific ones. I can't recommend the IWW because I don't feel like what they offer is all that useful to most people. All right, let's do it. Let's do the next call. Let's do it. Hello, MellowAnarchist. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, howdy, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing great. How are you?
I just got done cooking and cleaning, so I'm a little tired, but I'm good.
Aw. Well, I'm glad that you're able to sit down, hopefully, and have a conversation now. Good work on your cleaning.
Oh, thanks. But,
yeah, no problem. Did you have a specific topic you wanted to talk about today?
Well, I was sorry, I'm a little bamboozled, but
don't worry,
there's like a
it's
bunch
totally
of different
fine.
things and a lot of bullshit. I was thinking I might ask about the latest discourse, but I just saw your video on. No, I saw your video on the other night, and I just kind of thought, it was just tornado of bullshit. So I was like, put that. It kind of was. No, it was, but I think. Yeah. I actually want to ask about your opinions on AI and maybe how that could, I don't know, because I feel like AI was something, because I mean, I did honestly have an anti-SJW phase, and I think around that where I may start exit was think on AI, and it made me think, okay, maybe it got me interested in trying to explore, because I saw that as like a reason maybe why people were less interested in capitalism, and it made me kind of question how really can like capitalism as a system really ameliorate the issues and concerns with that, because I think it was
AI.
Yeah, sorry if I'm getting a little too loaded, but
no, you're doing just fine, don't worry at all. I don't know, like that's a tough question. Like I always have a hard time and my takeaway usually with regard to like AI under capitalism is I just don't think that it can happen safely under capitalism. And I know that a lot of people would be like, oh, you're a Luddite, you're an anarcho-primitivist if you don't like get on board with creating an incredibly dangerous technology. I don't know. I don't think it is. Like, I mean, I will admit that sometimes I'm a bit of a techno-pessimist in that like, I do think that the way that technology engages, like the way that technology, the position technology holds in our culture is, in my opinion, like totally messed up. Like we do not have a healthy relationship to technology at all, like from the get-go, from the bottom to the top. Like technology is not designed to make people's lives better. It's designed to sell products. It's designed to make money. It's not designed to really address actual issues. It's designed to be monetizable. What that means is that our entire approach to research is always purely built around profit. And if you look, like I feel like that screws up everything. And specifically with AI, it's like, I mean, obviously we have there's two ways you can approach it. First of all, you can never actually know if you're getting AI because of salespeople. Right now, AI art is being sold as AI, even though it's not artificial intelligence. It's nothing even close to what we could. It's just basic neural networks with some bells and whistles and some cool developments on if taken in a vacuum. But they sell it as like, this is an AI. You are talking to, it's like they want you to think that you're talking to like Data from Star Trek. but you're not even close. And as Technogal in chat says, AI is kind of a buzzword in tech right now, and it's a shame, right? Because like the concept of being able to create like an artificial intelligence in and of itself is fascinating and amazing and inspiring in some ways, and can be scary too. But it's also, because everything has to be sold as like, you know, because everything has to be sold, you could just end it right there. Because everything has to be sold, the word AI loses its value as anything other than just like, oh, here we go. Well, now I'm being told that, like, you know, the Siri on my phone is like an AI system, when in reality it's just pulling from like a table of responses that are pre-programmed. That's not an AI. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say AI, or technology in general, doesn't have to just be that, but it's really only as good as whoever controls it. So I guess my concern would be, because I do think at some point it is going to hit us really hard. So I guess how exactly, I guess is there any way you think maybe like the left, you know, broadly speaking, whatever someone, you know, thinks associates with that, how do you think that can maybe be like utilize, or how we can maybe like turn that around? Because right now I'm very pessimistic on it.
Specifically AI and automation, like, you mean, like, how can we turn that around?
Yeah, not that I'm expecting any hard answer. Yeah. But...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I don't know that there's a direct answer, because we don't own the AI. We don't own automation. Yeah. We can't. In the current state of affairs, it is a one-sided thing. Automation can only, at the current moment, automation can only really be used. I mean, when I say automation, I mean like large-scale automation. Obviously, people can program all kinds of ways to automate certain tasks. You know, any person could probably write like a Twitter bot or something like that, but those are very limited use. When we're talking about the technology necessary to automate drones, when we're talking about the technology necessary to automate a store, that is not our technology. It never will be. It cannot be our technology. It is owned and operated and created, and the money required to create it is only held by the capitalist class. And that means that it is, in a certain way, whether we like it or not, an enemy to us. And I hate that. But what else how else can you do that? I mean, outside of something like super aggressive, which, for the record, I do not endorse, because I do not endorse anything bad or negative or naughty on this channel. But outside of like stealing the technology, like literally physically stealing it and then reverse engineering it to turn it into something else. But even then, that's not even viable, because most of these things aren't technologically useful. It's like I mean, an automated checkout system at a Walmart is not useful for anything else than being an automated checkout system at a Walmart. So its only use is to improve Walmart's power. They have a proprietary software system that makes it work the way that it does. The piece of technology itself is a crappy computer that is only useful because it plugs into a giant network of Walmarts all across the country and makes it so that you don't have to have somebody working there. Automation in its current form is basically a giant gun pointed at labor. It's a giant gun pointed at the average person, and it sucks. It really sucks that that's the position that we're in, because, again, like I said at the beginning of this conversation, my general issue with technology as it stands in our culture is that nothing is designed to meet needs. It's designed to make money. So, and I mean that, like I said, from the bottom up. It's like, we're not developing AIs that can, you know, that can, I don't even know. Like, we're not developing AIs that can like help you keep track of your health or something. Not really. It's mostly AIs. Like, when we're talking about, sorry, I shouldn't say AIs. I should say automation. We're not developing automated tools to necessarily, like, I don't know, make medicine easier for doctors and easier for people. We're developing automation that can be sold to hospitals, that can be sold by an enterprise level tech company to hospitals that will lock them into a system. We're not developing, farming technology that makes it so that the farmers who own that farm don't have to work so hard and break their backs anymore. We're developing proprietary automated tracking tractor systems or whatever you want to call, or watering systems that are to be installed in farms already owned by big corporations so that they don't have to pay anybody anymore. Our entire society is angled around technology in the entirely wrong direction. I do imagine that it would be possible for us to like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if like we could have a technology that was like, that made it possible for people to like, I don't know, automate 3D printing in their homes so they could print basic stuff that they need. Like, I don't know, like, but no, it's not gonna be that. What you're gonna get is you're gonna get a small team that's making a proprietary 3D printer that can print small useful things if you back them for $800 and pay $100 a month in subscription, and if you don't, it bricks. That's like, and I don't know how you overcome that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that was really kind of, AI really was kind of the thing that did kind of make me a lot more dubious, I think, of capitalism, and really made me kind of read more in like other alternatives and more, I guess, you know, what socialism really is, as opposed to like what, you know, we're taught it is Soviet Union and, you know, all that bullshit. I don't know. I guess it's just one of those things I would really love to hear. I guess I don't know. I guess it's one of those things I kind of feel like is going to be a really serious thing, and it already is.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it's a huge thing. I mean, with regard to AI, like, can you imagine the nightmare situation once like the Department of Defense actually gets its hands on like a functional AI? Like you know that the moment that happens, we're going to have AI soldiers, and we're going to have AI police that are not actually intelligences. They're going to be mechanical slaves. It's almost, I hate to sound like
the Neuralink shit.
Yeah, the Neuralink shit. Well, yeah, Neuralink is like, I mean, thank God that's a giant dud. Well, and by a giant dud, I mean they killed 3,000 monkeys. But yeah, it is. Like
not to be a real doomer, but
well, okay, here's a great example. So you know how here's an example of something that I think that is like it's technologically different, but I think it applies similarly. You know how hard it is to not have a smartphone right now, like in the modern day. Like if you don't have a smartphone, there are like in the city that I live in Seattle, there are restaurants that their only menus that they have are QR codes that can be scanned by a smartphone. If you don't have a smartphone, you're at a distinct disadvantage. You're fucked. Now that's a small way, but there's all kinds of other ways. All kinds of jobs require you to use a smartphone because the app, like when I was a freelancer, my app, the app that I used for all kinds of stuff was a smartphone-based app. You had to have a smartphone to be on the same competitive level as everybody else working in the industry. You're forced into adopting these technologies. Now imagine if that became the case for something like a neural implant, where like tons and tons of jobs just assume that you need to have a neural implant. That means that every person in society is going to functionally be required to put a piece of technology into their body at some point that they most likely, if the trajectory of technology continues the same as it is now, that they are not going to they're not going to have any control over. You are going to have a foreign invasive technology solution in your head, probably owned proprietary by a corporation that you don't have control over. And if you don't, you will suffer for it. Now, thankfully, we are not at that level of adoption for Neuralink, but we are at that level of adoption for smartphones. Like many jobs are just going to, they're like, if you don't like use the same technology that they do, they're not going to consider you. If you're sometimes at an explicit disadvantage. Like for example, you can't even work Uber Eats or any of these app-based ones that we've been talking about today. You can't even work those without a smartphone. You have to have a smartphone, or alternatively, you have to drive around with a computer in your lap. But obviously, it's built around smartphones. So there's an entire, one of the biggest growing industries in the entire country. It explicitly requires you to use a smartphone, whether you want to or not. A piece of technology that is proprietary, that you don't control, that tracks you. They literally spy on you. This has been confirmed 100 different times that smartphones literally spy on you. They harvest your data like a motherfucker, and you have to have that if you want to have a job. So when the technology advances and we get to the point where people are, you know, considering putting chips inside them, do we really think that if things continue as they are, that it'll be any different? No, there's just going to be a bunch of people who are like treated like outcasts because they don't want a proprietary corporate chip in their head, when in reality they're perfectly rational for doing so.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, sorry if it was kind of like a bummer of a topic or whatever, but it's something I've been very interested in.
Totally
I feel
fine.
like it's something I feel like I would really like to hear a lot more about, though, and I was interested in hearing what you thought on it, but...
Yeah. Real quick, I just in chat, there were 2 people who said, "What do you mean by spy? They spy on us?" Yeah, they fucking spy on you. Are you for real? Not only has Facebook got temporarily removed from the App Store because for years they were automatically, without your knowledge, behind the scenes activating your microphone to be able to pick up information to add to their data profile on you. Yes, they spy on you. Yes, they do. Your how many? Do you know how many apps on your phone have requested location services for you? I'm not talking about just the phone itself. Basically, all of them. If you go through your phone, unless you actively tell them not to take it, like I could go through right now and you can just go through here. And by the way, this was not always that easy. It's because of people getting mad about shit like this. Like, hell, here's if I just was to show you on my phone the location services tab, it's just everything requests location services. Let me just read off some of these. 7-Eleven, American Airlines, Apartments.com, the App Store, Calendar, an app for finding charge points for your electric vehicle. Your banking apps ask for your location information. Your grocery store coupon apps ask for it. Your other grocery store app looks for it. DoorDash looks for it. All of it. These are all taking your information data and they're selling it too. You really think that you've personally checked the TOS for every app you've installed on your phone? No, you're holding a spying device. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is accurate. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's all fucked.
It is kind of fucked, and I hate to be such a to sound like such a doomer about technology, but I think that our culture's relationship to technology is genuinely unhealthy, and I think that it's like killing us, and it makes me sad. But I don't know. Like, I don't know what else to do but tell what I actually think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is that I don't predict us being able to have like a technological breakthrough that is for the people. It isn't. Technology is entirely captured by private industry right now.
Yeah, it does seem like the best thing to really do right now is just really, I guess, heighten awareness of how fucked it currently is and how much fucked it's gonna get. But
yeah, and get people to push back on it as aggressively as possible, and also get people to recognize that this is a core issue, that this is not like a bug in capitalism. This is the way that it's supposed to be. That capitalism has captured technology because that's how capitalists control the world. That's how they control the system. That's the mechanism. That's one of the mechanisms by which capitalism continues onward. And until we fix that problem, until we fix that core problem, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to do anything about, for us to liberate technology in any meaningful way. It's unfortunate, but it's just, yeah.
Yeah, and they always, a lot of pro-capitalist, people who, if you bring this up, they're like, oh, don't worry about it. The market will create new jobs. Like what? It's, I don't know if you've ever encountered that, but I mean, I really don't know how the fuck, I don't know what would really open up for people who've been really displaced by AI and the workforce to really, open up from. Ideally, it would be awesome if it could be socialized in a way where, it just wouldn't need to be a profit thing, but as you said, that's not really the outlook we're looking at now.
One other quick thing I think that you'll find interesting that I want to address that's tangential to this. Somebody in chat says, quoting Star Wars Andor, "Nobody's fucking listening." Actually, that's not the exact quote, but I wanted to add in the swears that they couldn't. They know that we think that they're watching us, and it keeps us in line. It's not just that it's not just that, because I agree with you that there is no possible way for anyone to actually be able to parse all of the data that is generated. It's not just that. What I'm pointing at is not that you need to be afraid at all times that your phone is listening to you, but instead that there is a forced adoption of tools that can be used against you and are used against you. In fact, if you go and read about political extremists being arrested, there was recently an article published about a political extremist that took a very long time for the government to actually take down, despite the fact that he was very extreme. And the reason for that was because he didn't carry his phone with him. He never carried his phone with him. He used a smartphone at home, but he would never take it with him when he went out. He would go and meet people in person, talk to them in private, so they couldn't get recordings of the things that he was saying. They couldn't easily do that. If they wanted to do that, they had to follow him physically. So the problem is not that like everyone's being listened to at all times. It's true, you're not being listened to at all times. No one could possibly be listening to everyone at all times. There's just too much junk data. But the reality is that these tools can be turned against us at any moment, and that the burden is on you to try and dance around the way that these tools have been designed to fuck you. And also to recognize that the tool is not designed for you. The tool is designed to be able to become a cop at any moment.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah, it is. But don't give up hope. No one should use this as an excuse to give up all hope. People should use this as an excuse to become more skeptical of the promises of technology under capitalism. Because I mean, as we should know with Elon Musk, Elon Musk has been. Yeah, it's okay.
I'm
it's
a
okay.
pessimist,
Listen,
but I'm a pessimist, but not a defeatist, though. Oh, no,
Jack Nicholson says, speaking of which, your site won't let me through with my VPN on. I don't know why that is. I'll have to ask. Maybe one of your IPs that your VPN is using got banned. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract. Go ahead. Sorry, say what you were saying again. I was just confused.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I mean, I am a pessimist on it, but I in general, I try to say pessimism shouldn't really be an ideology or a way of looking at things as a way of discouragement. To me, it's like, just realize just how fucked it is and try to know how to be more skeptical. And
try to push back against it. But also, like, I do think that it's healthy for like our skepticism in technology to breed a certain level of hostility towards the people who are constantly giving us this. Like, we should not have like a neutral opinion of companies like Microsoft or even Apple. We should have a negative opinion of these companies. We should look at them and recognize that they're not doing things for us. They're trying to bind us into their systems so that they can milk us for money for the rest of our lives. And while like, yeah, I do think it's good that Apple has stuck by their encryption. They've done that not because of like it's a good thing to do. They did that because they've sold to their customers for a long time privacy as a feature. It's like, it's important to recognize why these things are chosen by these big corporations. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on. We did reach our time. I hope I answered most of your questions, or at least touched on most of the stuff that you were interested in talking about.
Yeah, and like I said, most things when I entered, there was like a spaghetti bowl or whatever shit I could have brought up. But no, I really appreciate your time, and thank you for cultivating this community. It's been really wonderful to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. No.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming on. Seriously, this was a great conversation, and I do appreciate you bringing the spaghetti was good. What can I say? It was good.
Yeah. But,
thank you. Have a great day.
Take care. Trans rice and trans driving.
Trans driving. All right, everybody. What a wonderful conversation. Like I said, I've been loving these call-ins. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, this has been very good. That was a fun conversation. I really enjoyed that, even though I sound like a bit of a doomer about technology sometimes. Hello, Umbra.
Hello.
I
thought we were going to talk first. Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. Sorry.
There's three of us here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't mean to do anything.
No, it's okay.
All right.
It's all right.
All right. So I think I got all of them, all of the names correct. Saya, Umbra, Mattias.
Mattias. Mattias.
Okay,
Mattias, whatever.
All right.
Tomato.
All right. Hold on. Let me get all these pronouns in here. All right. Well, thank you for being here. Let me just add all these.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem at all. And then, oops, that's not right. And then, all right, there we go. Perfect. All right. All good. Okay, real quick. Did you have a specific topic that you wanted to talk about? Now that you are on here, you may take the floor.
Yes, actually, we were hoping to actually pick your brain a bit about system stuff, because it's very often that when we do interact with leftist communities in general, and generally on Discord, we usually get quite... we get a lot of comments that are usually either just about us using pluralcat in general. And
yeah,
we actually first wanted to start it off with how much do you actually know about system stuff?
I mean, it depends. I'm familiar with a lot of the tools. I'm familiar with a lot of the basic concepts, but I'm not like I probably come off as like a boomer. But no, I've always tried to make sure that our community is as accessible and welcoming as possible to all systems. And I've been told we've been doing at least an all right job. Of course, always open for you know, for feedback and whatever. It all depends. I mean, like I said, I know the basics, but I can't claim to be any sort of like, you know, expert on any issues that affect systems or anything like that necessarily.
Yeah, it's just it's kind of funny because I think you guys like no shade to any other leftist like Discords or anything, but like we've gotten less shit here than we have in Xander's Discord.
Oh, well, there's a lot of gamers in there. They can't help it. They're all, you know, they're gamers. It's, you know, it's in their, like, it's in their blood to be a little.
I love his mods. I love his Discord mods, but some people, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know that some people have a sort of like a knee-jerk reaction of not understanding. And I've always tried to do my best to make sure that that's not the type of environment that we foster on my Discord. But yeah, as far as specific topics, please feel free to pick my brain, poke me, whatever you'd like. That's what I'm here for today. So.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't know where to start. So.
Yeah. So on a basic scale, we do have to like put this disclaimer that even though Umbra in specific has been a system for about how many years again? Since 2017, so I think about like 6-7 years. A while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we only recently actually started getting educated on the full length of it, because we have a very complicated, I guess. I wouldn't really say complicated. It's really weird. Okay. The way we became a system was I first was introduced to like magics and Wiccan stuff and stuff like that, like when I was in high school, early high school, because I just moved. I went to a new community. It was a whole shebang. Living in Germany, living in a completely different country after living in New Mexico for like 15 years is crazy. Does stuff to your brain, right?
That sounds like a wild experience. Yeah.
Yeah. And I basically got in touch with like some people who practice that kind of stuff, and they introduced the concept of topomancy to me. And for people who might not be like familiar with the concept of topomancy, it's practically forming, I guess, sort of like, not like forming an altar in your brain, but like the practice of creating another conscience inside your brain. You basically start at like basic level stuff as like a thought form, which is the the religious, I guess, kind of like equivalent to what people now call fragments, which they're just base level like functions. A lot of fragments tend to have like one function or like barely any function at all, any personalities and stuff like that, which is kind of different from like stuff like OSDD1A. Oh, and I see Pseudo there. Hi, Pseudo. And with one, it's really complicated.
Oh, it's okay. I think that. Okay, so.
Okay.
No. Please go on. No, go ahead. I might.
No, sorry.
I had an ADHD moment. No,
sorry.
Go ahead.
And basically, with one is OSD 1A and 1B is that they're different. Okay, I should probably start with like the different types of systems. Generally, when talking about like system stuff, yeah. So like when people talk about what type of system they are, or like system origins and stuff like that, it tends to get like really complicated and hard to digest. So I think like generally the best way to like just put like a general blanket on it is that there are medically and I guess unmedically, I don't know a better way to put that, is there are several different ways that a system can form. There's a lot of excuse me. There's a lot of like discourse and confusion about what causes systemhood, and a lot of people tend to be like misled that you can only have different personalities, quote, if you have DID, which is not true. And a lot of people tend to also be misled that it is a trauma-based disorder, which the majority cases are trauma. Like
in general, like that's a problem with medicalization as a whole, right?
Yeah,
is this idea that it's you know, the medicalization of something often treats whatever is being discussed about as something that needs to be cured or something that needs to be treated. But the reality is there's all kinds of things that are true about people and true about the world that aren't necessarily something that needs to be cured or treated. They don't necessarily have to be medicalized. I mean, this is part of the reason why I push back against the medicalization of like transness, of being trans, because it often locks us into a frame of only understanding certain types of the trans experience and also certain aspects of the trans experience. While it is true that there can be aspects of the trans experience that are painful, traumatizing, that are you know, troubling or whatever, if that's the only lens that you view it through, you end up with a really, really messed up view of being trans. So I think that it makes sense that like medical models being the only models for any type of identity is just not a good way to go about things.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
It's actually really funny that you actually bring up like trans stuff in general, because there's a lot of parallels between that. And it's like fucking frustrating.
Well, I think medicalization is, or you know, medicalization it's a phenomenon of the modern world, of modernity, of the development of sane and insane as categories that are completely separate and distinct and can be diagnosed in all cases, which is just not. It's a troubling way to look at the world. It can be helpful for certain applications, but like trying to divide the world into a black and white system is never going to work. And also, and also there's always there's this thing of like, you know, like, well, you know, what's wrong? Like, what you know, what's wrong with being, you know, called sane or insane? Well, who's making the call? Who's making those definitions? Who's writing those definitions? And usually the answer is a certain, like there's one person who's, or a handful of people, or a handful of predominant ideologies that are making these determinations. I mean, God, like if you go and read about the follies of Sigmund Freud, it won't take long to realize that like the man was projecting a lot of his own pathologies onto his patients in a lot of cases, and also that his own blind spots completely prevented him from actually developing accurate models in a lot of cases. He was terrible on dealing with schizophrenia. He was very wrong, and just constantly forced his own models that was his own pathology, his own problems were being projected onto his schizophrenic patients. And so there is a problem with that type of with attempting to create a single rigid system that divides people into set categories, especially when there's so much we don't know about human experience and human cognition.
Yeah, it's like, what do you expect us to do? Because like, it's like it's a very interesting conversation, because it's like, on one end, there are medical, like, actual reasons why systems exist, and I don't want to ever like overwrite any like systems that are medicalized or wanting to like do like fusion, final fusion, and anything like that as like a means for treatment. And it's not like final fusion is the treatment in all cases, especially not in our
explain that concept to the people who are listening, because I am familiar with the idea, but a lot of people may not. It's fine. I just want to make sure that you explain that so that people can understand.
So final fusion and fusion usually refers to the what's the word? I guess method or process of two alters becoming into one, or one coming into the host. This only really makes sense in total when you actually adopt the theory about dissociation in total. And it's not that it's completely wrong. It's just, in a lot of cases, a lot of systems don't tend to abide to that model of dissociation. So, like, essentially, think of it as like, it's really weird to say this in hindsight, in wake of Lily Orchard, but like Steven Universe, when two gems fuse together, that's kind of the similar idea.
Like the idea of two distinct personalities sort of reconciling and no longer existing separately.
Mostly, yeah. Sometimes they can split back apart. Sometimes even they don't. It's a really complicated thing. It's a lot to unwind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's part of the reason why some people have sort of I wouldn't say necessarily hostile reactions, but are maybe a little bit cagey around it, and around the topic of systems, around the topic of alters and everything like that. And I think part of the reason is just because for a lot of people, they don't have to put a lot, don't have to put a lot of thought, or maybe they just haven't put a lot of thought into concepts of identity. And it really isn't as simple as most people would like to say. It can feel simple for some people, but it's not. But like how identity is formed in the mind, how identity exists in our world is not a simple It's not a simple subject. There have been literal tomes of totally salient philosophy and science written on the concepts of identity formation and how our brains actually do something like form an identity or form a concept of a personality, or how we even form ideas in the first place. So these aren't really simple topics, but it comes intuitively to a lot of people. And so when they're confronted with a different approach, or a different way of describing, or a different way of explaining the experience of identity, or even just a different experience of identity altogether, I think some people can be a little bit cagey and defensive about it, or maybe even a little bit hostile.
God, yeah, you have no idea how many times I've accidentally gotten into debates in Xanderhall's fucking general chat because of like people attacking us based on the fact that like they assume so much about us, but they barely don't even want to listen to what we're saying. Because half the time we have a lot of interjects in our system. I'm an interject heavy system because I am I have a lot of fucking undiagnosed disorders, okay?
Sure.
I've been like self-researching for so long about trying to pinpoint what I have because doctors refuse to fucking listen to me.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, they're very doctors are notoriously how do I put this?
Just I don't want to say like
it's great. It's great if doctors tend to know a lot about specific subjects, but that doesn't necessarily mean they know everything about a subject. And there is a problem. I've talked about this many times with doctors. A parallel that I just talked about on stream recently that actually I had a massive amount of positive feedback on was when I was talking about medical fat phobia. The fact that many doctors, not only they're so confident in their status as a medical advisor that they will literally give advice that is based on a bias counter to scientific evidence about weight. They will literally ignore, this has been heavily researched, that doctors will often ignore symptoms in patients that are overweight that they would find otherwise in thin patients, which is wild.
I have literally had this happen, actually, not that far away either. Just last year when I went to actually like try to pursue medical treatment for my anxiety and like my other symptoms of like PTSD and shit like that. I went to my fucking general doctor and told her straight up, hey, I was diagnosed with ADHD, PTSD, and I probably have generalized anxiety disorder on my record. What do you recommend? She put me on fucking Lexapro, which wears out after a few months, and mini press, and also birth control.
Yeah.
There is a inherent bias against AFAB people in general in the medical society, like in the medical community, and it's not good. And this is a problem. This is a recurring issue. This is a recurring issue with when it comes to medicine. That there is a downside to the level of credentialing and to the level of claims to objective knowledge. When in truth, medicine is, that doesn't mean that like every claim that people make about medicine is true. Obviously, skepticism and a scientific method can be very helpful, but there is a problem with medical experts totally bowling over their own patients because of a preconceived idea that they are unwilling to challenge because they believe themselves to be the foremost expert in whatever their whatever position they're put in. This is it's a common problem, and in fact, the medical industry struggles against medical bias constantly. It's something that even the medical industry, or I should say, the medical practices as a whole, medical science as a whole, has recognized as an issue, is needing to find ways to challenge bias so that this doesn't happen, because it can kill people. Yeah, it's God fucking knows that I've been close to it as well. not to like get like too personal or anything, but like I think it's just really funny leaning a little bit back into the system stuff that like about 2 years ago, I think around this time, I was in a really bad friend group, and I was constantly melting down like every other week or so because of like stuff that was going on in my brain, and I was just moved out, and it's like
it's a lot.
Yeah, and I actually broke down so bad I had to go to the hospital for it, and I probably actually wouldn't be sitting here at my desk if it weren't for Saya, because she even not like physically, but like she basically kept me from doing anything, which is something that alters can do. Sometimes I just have completely no control over my body, but that's because I relinquish I trust my alters with my body. And she basically guided us through the whole situation, and it's not exactly a fun experience sitting in the hospital with a gown in an unfamiliar place, not being able to comfort everyone else because you're so upset you can't speak. And you have some other like less mature alters like crying because you're in an unfamiliar place, and it's like it's a mess.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. I'm really sorry you had to go through that. I do wish. I wish that people would approach the world with more curiosity and less rigidity of worldview, because I think that a lot of times it can completely impede our ability to learn from other people, and it can completely impede on a larger scale, especially when you get into talking about stuff like medicine. It can impede our ability to take care of people who deserve to be taken care of. So
yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, that's fine. We are at the end of our time.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, sorry about that. I try to make sure that we get, we give about 20 minutes or so for each person, but we do have a lot of people who want to get in, so I fortunately have to cut them a little short, even when we're having an interesting conversation like this. But I just want to say thank you all for coming on, and thank you for being
having us,
so vulnerable and open about it. And I hope that everybody who's listening will walk away with something new that they learned, and yeah. Thank you for coming on. Seriously.
Yeah, we're always glad to educate and talk to people about this. We're open up to pinging about this conversation, about this stuff.
I'm sure there will be lots of people who are willing to discuss it in the Discord. So if you're cool with that, well, the Discord is open. So there's lots of chat rooms to have the conversation. So thank you so much. What's that?
Sorry. One tiny thing. For a plug, our card is in our fucking Discord. I can post it in chat if you want it.
Yeah, go for it. Most people who are going to be in chat, who are watching, are going to be in this chat and not in the Discord chat. So go ahead and drop it there. If any of you want to follow, if any of you want to follow them, you can go right ahead. All right. All right. We'll call that good for now. But thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Have fun. Make some memes.
All right. Wow. That was a fantastic. The conversations have been so good today. That was absolutely fantastic. Before I bring someone else in, hold on one second. Ahe20 or AJ20 says, I can't lie, I still don't understand plurality outside of DID, but I won't discriminate because I don't get it yet. Yeah, I would recommend keeping your mind open. Don't discriminate, please. Identity is not as simple as it seems. For some people, there is no friction whatsoever, and for others, there is. And identity is not a matter of objective fact. There is no objective fact to identity. That's just, it is a emergent trait from our brain. There is no one true way to experience and perceive reality. There is no one true way to perceive the self. That's just not how it works. Our brains are organic computers, and they're wired very differently depending on our life experiences. So, that doesn't mean that there's not truth in the world, but there are just some matters that are not a matter of true and false. They are a matter of perspective. They are a matter of interpretation. Hope that makes some sense. All right, we are ready. Let's bring in the next person. Let's bring in FakeAlecKyleParker. All right, I'm bringing them back in. Hello, FakeAlecKyleParker. Hello.
Yep, that's me, or not me. I don't know. I haven't figured out the lore behind my name yet.
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to. You can tell us anything, and we'll believe it at the moment. As far as your name is concerned, because well, it's yours to determine. So, welcome to the show, and thank you for coming on. I see you have a topic you wanted to discuss, but I'll give you the floor to introduce yourself and let me know what you want to talk about.
Okay. Well, first, hi. My name is not AlecKyleParker. I'm impersonating the real AlecKyleParker, who is not a great guy.
Oh, okay. I don't know the real AlecKyleParker, so
it's okay. It's the lore. It's still not written yet.
Well, I believe you, FakeAlecKyleParker. Thank you for being the better version. All right, I'll call you Alec then.
Okay, so basically, I wanted to, I guess, discuss the concept of private policing, because some people are just they at this point regarding the policing in America, they'd rather take any other option. And I'm still relatively new to politics. Granted, I've been discussing this since I was 16, but I still don't know a lot about it.
Fair enough. So you want to talk about private policing in general? You're talking about like stuff like private security companies and like that Bastion company or whatever. I think it's called Bastion. They like started up where they'll like if there's a crime happening, they'll send like a team of like security guards over to your place or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, policing in general is a touchy topic. And the reason for that is because, well, policing always implies a set of rules that others are being made subject to, which is not an easy thing to determine. And at least in America, I do think that private policing as an industry is largely one that simply predates on paranoia and fear. Private police are not actually able to do that much. The response time for private police is not much better than the regular police, and if better at all. And the regular police don't often prevent crimes. They can only respond to them and prosecute afterwards. Now, that's not to say that there isn't a need in the world for like security, that there isn't a need to protect yourself or to have people who can help protect you. I do believe that's a thing, but policing is a specific role. It is a role of a punitive system. It is a role of detainment and punishment for crimes which are determined generally by a state entity. And as a result, I tend to have a pretty anti-police position in general. Because I think that most of the time, in fact, pretty much all of the time, police, private or otherwise, serve the interests of capitalists. And people say that term a lot, and I think maybe sometimes people don't know exactly what's meant by saying that like police serve the interests of capital. But let me give you an example. If you've ever gone to like if you ever go to a Walmart, you should just hang out in the parking lot for like an hour or so. And what you will often notice is that a police car will come through and circle the lot of the Walmart. Now, they're not doing that out of just like, you know, they're like a Skyrim, you know, NPC guard that just walks around in a specific patrol. They're there because, well, people are likely to steal things from a place where all of the things are being held. But what's more so is that police are not just commonly present on the literal property of private entities like Walmart or Best Buy or Fry's or McDonald's or Safeway or any of the millions of other businesses, Home Depot, all of these things, but that's their primary occupation. Most of the time, they're going to be patrolling the lots of private corporations. They're going to be busting people for crimes against private corporations, They're going to be imposing on people in the presence of private corporations and on behalf of private corporations. And additionally, sometimes you can even pay the police to cover certain events. There was a recent example of this where there were a bunch of threats being made to a drag queen Christmas story party, and this was being held on a private a church property. So I guess technically, churches are pseudo-public, but because they're in that little carve out. But anyway, a church was hosting this drag event, a Unitarian church, and they had received a whole bunch of threats in advance, and they contacted the local police and said, hey, we're getting all these threats. And the police said, well, you can pay a fee and we can make sure that an officer swings by on the day off. Wow. So anybody who doesn't have that fee it is evil, isn't it? But that's just how it works. That's how it works in America. That like, if you have the money, then you can afford the fees necessary to pay the price that it takes for a cop to come by your place. Now, in this case, they were very reluctant. They were like, well, we don't know if we're even going to have an officer available, but if you want our attention, you got to pay this fee. You got to pay this fine. Well, if it's a fee, not a fine, because a fine is afterwards, but whatever. So there's this, so when this is sort of extrapolated onto a societal level, what you have is that in every city in America, there's a Walmart and a McDonald's and a grocery store. And in every city in America, the police force is spending its time busting people in those parking lots, hanging around in the parking lots to make sure people don't do anything wrong, patrolling the parking lots, serving the interests of them. And then let's see what else they do. Well, police also often participate in evictions, which is landlords, which is another private entity, that landlords have the ability to call in the police to do an eviction, which is wild to think about as well, that one of the main functions of the police in our society is to handle kicking people out of houses on behalf of private corporations who always have the advantage. They always have the legal advantage because they own the property. I
just want to say that historically that's kind of been in line with policing, because like weren't the first police like people who were like trying to catch runaway slaves?
Yes, in America, the first police organizations were slave catchers. Yes, so policing in America has like the worst roots you can imagine. But I mean, of course, like if you go further back into history, you have tying into like the private militias, the knights and the soldiers of lords and kings that are that are basically giving authority. They're the king or they're the lord of the area, so they have the ability to give the authority of the law to a knight or to a soldier who can then go and patrol on their behalf and crack skulls on their behalf. Policing is a fancy way of hiding the true nature of an exchange of violence. It's saying that it's a position of power, equipping someone with violent weaponry or with violent power, giving them the right to do so, and then forcing it on someone else. And of course, if you don't agree with the values of the person who gets to make those rules, like for example, if we're talking in medieval times, if you don't agree with, you think your lord is a tyrant, well, it doesn't matter because they have the right of the law. And it's a problem. It's a big problem. It's a problem to have a standard part of your system be basically licensing people to hurt other people, but pretending that it's not violence when it is. You know what I mean? But that's what policing serves to do. It serves to basically abstract violence. It's saying, oh, you're not having violence done to you. You're not being physically removed from the place that you consider your home. You're being evicted by the police force, which they're doing it for public safety, because apparently it's a public safety issue that you're in the wrong house at the wrong time. And when I say that, I mean not like breaking into somebody else's house. You're in previously a place that is your living space, but the landlord doesn't want you there anymore.
So they're more just mercenaries, but by a different name. But that's part of the reason I want to discuss this, is because of things like Morby Harper are coming up, and like I guess which will allow state legislators to more or less decide how to govern their just how to rule their state like a small country. That's my interpretation of it. But the main reason I want to ask this is because I want to discuss this is because, I don't want to sound like a complete freaking nerd right now, but back when I was playing Cyberpunk, I noticed that an insurance company in the game, I think it was an insurance company, had like their own militia, private military squad, and I guess that kind of like stuck with me ever since, because like I've just been like constantly researching this topic over and over, and no surprise, Metal Gear is one of my favorite games out there.
Yeah. Well, Metal Gear has a lot to say about what really is a private military corporation and all these sorts of things. A great game to try and delve into these ideas. But that what you were mentioning there about the insurance companies having like armed soldiers that go and do things on their behalf, I mean, that's already a phenomenon that exists in our society. Probably not to the same degree as like the cyberpunk universe, because, you know, they ramp it up to make it, you know, a little bit more, they're telling a narrative. They're trying to, you know, say something specific. But I mean, right now, like, okay, so let's look at a couple of examples. The Pinkertons are a historical example. The Pinkertons then actually folded in to, I believe it was the FBI. A lot of the Pinkertons actually ended up basically becoming the FBI. I believe it was the FBI. Or maybe it was the CIA. I did a segment on this, but my brain is fried right now. So disregard whichever three-letter organization it is. But the Pinkertons were literally a private militia. They sold themselves as a security force, but what they were used for was for strike breaking. They would be hired for very large amounts of money such that only large corporations could ever hire them. They would be hired by corporations to evict strikers, to evict workers who were occupying the privately owned land or mines or factories of corporations. So it was, in everything but name, it was a corporation deploying a corporate military, and they killed people. They killed and injured people on behalf of this for pay. Now, of course, we call it all kinds of different things because, you know, no, they're a security company. Anybody can hire them, right? Anybody who has $100 million can hire them. Oh, you don't have $100 million? Well, I guess you can't hire them then. But in truth, we know what's actually happening here. A corporation believes that the workers that made their company are not in their right to strike, so they send in under the fair cover of the law, because the law is designed to allow for this sort of thing. They evict those people, and they evict them violently. And so there's an example that has existed already, but a more common example you can see is like transport companies, like Brinks. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Like armored cars. So armored car companies explicitly work for banks. They explicitly work for grocery stores. They explicitly work for businesses. They don't work for anybody else. They work for businesses. They hire people, train them to use guns. They arm them to the teeth. They have them drive large vehicles that are fully armored, that are full of guns, and they drive around and protect the interests of those corporations. And we call them, you know, it's like an armored security, you know, it's like a security company, but it's an army. This is a corporation that runs an army that you can pay to have this army protect your stuff. That's all that it is. And it's weird. It's so funny in our society that we have so many different names for basically the same thing. But at the same time that all this is happening, you have right-wing rural militia groups, not even always rural, but often rural, you know, like 3%ers, Patriot Front, all this kind of stuff. And they just do it for free instead of for pay. So when a right-wing, popular right-wing, politician is going out to give a speech about how the immigrants need to be driven out of our country, well, then the little militia show up. It's really no different, though. It's the same thing. It's a bunch of people coming together, armed to the teeth, protecting their interests. And they do it under, technically, it's legal.
Under the guise of security.
Yeah, under the guise of security. But everything is done under the guise of security, isn't it? Isn't that where the state comes from in the first place? The claim is that the sovereign, whoever, you know, whether it's the king himself or whether it's the modern sovereign, which is the institutionalized state, they are protecting you from outside forces so that you won't be attacked. It's under the guise of security. Well, we only have the largest standing military in the world, armed to the teeth with tanks, guns, bombs, drones, and nuclear weapons, because we need to protect you. You need to be protected from the scary barbarians outside. It's always done under the guise of security. And while there is sometimes some truth to it, it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't change the fact that this is a violent struggle, that it's not just because it's approved by the government or just because it's approved by societal norms doesn't mean that it's not an act of violence. And it's funny that, like, I mean, if I was to ask you, if you were, I should say it this way, if you were to ask some of you, like some random friend, do you think the police are a violent institution? Many of them would say no. Many of them would say no, they're protecting and serving. But how do they protect and serve? Yeah, they protect and serve with violence. And so I feel like it's important to be clear-eyed about what we're dealing with regard to police, private police or state-owned police, that they're basically all very similar structures. They are people who are arming themselves with weapons to protect something that is valuable to them or valuable to someone who is paying them. In our society, well, we know who has the money.
The rich and the capitalists.
Again, business owners.
One of the things I want to bring up is because, like, hypothetically, if DeSantis or another fascist like him gets into office, well, obviously, it's gonna get worse for all minorities out there. But one of my biggest fears is that liberals and other people will see like these private security companies, like, and like DeSantis just allows like these companies to go out and like some nonprofits who claim that they want to preserve the traditional family, but really they're just fascist militants who hate trans people. My fear is that they'll just go that he'll just allow them to go out and take out the nearest drag queen story hour or something like that.
Well, I mean, that's already what's happening in some places. And we are seeing, I mean, there is a remarkable, well, here's the thing. Like I mentioned about that story that I read on stream about the drag queen story hour where they told the police weeks in advance that there were threats on it and they just didn't do anything. That's something that is happening right now. That is something that the police, they will tell you to your face that they are protecting your interest, that they protect all citizens equally, and it's up to us to go, no, you don't. You are a liar. It is up to us to say, we are engaged. We live in a society that is predicated on violence, and we must acknowledge that, and we must recognize that that this violence could be done to us at any moment, and we need to respond to that fact. I think one of the problems that, and I mean, part of this is just because, there's some people just buy into the sort of messages that are given by the state without any question. But in liberal spaces, there's this idea that, like, politics and the law is separate from the violence that people experience, when it isn't. They're one and the same. That politics is always predicated with violence, that it is always enforced, in this case, with violence. And once you start to realize that, the world starts to take a bit of a different shape. Once you realize that the police are, 60 to 70% Trump voters, and that they have all of they are given the legal right to decline protecting whatever they want for any reason that they want. They are not obligated to go defend a drag queen story hour. In fact, they can selectively choose to never show up at any drag queen story hour and just leave those people to be victimized by the Proud Boys that are rolling into town. Then you start to realize, oh, we just live in a country of a whole bunch of factionalized military organizations, whatever you want to call them, whether you want to name them the police, whether you want to name them private security, whether you want to name them militia groups. The name doesn't really matter. The function is the same. So
yeah.
So
I think I forgot what I was gonna say. No, I'm sorry, I'm a bit scatterbrained.
No, it's fine. This is part of the reason why, by the way, I advocate for queer people and lefties arming themselves. If nothing else,
I do too. Yeah. I 100% do too. Like anytime I'm at an event, I'm always saying, like, hey, I think they're going to try a genocide. Granted, people always look at me like I'm crazy, but they have always eventually come to my side once I start naming the similarities.
Pointing out the facts. I mean, that's the thing. People also did that people did that in Germany too. People always are like, nah, it can't be that. It can't be that, when it doesn't affect them, and then it affects them.
I remember what I wanted to say. I want to say at first, the police, I believe there was a Supreme Court ruling that ruled that they don't have to that constitutionally they're not bound to protect you. The other thing I want to know, like if a fascist like DeSantis comes into office, like part of my fear is that people will think that the police are just going to protect them from like any militia that's out there. Historically, that's not the case at all. Historically,
no, they do not.
I think it was in Germany, like where they participated with the rioters who were taking.
Yeah, where do we think people. That the yes, they absolutely did. I mean, the state forces ended up joining those mobs, and they didn't do it immediately, but they did over time. They ended up joining the Hitler Youth. They ended up joining the Nazi rioters and mobs in the street. The state forces ended up becoming, I mean, they were just, eventually they stopped hiding it. And that's the thing we have now. I mean, if you go back and watch footage from the George Floyd protests back in 2020, if you go in 2020, right? Yeah. If you go back and look at all of those, the footage of that, you will see cops, not only do they just go full ham on peaceful crowds, but you will see them milling about, chatting with their friends who are in the counter protests, who are in the neo-Nazi KKK. And I mean, this is a phenomenon that's as old as time. Obviously, it's been poked at by Rage Against the Machine. Some of them that work forces are those that are the same that burn crosses. That same idea. But yeah, people should be very, very clear-eyed about the state of affairs. That the cops will not protect you from the people that they agree with. They agree with the people that are attacking you.
Well, anyway, seeing about time's coming up soon. I just want to say one last thing to the audience and to everybody who's listening, which is also the audience. I want to say that everybody, we have more in common than we might that we don't. We have more in common than we might think. And overall, the people who are going to stand with us are we the people, because just time and time again throughout history, I know it's scared to that. It's always been us against everybody else. And in the future, assuming we don't win and the fascists do win, we're gonna all have to team up one last time.
Yes, we will. We will have to team up, and we will have to fight very hard.
Assuming we die, but if we die, we'll go down. Our brothers and brothers, sisters and sisters, days and days. Yep.
Yeah, go down fighting and biting.
Anyway, this was a good conversation. Hope everybody here has a great day. I'll see y'all. I can't really say that. Anyway, yeah, have a
You'll
great
see
day.
everyone in chat, but thank you so much for being here. Seriously, thank you so much for coming on. It was a great conversation.
Thanks for having me on. Bye.
Bye. That was a wonderful, wonderful conversation. Yeah, there's not much of a difference between private military corporations, private security, and the cops. They just have different bosses. That's it. The cops answer to the local politicians sometimes when they want to. Let's ignore when they literally disobey orders and storm peaceful protests. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that was a fantastic conversation. It looks like we have another person coming up. Let's bring the next person in. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, is this It's Not a Cookie?
None other.
Yay! It's not.
I'm so excited to talk to you. You're my favorite person on the internet.
Oh my God! Thank you so much.
And it's an extreme honor.
I feel honored as well. Thank you so much. That's such a kind thing to say. I'm always blown away, and it always makes me feel very good. So thank you for being here.
Totally true. And I would like to give you something that you have not gotten in this call-in stream thus far, except I guess about Dark Souls. I want to give you a debate.
Oh, a debate. All right, it's debate time, everybody. Woo! It's been too long. Let's do a debate. All right, hit me with it. Hit me with your debate topic. Let's do it.
AI art. I know you were talking about AI. I have different arguments. It's going to be based, I promise.
All right. Let's hear your AI art. Let's hear your AI art.
3 things that I believe. AI art is real art. AI art is not stealing. And AI art is actually an issue of automation. So a lot of those negative consequences we're worrying about are totally real and valid. But I don't think it's appropriate to say theft when it's really an issue of automation.
Wow, I couldn't agree with you. I couldn't disagree with you more. I think I disagree with you pretty strongly. So the first one
start
is,
at the top.
It's
Let's
not
start
art.
at the top. Yeah.
Sure.
Is it? Do you think it's not real art then?
Yes, I do think that at least the vast majority of AI art, as we discuss, is not real art. And the reason for that is that, first of all, art is subjective, which means that no one has a single objective answer for what is art. You have to just make a case for your subjective, definition of art being a good one or a bad one. My definition of art is that art requires a context, it requires intention, and it requires history for it to be art. Otherwise, it's not art to me. I can think that when I stand on top of a mountain and I look out on the world, I can think that's beautiful. That's not art in and of itself. No one has made it. While it does have context, it doesn't, and it does also have history. There's no intentionality there. It's just, unless you believe in God, and then you could say, I guess, if you believe in God, then you could say it's art. But I don't. I don't believe in God. So I don't think that that's like art. I think it's beautiful. I think something can be beautiful without being art. However, if a photographer was to take their camera, set it up, tweak all those little settings to capture the sunset as they saw it in that moment, then it becomes art. They have taken a photo themselves. There is a context for this piece that they made. They were there in that moment. They were trying to share this. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention that art, I also believe, needs to have a communicative element. Yeah, go ahead.
When you go to the art museum, do you see things at the art museum and you're like, fuck this is bullshit, this isn't art? Or does that happen to you?
Not really.
Okay. Well, the MoMA right now has an exhibit that incorporates AI art.
Well, then I guess I could make an exception.
Well, it looks really cool. And I think those things that you want, the context and intentionality and so forth, are coming from the artists at that exhibit who came up with specific protocols for how to use AI art to do the project he wanted to do. And I think that the cool thing about AI art is you're going to see artists use it as a tool and for inspiration. I don't think. At some point it may. Artists may lose jobs.
But a tool for inspiration isn't the same thing as the art itself, right? Like, hell, I've used cocaine as a tool for inspiration, but that doesn't mean, actually, I do think that cocaine could be an art because somebody had to cook it in the first place. But that's a joke, by the way. Don't do coke. That's just a joke. But unless you want to, and then you can. But whatever. I just. While I think that, sure, you can probably make some very cool images with AI art, I think that at least most of what we're talking about is not really anything like that. It is basically a person typing in what they want out of a black box, and then it producing an attempt to answer that query. And I don't consider that to be a particularly artistic process. And if you want to make the argument that like the prompt itself, that like what people type into the prompt is the art there, sure, I'm willing. In fact, I think I said this in a previous AI art conversation. I said, sure, if you want to do that, I just would consider that to be a very low form of art. I would consider that to be like the same level of art as like when somebody takes those magnets like on your fridge and then makes like a funny limerick on your fridge, which is like, sure, is that artistic? What's that?
Like magnetic poetry, yeah.
Like magnetic poetry, which is like, well, it could be. You could write a legitimate poem on the magnetic poetry, but like for the most cases, it's just people messing around. I don't disagree that somebody could do like put a legitimate poem on there, but like they're writing that poem. The typing in words that you want to try and like manipulate the algorithm, the black box, to like spit out the result that you want. Is to me like a very, if it's a form of art, it's a very low form of art that I don't like hold a lot of respect for. That makes me a snob, sure.
Yeah, hey, we're all snobs sometimes. But I think so. My art nerd background wants to say that I think when it comes to art history, or at least modern and contemporary art history, it's a long line of people looking at something and saying, "Fuck that, that's not art." No, that doesn't look like anything. That's abstract expressionism, impressionism, pop art. You literally just Xeroxed a photo of Marilyn Monroe. Like, what the fuck is this?
Sure.
And we see that, Banksy,
I think that the artistic element of like, I actually had a conversation like a couple months ago about somebody about like what's it called, it's not called found. Is it called found art? Like where it's like where they take like a guitar that they found in the trash and then just display it like it is. Oh, thank you so much. I just got some absolutely delicious mac and cheese, which is exciting and amazing.
Awesome.
Homemade, massively cheesy mac and cheese. I'm extremely excited to eat it.
I'm assuming it was them that gave it to you.
No, actually, well, yes, the critters delivered it to me. I actually don't know. I think it was a collaborative effort between my very good friend who's staying over right now and my critters.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so like part of the thing that for me makes the like found art a little different is because like the art is in the display itself. And that's where I think that like I would be willing to sneer a little bit at the MoMA thing, but I think that there's an artistic statement being made by the museum itself by displaying these things that is more valuable than the things being displayed themselves, if that makes sense. The artistic
that sounds
experience.
like you're saying it has the potential to be art in the right context.
Sure, but sure. I think that there can be contexts where, but okay. But here's where I always come back, where it's like something being a part of a larger artistic piece is not the same as like it being art itself. Like for example, if somebody paints a painting and they use a whole swath of paints, the paint itself is not the art. It becomes a part of it. So sure, can AI art be incorporated into something larger that could make an artistic statement, in my opinion, by my definitions? Sure, I do think that's possible. I just don't think that the AI art in and of itself is the art itself, or is frequently, or there may be some circumstances I haven't thought of that you could probably, if you were trying to be like, I'm gonna get you and debate bro you or whatever, but I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some example where like AI art could be used to create something artistic, but in general, and especially the way it's being applied now, I don't really think it's valuable. I don't really think it's saying anything. I think that the only thing that it really says is like it's able to produce a base spectacle. Wow, that looks cool. But then you can't interrogate anything. You can't go, what is this? What was being said about this? Because nothing was being said. Only in the prompt was there anything being said. The product itself is not. It was a computer. The answer to every AI art, if you try to say what was trying to be said here, is a machine was trying to answer a question that was given to it. Every single AI art has that exact same answer for like, what is the history of this piece? What is the message? What is the intentionality that is attempting to be communicated here? And from the piece itself the answer is always, a computer was trying to answer a query. A computer was trying to answer a query. A computer was trying to answer a query. And so I find that to be uninteresting. So when you look at like even the most boiled down like Xeroxed copy of Marilyn Monroe, you ask the question, what was trying to be said here? There's an answer to that because there's a person who did it. There's a being that made that thing. Even if I consider that to be kind of a little bit of a trolly example, there is a reason why that person put that together. And while you could say that there is a reason why somebody put the prompt together, that's not the same thing as the art itself. The art itself was not created by the person. It was shaped only indirectly by the prompt. So yeah, maybe the prompt is some sort of piece of art. But then if you displayed the prompts, nobody would go see it. Do you think that anybody would go like to a display that was like, here's the prompt that somebody typed into the text box? Come on, that's fucking.
People display some weird shit in museums. I love that.
I'm sure they do, but I highly doubt that anybody is going to gain anything beneficial from going and reading a bunch of astronaut, pretty lady, big eye, green eye, no hand, no feet.
Yeah, well, that would be some pretty uninteresting art. Yeah, if you want to call it art. And I mean, I think we agree on some things here in secret. I think that there's a language issue here where it's kind of like it's when we say AI art, we mean both the tool and the concept of like something you could hang in a museum, kind of like you would say like photography is like in the same way. It's like it's a medium, but it's also like an art form. I think it does need those things that you called out, like context. I think the artist that uses AI art brings that context to it. I think this person at the MoMA also has cred as an artist outside of just doing that project. Basically, sure. what made it interesting to the MoMA, I think, is that it brought together a model based on all the stuff in their collection, and so it's kind of like, well, here's the sum output gestalt of what we found in your modern art world, and I think that's, you know, they like looking at themselves in the mirror, of course, but
yeah, of course.
So I think we found common ground there, but let's talk about stealing. So
sure.
I personally do not believe that piracy is theft.
Oh, 1 second. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I do have to interrupt you real quick, which is to say, Saul Gracchus with the $200 incredibly generous donation. Oh my God! Thank you so much. You all are paying the mods arguably better than you pay me, but all right, I'll take it for this mod day, because that's the risk that I do whenever I put a mod day out. Thank you so much. The mod team is going to deeply appreciate your generosity, so thank you so much. That is extremely generous of you. Thank you so very much.
Yes, extreme chat energy from Saul there.
Huge
everybody
huge awesome
donate
chatter energy.
More, go like the stream. So okay, theft. Do you think that piracy is theft?
I think it can be.
Okay, I wonder what circumstances.
So when you say piracy, you mean like copying like a media or whatever?
Yeah, quarantine, file sharing, what have you.
Yeah, I think it can be. I think it can be. Like for example, if there's like a small indie studio and a bunch of people just like go to the indie studio's website, rip the website, copy the website, post it up, and then rehost it. And then they sell that. That's just a copy, right? But you know, they're selling copies of the game that they stole, that they copied. You know, it still exists. You can still go and buy it from you know, maybe it's like maybe we'll call it, you know, CoolDungeonGame.com versus CoolDungeonGame.us, and people, the pirates are running the US site and they're just copying the data, you know, and they're selling a copy. You get a copy of the game just like you would from CoolDungeonGame.com. I think that would be theft. I think that you could make a very good case that this is literally taking something that would otherwise rightfully belong to the person who created it, by copying and impersonating them. And while I think that, and I think that you could probably fairly make the argument that all piracy is some form of theft. But it gets complicated because sometimes maybe sometimes I just don't care about certain types of theft.
Yeah, I think, like, so okay, that makes sense. I think that I agree with that.
Think about it like this. Like, would it be theft for a, let's say, let's pretend we're in Russia, okay? And in Russia there's a struggle between the Tsarist forces and the Bolsheviks. And the Tsarists have all of the grain from the local farms stored in a giant silo, and everyone is starving because the Tsarists are sitting on top of the grain in the silo. And so the Bolsheviks decide to go blow open the silo and steal all the grain. Did they steal? Yeah, they stole. But did they steal? Was that a rightful theft? Probably. I mean, the alternative is to let everybody else die. So I don't know. I think it does get complicated because, like, the definitions of stealing get really stretched when you're in an entirely digital economy. But at the same time, when you have hyper monopolies that give you no other opportunity, and there's like a level of coercion in the there's like a huge level of coercion in the buying process. I do think that it starts to muddy the waters a lot on whether or not it's like a bad thing. I don't think necessarily that stealing is always a bad thing.
So we're broadly construing piracy. Then let's narrow it down, and I'll give you an example that favors you, I think. So let's say I have a Spotify account. I love to listen to. This is not true. I love to listen to "Shake It Off" by Taylor Swift, and then I want to listen to it when I am not online. But I can't be bothered to pay 99 cents. So I just fucking rip it off YouTube and have it on my phone, and everybody's happy. So that, but I'm a thief though, because she had a song for sale. that I, did not pay for. And I mean, so I guess I do believe that it's theft, but it's not really morally significant theft.
I mean,
and so
I don't know. Like, it's theft by law. Is it also theft if you ask your friend to play it for you on their account, even though you didn't pay for it? Like,
right, good question.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think it is.
I don't know. Maybe you could argue it is. You could, but that's fair. It's fair to say that shouldn't be considered theft, and I agree with you that to a certain degree. That, like, yeah, sure, sharing a song is not in and of itself like an act of malicious theft. You're not really robbing someone of their income because, like, people share stuff all the time.
Right.
And obviously, but I just don't know if there's ever going to be like 100% like hard line. However, I think we can acknowledge that, like, okay, so I'm trying to think of another example of this. Okay, a machine I mean, when we're talking about AI art, we're talking about a machine that has the ability to share, in the loosest definition of the word, to share thousands of pieces of art made by real people who are struggling to live, or whatever, at a rapid pace. It can steal from, it can borrow or share from many people without them even knowing that it's being done in any way, shape, or form, no permissions, no whatever. And then somebody can immediately turn around and sell that again, or at least gain off of it. And I think that changes the context a bit. Like, for example, what if, like, if in the situation of the, like, sharing music with Spotify or whatever, if somebody was running like a local, like a I don't even know, like a listening, like a concert, basically. They were running like a concert where they just played other people's music over their Spotify account, their personal Spotify account, and then they also had people come up and, like, pretend to be making the music themselves. We would probably consider that an act of theft, because it goes above and beyond just sharing music with another person or even with a couple other people. There's also an act of impersonation that's going on as well.
Analog would be like lip syncing, like Milli Vanilli, right? Because you didn't sing that, to paraphrase Obama, right? So that's kind of like the actual thing that I've seen happen in real life. It's kind of like that.
Well, with lip syncing, it's like, well, yeah, like if you're lip syncing someone else's song. I mean, obviously, like if like musician is, I mean, obviously it's a faux pas for a musician to lip sync their own song at a concert for numerous reasons. But like, obviously, they did write and record the song at one point. Obviously, I think it's a different type of thing.
I thought it was different people singing the Milli Vanilli.
I don't know about this person. I don't know about this particular example, but yeah.
Oh yeah, 80s, only 80s kids remember, I guess. But
yeah.
So okay, here to take it back to the art nerd world for a second. Are you familiar with the artist Sherry Levine?
No.
She's cool. And she has a photo series that's pretty famous, called After Walker Evans, and they are just photos of Walker Evans photos. And that is all that they are, unchanged. And there are some hanging in the Met right now. And that seems like you could make a case that it's stealing. I think, again, this example kind of favors you a little bit because it's like he was dead by that point. So I mean,
obviously, like, well, the stakes go down pretty drastically once somebody is no longer able to benefit at all about it. Like, part of the problem why any of this is a big deal is because if you don't get if you don't get paid for the things that you do, if you don't get recognition for the things that you do, you die, you starve. But if you're already dead, it's not as big of a deal. I do think that it can be erasive, right? Like, like, I mean, this like taking pictures of another person's art and then putting your name on it, especially if you were to not credit them, is pretty, I don't know, it's pretty similar to like pilfering a culture's artifacts and then claiming that it's a discovery by your empire. You know what I mean?
That's an interesting connection. Yeah.
Isn't it? Like, I mean, there's a similarity there to saying like, oh, well, I discovered this thing, so I'm going to erase the person who actually, the people or the person or the culture that actually made it and put my own name on it.
And art museums do that. I mean, that's something they do in addition to,
yeah, they do. Well, hey, maybe this AI art conversation will open up a general criticism to art in general and museums in general, because they probably deserve some fire.
Yes, for sure. I mean, I love art. I love going to the museum, but I mean, you realize these institutions serve the 0.1%. That's who funds them. That's who calls the shots to a certain extent. And I mean, and the artists clap back on that sometimes. You do see that, but it is a world for the privileged. And I mean, so just to circle back to something I wanted to bring up on the "is it art in the first place" question is like, well, I feel like one thing that as I was talking myself through all this, is like, well, maybe the issue is that there's no soul behind it, essentially. Not that I believe in a soul theologically, but that there's no, but that's what you're missing maybe with AI art. But a lot of art that I see in the museum makes me feel like it has no soul behind it.
Well, I mean, I think there's a whole conversation that could, unfortunately, I will note we are running out of time. So we're gonna have to wrap it here pretty soon. But real quick, but I do want to say, I don't think that art that is highly derivative, or that is literally, like you mentioned, taking a picture of someone else's work, I don't think that stuff is beyond critique. And I also don't think it's beyond denouncement either. I think it all depends on how it's handled. So I
know plenty of socialists who don't love Andy Warhol, or Jeff Koons, or Thomas Kincaid. I think that AI art can be used to make a lot of bad art. But I think that we have to leave open the possibility that it can be used for good and intelligently by actual artists in ways that
that's the jump. That's the jump that I think is a bigger jump to make than most AI art fans are willing to acknowledge, which is that can it be used for good? Yeah, possibly, in a totally different context than ours. But right now, the answer is it is not being used for good. In the majority of cases. I mean, even now, large corporations like Amazon, or not like Amazon, like Adobe, are literally forcibly opting people in. People are deliberately including in their contracts to artists the idea that, hey, this could be, we're going to use this in your AI algorithms unless you specifically tell us otherwise. So there's just a lot of the technology in its current form is so far away from being something that can be used for good, and what it instead does is it menaces us with a world in which artists starve and are in a world that becomes increasingly self-referential, as these algorithms have to pull from already existing things, other AI work, or work that is made by people who aren't being credited. So not just not credited, but not given the right recognition in any way, shape, or form. Credits aren't really even that good of a form of recognition.
This was a really good conversation. I really appreciate it.
I really enjoyed it as well. No, I quite enjoy having conversations about AI art, even when I disagree. So
I have one question. I'll take my answer off the air.
Yes.
I love that you have a very enlightened take on all of the various ways that society is falling apart and turning to shit. I understand why how that can help fuel cynicism, but I also love that you present hope to our community, and but sometimes I struggle to reconcile those things.
I get that. And to answer the how to do, was the question how to do that, or
how to reconcile?
Well, I just think that I think the first part is that you can't really generate a true hope without acknowledging the situation that you're in. It becomes impossible to visualize a truthful hope. So you have to confront the realities, even when they're grim. And then you also have to remember that as of yet, no situation, however grim, has ended thinking life as we know it. There is probably solutions out of this that we haven't thought of yet, that we haven't put into yet. Things might get hard, but that doesn't mean that they'll be over. And also, there's always the possibility that there are incredible beauties discovered along the way. So that's the way I think about it.
Awesome. Good night.
Good night, It's a Cookie. Thank you for coming on. Seriously. It's not a cookie. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. That was a fantastic conversation. I really like having conversations about AI art with people who really know their shit. That was a really good AI art conversation, and I like being challenged. So what a great conversation. 10-letter name with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. MellowAnarchist with the $6.66. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to chat with you as well. Let's bring in the next person. Hello. Naomi.
Oh.
Let me get your name up on here. Hold on a second. Nominal.Naomi. Make sure I spell everything right.
That's
the
me.
Based,
Yes.
She, they pronouns. Based.
You got it.
Well,
top tier pronouns.
Yeah, exactly. Literally, we're talking S+ tier.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. It's great to have you on the show. It's great to talk to you. And what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, totally. So I'm a fellow content creator. I wanted to kind of just reach out, say hi. I actually gained my following over on TikTok primarily. There was actually this very lively debate and political conversation sphere over on TikTok. And I thought it might be kind of fun to talk about like kind of the differences between that sphere and the Twitch sphere. And I've been somebody who's been trying to branch out over onto Twitch and the YouTube sphere. So definitely want to
go back. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. I feel like Walter White sitting in the car in that one meme. It was like, ah. I'm like, no. No, but I've actually seen some of your TikToks and I quite liked them.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
I know I saw you mentioned me when it was Libs of TikTok stole one of my videos on your stream.
Yeah.
That was crazy to see.
Fuck Libs of TikTok. Can we just get a giant, hey chat, can we get a giant fuck Libs of TikTok? Can we get that going on in chat? Can we see that screen fill up with fuck Libs of TikTok? Yeah, no, not to make it about
and I'm so connected with like the TikTok trans femme community. I see like a lot, like I know personally a lot of the creators that end up on Libs of TikTok. So always kind of crazy to see someone that like I personally know and then blowing up 12 million views, getting death threats and whatnot.
Yeah, well, God willing, the good God in heaven willing, Libs of TikTok's reign on social media will be short. That would be it's such a blessing. You know, maybe they will just come to their, I'm sure they'll come to their moral senses and it won't be for any other reason.
I'm guessing it's more like we'll have a Chaya Raichik FBI moment from Jan 6 and whatnot, but...
Yeah, it's looking a little more like it, isn't it? Yeah.
One can hope.
That post. Yeah, we can... Give me the praise for the takedown of the Chaya Raichik. But yeah, sorry, I just had a small. I looked at my cheese bowl, my bowl of mac and cheese, and then my brain blanked. You said
Understandable.
You said you had a topic, and you said you wanted to talk about the difference between the TikTok and the Twitch spheres, right?
Yeah, so I was really surprised to find that there was actually a very lively kind of debate and political conversation sphere on TikTok, primarily through like the TikTok live stream program, where essentially through TikTok's like multi-guest feature, anybody who has 1,000 followers on TikTok can request a call in to your live stream, and it is so streamlined for just like having tons of conversations with people, and
awesome.
Yeah, you can like talk with lots of different people. In one given day, and it's just very easy to find people that want to debate, want to have convos. And honestly, I've been so surprised at how many people over there are just like genuinely curious about a lot of these topics and just want to learn. And that was always like refreshing and heartening and great to see.
TikTok has a huge reach right now. I actually was on TikTok. I had a presence on TikTok like a year and a half ago for a while, and I actually had a few videos that did really well. But then all my videos started getting just like, I don't know if they were shadow banned, but they would upload and get 0 views, and they would just sit there at that. And I don't know what it was. So I basically was like, all right, I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna like change our focus. And we started focusing more on just almost exclusively on YouTube and building the YouTube
totally.
following.
TikTok can be so frustrating because like, it's like one community guidelines violation can like spiral out of control and essentially tank an entire channel.
Yeah, we got like, I know one of my videos got like super false reported because I beefed with a former TikTok, I hesitate to say star, but God, what was his name? Fuck. He was like this reactionary guy. I can't even remember his name. Wait, that's a good sign. It's a good sign I don't remember this guy.
That is a good sign.
If anybody remembers that guy, it was the guy who changed his Instagram. Oh, Tyler Bluntman. There we go, Tyler Bluntman. That was his name. He got like, he's like perma erased, so I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't hear of him, but he used to have like hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok. And then he got like, he got taken off of TikTok for like a bunch of harassment shit. Then he got taken off of Instagram, and now he's off of basically every platform. But he got really mad, and his community, he was using his Instagram and his TikTok at the time to get people to mass report my videos, and it sucked. But
oh my gosh, I had to deal with this literal garbage fire of a human being named Shanta, who was doing that exact same kind of tactic, like brigading all my videos. And there was like a period of a couple weeks where it was like every single video had to be completely sanitized because every video I posted was getting mass reported.
I don't even know what our reports was for. We got hit with like some kind of community guidelines violation. I don't know. I think it was. I want to say it was for like explicit stuff, because I like mentioned sex as like in passing in one of my videos, like talking about like, hey, sex ed, da 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 da, and then like I don't know. I can't remember exactly because it was so long ago, but
yeah. One of the big problems with TikTok
that there's still people doing it. Like there's still still a lot of people digging in on the politics on TikTok. That makes me happy to hear.
One of the big problems with like the guidelines enforcement is that they are very much like ban first, ask questions later. And even if you get like a video appealed, it can then get taken down again for the same thing if more people report it, and there's no getting it back after that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the experience I had as well. It seemed like they were way more willing to I guess they were more willing to err on the side of even false reports, which sucks. And I hate that, because I actually had 2 issues of getting brigaded on Twitch that got cleared by Twitch. Like I thankfully can claim that my name was fully cleared by manual reviews on Twitch, that they said these were not correct, not correct bans or whatever, but it soured me on Twitch as a platform, because I'm like, I am tired of being jerked around like this. A 30-day ban that takes 2 weeks to clear is 2 weeks of lost income, and also I just can't stream, and that drives me crazy. So thankfully I haven't had any issues like that on YouTube. We've had some issues with brigading and false reports, but none that have ever taken down my channel, thankfully.
Yeah, no, glad to hear you've been able to make it through all that. No, there's definitely a big problem with like leftists in general getting brigaded by all of these right-wing mobs on like algorithmic content.
Yeah, and they'll go really hard too. They just have like right-wing circles have no shame about their willingness to brigade. All lefties are all like, don't be mean in the comments, okay? We're gonna like, even people who are like reacting, like the worst react Andes on the left are like, all right, Nebus, whatever you do, don't send any harassment their way. And it's like, that's like the worst that we get. Meanwhile, like I said, when I was beefing with that guy, he changed his entire Instagram bio to just tell people to go send hate over. He was like, go show this trans bitch what's what, and then link to my profile in his bio of
oh my gosh
of Instagram, like complete devotion to the harassment. I was like, damn, bro. I mean, to be fair, he did eventually get clapped, but it took a while. So
yeah, and then there's also the big problem with algorithmic content just favoring right-wing content in general. I'm actually a PhD student in computer science, so I know quite a bit of kind of like this algorithmic stuff, and it's very fascinating and lots of potential problems in that field.
Yeah, it's the algorithms have not been a friendly advancement for free thought or for the wellness of society at the moment. It's a lot of promoting misinformation, a lot of promoting hate speech, and they get away with all kinds of. There's both technical and cultural reasons why this happens. Some of it is just like I did a video recently about like YouTube and the Christian crusade on swearing is what I called it, which is like how YouTube, they kind of like the standards that they use for what is family friendly are ultimately the standards of what Christians consider to be family friendly. And even though it might be normal within our society to be like, oh, this is what family friendly means, when you assert that, you are inevitably giving credence to the far right by having things be like, softer on violence but harsher on sexuality, which also includes talking about gay people at all. You run into an issue where it's like, oh, this just means that as long as they're not literally showing pictures of gore, Steven Crowder can do a section where he's just talking about how all trans people are evil and need to be taken care of. And that doesn't ring any bells because, well, he's not talking about a personal experience with trans people. He doesn't even have to mention them specifically. He can just show a trans person and then imply. It's very messed up.
Oh, absolutely. And like when these kind of biases take hold, algorithms perpetuate those biases. Algorithms learn biases as part of how they learn things. That's why you have all those like AI art algorithms that turn black people white. Like
I saw that one. There was one recently, like an anime one. It's like, God. Oh yeah, somebody in chat mentions like for example, the Bible is always going to be considered family friendly, but let's be real, there's some pretty dark stuff in the Bible, but no one's ever gonna say like talking about the Bible is not family friendly because that's the way that the pre-existing biases. Anyway,
I love pro-slavery family friendly books.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, oh God, it's wild. And oh yeah, I wanted to mention specifically, if you're looking to get started on like YouTube and Twitch, I can tell you, of course, I'm going to be a little bit biased, but I started as a Twitch streamer. Now I'm a YouTube streamer, like devoted. I only stream on YouTube, really. But first of all, Twitch is really bad for politics, unfortunately. There's very little discoverability on Twitch, which means that like basically the politics on Twitch is going to be like Hassan. There's going to be like one or two big figures who are going to talk about politics. But secondly, the TOS is very unfriendly towards frank conversations about politics, especially from a lefty perspective. If you show footage that contains like a Confederate flag or something like that, you can get your stream struck really hard for that. It can take your stream down depending on whether it recognizes the symbol or whether somebody needs to report on it really quick. And they're very, very strict about like discussions about political extremism. And historically they've cracked down very hard. Even if you are very clearly educating, they will often consider it to be not acceptable. In fact, there was a period where a bunch of VODs had to be taken down because one of the people that was on a debate panel that we were on later ended up showing up at January 6th, and their face was kind of like all over the place. And so it was like, oh, we have to get rid of this. Like this guy like is now publicly associated with a hate movement. Like there's a good chance that somebody reports these VODs and it sticks because you can literally just look up his photo online and see that he was at January 6th.
Wow, that's really crazy. No, I definitely noticed the big discoverability issues on Twitch, and that's why I was like, you know, basically all of my Twitch following was things that I brought over from TikTok. TikTok is probably the best platform to get discovered on, but that's one of the only things it's best at.
Yeah. I mean, there seems to be a lot of really cool things about TikTok. I mean, the encouragement of like frequent reacting is like in my opinion, like that fosters a lot of like inter-community. I mean, I'm sure it also does some inter-community negativity as well, but it also means there's a door
YouTube's getting better with the reaction stuff too.
Yes, they are. And also they just later this month, we're supposed to get the new monetization structure for shorts. So if you're since you're already familiar with working in shorter structures on TikTok, it might be very, very worthwhile to consider, doing some YouTube shorts as well.
I definitely need to look into that. I've got a collection of like my TikTok clips that have done the best, and that'd probably be a really great place to start.
Yeah, and I'd recommend. This is just a little pro hint. Change the put something different on them. Put a filter on it, or put a like a border on it, so it doesn't get dinged as like irregular or as repeated content. Because unfortunately, a lot of websites are like, hey, we don't want, they don't like just explicitly ban it, but they will deprioritize things that they're able to find online elsewhere.
Oh, interesting.
Kind of sucks. Yeah, YouTube's algorithm like searches other as far as and like I don't know everything about this. That's not my specialty, but as far as I understand, they will check other video services and do like surface analysis of like, hey, are these frames present elsewhere when they're doing like the video check, and it can severely damage it in the algorithm. But that's
an insane problem of scale. But like that's crazy that they're able to do that.
I don't know if it only applies to like channels that reach a certain like a certain size, but this is something I've been told repeatedly, is that non-original content is heavily deboosted, which sucks because I think that that's kind of ridiculous. And in a timeline where you have to triple track drift across every social media in order to even have a presence online. As far as YouTube goes, I generally like YouTube for live streaming. There's a lot of nice features, especially now that they've made a live stream. They've started to make like live stream specific segments, and also live streams can be recommended through the algorithm, which is really cool. And also why we've been my stream gets discovered like very frequently live because it can be served up with other videos, which is super, super cool and very helpful for discoverability. And also, you know, YouTube is now like officially like strongly supporting mutual React content. So that's also really good. I'm seeing you have a YouTube account already. Do you want to plug that? Will you plug that to my chat? If you drop that in my, are you in my, I don't know if you're in my site chat, but, or actually here, I guess if you're not in my site chat, I can drop it.
Yeah, totally. That would be great. I also do have a link tree. It's the link tree /nominal.naomi.community. You can find all of my socials on there. Definitely would love if people wanted to check out any of my content.
Yeah, please go check out Naomi's content. That's awesome. Yeah, so I have a lot of, look, I had a bad experience in general with Twitch politics. I think that the political communities that exist on Twitch, there is basically one that's like an actually like you know, which would be considered a community with like multiple creators. Obviously, like Hassan is a huge streamer, one of the biggest out there, and his community is his community. It's not like, it doesn't really have like a whole bunch of other like people associated with a single space, but like the politics tag on Twitch is dead. I wonder what it would even be if Hassan is not. I could just go look right now. I want to go see what the politics tag even has right now. It's a bit of a grim situation in my opinion. Oh no, I did not mean for that to happen. My audience just got blasted with music from. Wait, did they get rid of the category?
Whoopsie.
Wait, did they get rid of the did they even get rid of the politics category? Where's my politics category? Did they just roll it into just chatting?
It looks like I have the politics tag, although I don't think there's a category anymore. I think it is part of just chatting nowadays.
Oh my God. Oh, well, there you have it. It just goes to show you how little Twitch thinks of politics. They reduced to atoms. Yeah, it's not good. Twitch has sort of signaled that they're not really interested in fostering political content on there. I'm not saying it's not worth trying at all, because there are a lot of people who've managed to get successful Twitch streams up and running that are mostly political. There's a lot of good content creators over there who I do like. It's just that like, there's no community. There's no place you're going to be posting where like people are going to be looking for that sort of thing. It's going to have to be a pretty organic growth path, which might not be so bad.
It sounds like I definitely look into doing more on like YouTube live streaming. Those features you mentioned sounded like basically strictly better than what's offered over on Twitch right now.
Yeah, YouTube, in my opinion, although it has issues, don't get me wrong, YouTube has all kinds of bumps, and the UI is kind of annoying on YouTube, but if you already make YouTube videos, you already know about YouTube UI issues. But no, the discoverability alone, the fact that like people will be inter-recommended, that like you know, people are reacting to one another, means that there actually is a political space on YouTube, even if it's loose. The fact that the algorithm can pick up on it at all, that you can be recommended, that like channels can raid into each other just like you can on Twitch, but also that there's like a algorithmic affinity that can form between channels that do a lot of stuff together or that react to each other's content, means that there's a lot more opportunity than on Twitch, where there is no discoverability features on Twitch besides just like the raid system, which is like cool. If you got a friend who can raid their audience into you, that's sick. But you're not gonna find like an existing community where people are like, you know, constantly posting stuff and people are coming there to seek out, unfortunately.
No, totally. You just need Hassan Senpai to notice you or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go in there. But I don't know. I actually don't know. I actually don't know how frequently Hassan raids into other people. I'm sure he does frequently. I don't know what type of shows he raids into. But yeah, I mean, there are. I stopped streaming on Twitch mostly because I felt like it was actively hostile to politics, and because they kept changing the contracts, and now the contract is like a 50-50 revenue share even for partners, which is like terrible. They take so much from everything. And yeah, so I don't feel super strongly about Twitch, but
classic Amazon over there.
Yeah, it's classic Amazon move. The revenue sharing is genuinely insulting.
We finally got the Amazon basics of live streaming.
Yeah, truly, it's bad. It is just like that. It's basically like, I mean, also, God, I mean, the recommended tab and their inability to do anything about hate raids. We were having issues where when I was dual streaming, it was just every single day the Twitch chat would be flooded with like raid bots, which is like raid botting is a gigantic problem on Twitch even still to this day, where you'll just get hit by like your entire chat will be spammed by a bunch of bots that just go in and follow you, and some of them sometimes it'll be very targeted where it's like all of the bots will be named like hate speech and stuff like that, and then other times it will just be it's just there to clutter your chat. Everybody, some of the mods in chat are up there talking about like mentioning like.
I know, don't want to trigger flashbacks for the mods. No, I actually had a bunch of bots follow me last night on stream, and I was like, am I gonna get like nuked in 10 minutes when like the cooldown comes off for new followers? But they didn't end up nuking me, so.
Usually they won't. They've gotten better about hitting channels for it. They used to be aggressive. There were people who got banned. Who caught bans for getting bot raided. Usually it just makes your time bad. You'll see like high fluctuations. You'll see all these like bot followers come in, and then they'll get erased and it'll go back to your usual number. But it just makes your chat unusable for a while. And if you use alerts like through Stream Elements or even through Twitch itself, like you just won't be able to hear anything. You'll have to turn off your alerts, which, again, just things that make it not fun.
I did have the joy of having to reset all of my alerts on stream, which was no fun. Yeah. All the while worrying about getting the chat nuked.
Yeah, it's just like the dinging in your ear, and then it's a bing, 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 bing. Oh no, God! And then you turn it off, and it's like there's so many queued up that you can't even stop it without completely killing the. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, well, I by the way, I'm happy to know that you're out there fighting the debate fight. Flying the debate cis flag that's based.
Yeah, we need more debate cis representation. We need more master debaters out there.
Yeah, I due to unrelated issues, well, not entirely unrelated, but due to I don't do debates as much as I used to. Not entirely because I don't want to. I do like debates. I just don't get them anymore. People have some of my conflicts. I don't know how familiar you are with the history of my channel, if at all, but some of my conflicts.
I'm somewhat familiar.
Yeah, I've pissed off a few communities. Some that are pretty large and have a huge sway in debate spaces, and that has convinced people that I'm like not worthy of talking to, or that I'm so bad faith that there's no point to engage with me or whatever, which is of course nonsense. But I still do debates from time to time, and I mean, hell, we even had one this stream, although it was more of a friendly debate than anything else. We had like even in the last few months, I had a debate with somebody who was like a Kanye stan. I had a debate with somebody. I had a debate with somebody who, the only thing I can describe them as is like a teenage proto-fascist, maybe. They made a lot of claims, and that was an interesting one.
It's just a phase, they'll grow out of it.
I used to do a lot of panels, like debate panels on Twitch, but there used to be a very robust panel debate, like political debate panel scene on, excuse me, God, I got the hiccups. But on Twitch, but that has essentially completely died. There used to be 2 or 3 large panel shows that were running every single week. So there was always, you know, debate panels going on, but those are all, for the most part, gone or have changed.
Yeah, I definitely remember. I used to see a lot more like panel content popping up at like my recommended, but I just don't see that anymore these days.
It's the show that I was most involved with was a show called the Hippy Dippy podcast, which was a
heard of that one. Yeah,
it was a debate show, and I was there from like I think the 2nd episode ever. I started on that show really early, and it was I had a lot of good times on there. I had a lot of weird times, but I had a lot of good times as well. Towards the end, it changed. The culture of the show had changed such that it was no longer very fun for anyone. Or at least not for me, and it wasn't pulling numbers for me anymore. And so I was kind of like, I'm out of here. I'm done with this. And then shortly afterwards, it kind of completely shut down entirely, and it no longer runs anymore. I think there's another show that still runs, but I'll just say, I don't want to name names or call any names. I am not impressed with the quality of the debates that they are serving anymore. Some of their conversations were pretty interesting in the past, but it seems to be mostly just blood sports now, and I'm not really all that into just raw blood sports. I don't find it useful.
I think that's one of the big challenges with like panels is where it's really hard to do anything beyond kind of like very surface level talking points, especially in like larger panels.
Yeah. I've also like I do occasionally still get invites to panels now, but I'm just gonna say they're mostly panels I'm not interested in participating in. There was a panel that was being done on whether or not I'm like a grifter fraud, and I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna hang out on that one. And then I also got invited to some like in-person debate at like a Republican event, and I'm just like, thanks for the invite, but no thank you. I'm not gonna go in person to a like event that is full of people who haven't taken the vaccine, aren't masking, and are going to be actively hostile to me. No, thank you.
That reminds me of there was going to be like a Jubilee panel on like QAnon, but they couldn't find any QAnoners who were vaccinated to meet like the studio requirements.
Oh no! Oh, what a disaster! Oh god,
right?
Yeah. See, it's like I don't want I don't want to go into a place where everyone is carrying like mutant strains of COVID, and they also actively want me to die and also won't wear masks. Yeah, it's just, whew, no way.
Ooh, no, lots of hostile factors going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely opposed to going on like a Republican debate show or something like that at some point in the future, but I'm definitely not doing one in person. I already had COVID. It was miserable. I'm not getting it again. I will be, if you want to debate me, you can come into the chat, step into the chat.
Enter the arena. Now, I'm still lucky enough to have not caught in COVID. The vaccine works, folks. I recommend it.
Yeah, it does. I hope that it continues that way. It absolutely sucks to, COVID sucks. I was vaccinated when I got it, but doesn't stop everything, unfortunately.
Both of my anti-vax parents got COVID though, so that was funny.
Oh no! Well, I mean, I guess I'll teach them a lesson. I hope they survived.
Yeah, I didn't teach them any lesson, but they did survive.
No.
So,
well, I guess there's still hope. There's hope that someday they might learn. Yeah.
I still trying to get my parents to agree to a debate, but they just don't want to engage.
They're fleeing.
I know.
They're cowards. Fleeing. Run. Yeah. Well, I hope you'll get that debate. I hope you score the parental debate at some point.
We'll stream it. Heck yeah.
I have had, not on stream, never would do it on stream, but I have had debates with family members on this exact topic, and I will say it is a remarkably stressful topic to have to try and to discuss with like family members on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, we are approaching our time limit. But I wanted to say thank you so much for coming on. And was there any other topics you wanted to touch on before you go? We can go a little longer if you have another thing you want to talk about. I realize we've kind of just been shooting the shit about TikTok and
yeah,
Twitch.
Totally. I'll throw in a quick little hot take, but I think that there is probably a lot of like secret trans woman eggs in the men's rights activist movement.
Oh, 100%. That's not a hot take at all. That's just the truth. That is just the absolute
Factual.
truth. Like you know, quote unquote guys who are really, really unhappy in their position as a guy, but they don't have the words, and they're too, you know, inundated in like right-wing messaging to ever consider that maybe their anguish at being a guy is more than just like, I don't know, that they don't feel like they're getting laid enough. Yeah, I think that's just a 100% true thing. I mean, hell.
Oh
fuck.
yeah, you can
Even
totally. A lot
4chan.
of them, like, they want to be women so bad.
So bad. They're like, everything about being a woman is better. And then you're like, what do you mean by that? And they're like, well, they get to have boobs, they get to have curves, they get to be doted on by a big, strong man who will hold them, and then they can call him daddy. And you're just like, hey, maybe.
Oh yeah.
You know,
maybe you should try it sometime.
Maybe you should try it sometime. Maybe things will go a little better for you. Yeah, I do think that's true. I think that's true about them. I mean, I think there's, yeah, I think that's true. I mean, hell, fuck, 4chan was absolutely full of trans people who were yet to come out and just didn't know it because, well, it's 4chan. That wasn't too hot of a take. What's your spiciest take? Hit me with your spiciest take.
My spiciest take? Ooh, that's a really tough one.
Spot. You can also just deny because, I mean, after all, you called in here. Who am I?
Grape juice is better than wine.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty spicy. There's a lot of variety of wine. Is there really that much variety?
There is a lot of variety.
Grape juice?
There's some variety. There's some variety. Maybe I'm just a big grape juice stan. Juice needs to get a better rep because, like, juice is way better than people give it credit for.
I agree. Especially, like, I mean, damn, you can do some cool stuff. Like, if you get one thing I like to do is get like those at like a lot of grocery stores, they sell like the unsweetened pomegranate or unsweetened cranberry juices, and then mix it with something sparkling, like a Sprite or a Fresca or something like that, and it's like,
now we're talking.
Damn.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, it's like you get you don't get too much sugar, you get the actual fruitiness, the real fruit juice, and the flavor is better than anything you can get. Yeah, hey, look at that. Everybody says it's a good idea. Hell yeah, it's true. I don't know.
My chat's also going crazy for it.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It is. It's great. I do this. You know, I haven't. I guess I've been. Lately, I've been drinking a lot of yerba mate, which is like a tea. It's like a high caffeine tea, and I quite like it. But I gotta go back. I gotta go back.
Definitely
to
a big
more
fan
juice.
of tea. I am indeed a tea girl.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Which way do you mean?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. The answer is yes. Fantastic. No, but what? Somebody in chat says hot take: Bang is the best energy drink. I don't think. Listen, do you mean by flavor? Because I'm pretty sure that Bang energy drink will kill you. Like, I do not trust Jack Owak with anything that you put in your body.
Oh my gosh. Okay, with Bang, like, the flavor consistency is like really terrible. Some of the flavors are god awful, and other flavors are like actually surprisingly pleasant.
Yeah, don't they have like there's a Bang energy drink that looks like it looks like it should taste like bubble gum. And I don't remember what flavor it is, but I remember I tried it and I was just like, no, I'm never doing this again. I also once I realized that, like, Bang Energy, I don't know if you know anything about Bang Energy CEO Jack Owak, but
I do not.
Oh boy, is he a character. Oh, he's a character. He's also currently involved in a massive lawsuit with Monster Energy because Bang claims that they have invented a new chemical, which is called super creatine. And the claims about super creatine are very sus. To put it lightly. But they advertise it. It's on all their bottles and everything. It says like super creatine. It's like, you know, Bang Energy featuring super creatine. And yeah, like Jack Owak, the CEO himself, he wears like a. If you just look up a picture of him, you'll understand. He looks like the Tiger King, and he goes so hard with his outfits. It's ridiculous. It's like I wish I could say it was like hard in a good way, but I don't really think so.
Oh my gosh, I got the picture.
Yeah,
this man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Jack Owak he put a video out yelling at Monster. He put a video on YouTube out where he was like yelling at Monster Energy. He's like, my super creatine is the best chemical. You can't prove us wrong. And then he ends the video by just playing the drums. He just like walks back into a drum set and goes like, like in the video that he's making like during his active lawsuit with Monster Energy. He's just like, I'm gonna throw out a fucking sick ass drum beat here real quick. The guy is just, woo! It's that's proof of concept. Listen, I think that's proof that you don't want to put anything this man is making in your mouth. I'm sorry.
Finally,
no offense,
we can have
but
super creatine shits.
Yeah, super creatine. Exactly. Yeah. Oh boy. I just feel like oh Jesus. I feel like I'm gonna be drinking knives or something. I don't know. His made up magic molecule. I'm just very concerned about it. I'm very concerned about the chemical stability of that.
Wild.
Well, that is certainly a very hot take. So I rate your hot take 10 out of 10. There's a lot of varieties of wine. There's a lot of wine lovers. It's bold to step out and say that you like grape juice over wine. I gotta say.
It just tastes better, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't drink a whole lot of wine. So, and I guess I do drink more grape juice than I drink wine. So I guess maybe I have to agree with you on that front. As far as just or
Naomi won the debate.
Yeah, there you go. You won the debate. You can have this victory. I do think that, like, at least if you go to the absolute basics, a basic wine versus a basic grape juice, the basic grape juice is always going to win.
Exactly,
like a low tier, like just a wine with no frills and no, like, 100 years of aging and all that crap. No one's going to drink it. They're going to be like, ew, this tastes like gross. And then they'll drink a whole cup of grape juice. Plus, you can also get like sparkling white grape juice, and that's fantastic.
Oh my gosh, sparkling grape juice is S tier.
Yeah, yep. All right, I gotta say that's a pretty damn good one. I think you've made a great case. Wow, it's refreshing. It's refreshing. It's refreshing to fight in the arena of ideas once again. Well,
it's been my pleasure.
Yeah, no, it's been truly wonderful. Thank you so much for coming on. I hope we'll get to speak again in the future. Keep up the war in TikTok. Best of luck to you. And if you ever end up getting set up, well, I guess you do have a channel over here that we plugged, but
I do, yeah. Follow me, Nominal.Naomi, everywhere: Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. If you search that name, you will find me.
I hope you start making content on YouTube.
God's strongest soldier in the war on transphobia.
Yeah, maybe we'll react to some of your stuff on stream sometime. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I'd absolutely love that. Would definitely love to talk to you again sometime.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Naomi, and we'll talk again sometime in the future.
Sounds fantastic. You have a lovely rest of your stream. Bye.
Likewise. Bye. Oops. I want to do that. That would be very terrible. Hold on, everybody. Give me just a second to take a breather and eat a few bites of this amazing mac and cheese. Can you tell Sadie that that she wins?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the best mac and cheese ever.
How about?
But I can't finish it. It got cold. I'm full.
Oh. It was because it got cold or because you were full?
It's both. But I'm really full right now, and also it got cold, so you could warm it up. 1 second, everybody. Damn, this call-in stream has been like S+ quality. It's been so fucking good. How long has it been? Oh my God, we've been going for 4.5 hours. We're just getting started, folks. By the way, if you are here and you are enjoying the stream, press the like button if you have not, and also please consider subscribing, ringing the bell, and consider donating, because today, as you can see right over here, as you can see right over here, it's a mod day. All of the donos will be split among the mods, and we've actually had a phenomenally large amount of donations. So the mods are going to be eaten very well. So, please consider donating. All right. Hold on. Next, let's bring in the next call in. Let's do it. Let's bring in the next caller. Whoever's next. Hello, hello, hello. Who are you and what are your pronouns?
Hello.
Yes, hello.
I am President Sunday, and how dare you suggest that I would be referred to by anything other than just Mr. President?
Okay, fine then.
How are you?
I'm putting that on, you know. I'm doing great. I also knew it was you, but I just wanted to make it more dramatic. Mr. President, it is great to hear from you. How are you doing?
I am doing wretchedly, but I wanted to very quickly. Oh, just you know, you Vosh and all those people. You handle the stress of this way better than I do. I'm just hanging in there. But I saw that you were doing your. What's that?
Wait, what? You're hanging in there from what?
Oh, something that feels and looks like COVID, but God only knows.
No! Oh, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. It could be XBB8.
It's okay. I'll emerge.
XBB124.
I'll emerge stronger on the other side, or at least I think that's how it works.
Fortunately, I wish that was the case, but I don't think it is. Not with COVID. But at least I certainly don't feel that way. Maybe you will. Maybe you're like. Maybe you've got those Saiyan genetics or whatever.
Yeah, well, I look like Broly now, so that's fingers crossed.
Damn.
How's so you've been going for what, 4 hours? Anything interesting happened?
4 hours and 40 minutes, and nothing interesting has happened. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually been a fantastically interesting stream. We've had conversations about private police. We've had a conversation about systems. We've had plurality. We had a debate about AI art. We had I just spoke with Nominal.Naomi. I said that slightly wrong, but who is a very, very successful debate sis over on TikTok. And yeah, so she's I've been aware of her work for a while, and she swung by and said hello, which is really cool. So it's been a really, really great a really great stream so far.
I have not, but I heard her in the waiting room and she seemed very nice.
Yeah, she was great, and I've seen some of her videos. If you haven't seen them, you should go check them out. She debates with people and does TikTok React debates, which is a pretty tough thing to do.
It sounds like a faster pace than what we're used to here, which is
definitely
probably saying something.
How'd your vegan combos go?
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Oh, what? Oh, I could have sworn it was for today. All right, whatever.
No, I'm stupid, and I kept telling everybody that it's on Saturday, but it's on Sunday apparently. So.
Oh, okay.
I don't know my own schedule.
Then instead of asking you how it will be, I wish that it will go well.
And you will be disappointed, but the show must go on.
I recently watched your video about short fat otaku, and I had it made me laugh. Because short fat otaku is one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever had the displeasure of witnessing.
Yes, he is. However, God bless his rotten little heart. He's very stupid about stuff that just happens to be in my wheelhouse. So expect more in the future.
Wow.
I heard that you had a Dark Souls debate earlier yesterday.
It wasn't so much a debate. It was like a little bit of a debate. It was like we touched on Dark Souls 2 at the end. And I'm not a big fan of Dark Souls 2. I have a lot of critiques and problems with it. But
more a fan than of Elden Ring, I hope.
What's that?
I said you're more a fan of it than Elden Ring, I hope.
No, I love Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring is like the idealized version of what Dark Souls 2 wishes it was.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I just wish, like, when I'm playing Elden Ring, I'm thinking to myself, imagine how good this would be if they just got rid of the fucking overworld.
Well,
it's just,
overworld
we can't
so
swear anymore,
well
can we? I'm so sorry.
No, you can. No, in the streams, you can swear as much as you want.
Okay.
I try to be a little bit more light on my swears when I'm recording a segment, because my editor has to do those, but my streams aren't I don't run ads on my streams, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm surprised you don't like the overworld. I actually think that Elden Ring's overworld is fantastically well designed, and it uses a game design principle that some may know as windowing, which is like where it sort of gives you hints on where to go and gives you clues about where you're going to be going. I think it uses it to a level unlike any other open world game. I don't know. I'm surprised you don't like it.
Qua an open world game, I agree. It's one of the most well realized ones out there. However, where I'm a little bit disappointed by it, it's not because the overworld itself wasn't realized well. It's that it breaks the desolate tone that Dark Souls really nails. Because Dark Souls kind of operates in that sort of like Shadow of the Colossus zone. Or maybe even a little bit, like Pathologic maybe leans a little bit into that, where a major part of the aesthetic appeal is the emptiness. This is a place that has not been traversed for a while. The world is ending, and you're there just when everybody's just folding up the tables and turning the lights off.
I mean, I think that I do agree that it's definitely a different. It is a different mood. But I think they still sell the mood of Elden Ring. I get the feeling I get of Elden Ring is less like desolation and more like
Berserk, honestly. Like
I mean, and also Bloodborne is like is a little bit less, has a little bit less of that going on too, because Bloodborne is like, you have arrived at like the peak of the action, which is definitely very different. Also, like Sekiro is another game that doesn't really do the desolation so much as it's like just sad. Like Sekiro is like a world that is like languishing. It's not over yet. It is like a people that is dying out. There is a country that is being in the active process of being completely subsumed, and so it's sad in a different way. And I don't know. I can understand where you're coming from, but
I mean, to be fair, like I think if because we tend to assume like the undead in Dark Souls are just zombies, but like it's that may be what Undead Burger is. It's just a normal dwelling on its way out, and you just happen to be the random person that comes in and shanks everybody just because you're there. I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I am extraordinarily tired. I know it'll be very boring. I'll ask you a couple of questions very quickly, but
please,
before I forget, I did want to congratulate you on 20K. That's a massive achievement, especially from.
Thank you.
Well, again. I'm going to stop repeating this over and over again, but we have like a very interesting history. I had zero appreciation for your content when you just started. You are now basically the only channel I watch. Exception of Aiko on the odd occasion that she.
Aiko's great.
Posts. She is great. And like you've gone from doing like the typical Vosh debate stuff, and credit to you, you were hated because you did it well. But like your content's actually like up there in terms of quality. You can actually get stuff from your channel. I watched your me and Brooks. I don't know if I've introduced you to Brooks yet, but we were reviewing.
I don't think I've been directly, but I am familiar with Brooks. I actually think quite highly of Brooks from what I've seen of him, mostly on your channel.
He thinks quite highly of you. I think he may have spoken to Doe already. But we reviewed last night. What was it called again? The video on. It was about the reaching out to men discourse or whatever we're calling it.
Oh yes, that's about the incomprehensible, vaguely man-flavored discourse that has been going on for the last like week and a half.
Maybe that would be fun to talk about before I head off.
Gladly. I would happily talk to you about that.
Again, I'm not running on all cylinders right now, so my memory's not the best. But I largely agreed with your take there. I think we debated a little bit largely on just like the plausibility of even directing the left towards a specific course of action on a specific topic, which I think really speaks to the point that you were making, that like for the vast majority of people, probably for everybody, this is literally just a colossal time sink. You have a limited time on Earth, and you're just blowing it on stuff that's literally going to give you nothing but decreased mental health at the end.
Yeah, it's depressing. That part is very depressing to me. And I mean, I'm sure you've heard me say before the Imp's Code thing that I made up for Twitter, which that was specifically because there's been so many situations that have been like this in the past where I was like, God, the discourse really just, it ruins everything. And it's not that obviously the answer is, I'm not saying that any discourse ever anywhere is not good, but this Twitter-based discourse, it spreads out like a plague, and it becomes, it's so quick to degenerate into nonsense, into literal useless nonsense. Like, I mean, I did a whole video a million years ago. It's like, it probably looks like dated as fuck now, but about how Twitter threading works and why Twitter threading makes conflicts worse. And it's just because, like, whenever people reply, it makes a new subthread functionally, and it will break the threading, like, in the way that it's displayed to people. So it's like, Twitter discourse is as a matter of mechanics, not just like, it's not just that there's a lot of annoying people on Twitter. It's that the mechanics of the website itself breaks discourse in such a way that it almost always turns bad. And yeah.
I actually DM'd Vosh a couple nights ago, and he actually replied, and I was just like, just out of curiosity, like, do you have any like suggestions for dealing with the stress of this? Because, like, it's insane. He didn't really, just avoid conflict, which, I mean, you know, this is Vosh saying that. We're doomed. But like, one of the main problems here is that with the way it's laid out and the way it all works, you have no way to actually gauge the importance or the relative weight of anyone's reply to you, no matter how bombastic or ill-founded or whatever. You don't know if, like, oh my God, 100 people liked this post that is just calling me down to the dirt. Is this just 100 people who are really committed, or is this representative of a very large pool of people who see something really wrong with what I'm doing and that I need to correct the record on? You have a whole bunch of people with no media career, no actual, like, real material investment in politics, who are suddenly forced into a situation where they have the levels of stress of a working politician trying to save their image, or at the very least, that's the illusion that this whole, like, thing puts on you. It makes everybody, like, either deeply cynical or just deeply psychologically damaged for the amount of time that they're dealing with it. It's horrendous as a platform.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I do think that you're right, and I think you're right to say that they're dealing with the pressure of like a full-time politician. I think it's just, I don't think it's even the illusion of it. I think it just is what it is. Even a local politician is essentially never going to have, or very rarely likely to have, a situation where hundreds of people are yelling at them angrily. But that is an occurrence that I have had happen to me numerous times in my last 2.5 years, well, almost 3 years now, of streaming. And I don't know that there is an answer 100% to it. Fuck, like, I fought back really hard in this recent shoe on head debacle, and I still felt bad. I still felt really stressed out. The month of December and even leading into this month was incredibly, I felt stressed out constantly. I felt angry a lot because I just was like, I hate the fact that 600, 600,000 people or whatever watched that video and have come away thinking that I'm like some kind of pedophile defender, which is fucking disgusting and makes me angry. But it is also, there's also like no resolution to it, because you can't know how it's gonna, you don't get to know exactly how it's gonna affect you. You don't know where those 600,000 people are. They're just sort of distributed across the globe, and all of them could be, in your town, or all of them could be in a place that you will never go to. And
well,
so
it's
difficult.
Here's the darkest part about all this too. I don't believe that 600,000 people came away from that thinking that you're a pedophile defender. I think 600,000 people, or however many people, saw 600,000 people repeating the same line, and there's power in that.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of people say the exact same thing. It doesn't matter if it's spurious, and everybody knows it's spurious. The bare fact of that mass disapproval wears on you. We're all aware of the dynamic, but that doesn't neuter it. And so you end up in a situation where you have a direct emotional incentive for a whole bunch of people to all become mutually culpable in basically peddling lies for the brief high that the power trip gets you as part of the blob. And it's really disgusting.
It's like it's a internet era mob mentality that can spark up at any moment at a rapid pace and then also deflate at a rapid pace. So like it can just spark up and then people pretend it didn't happen 2 days later.
Here's what people aren't here's what people aren't taking into account though. At some point, this is going to manifest in real consequences in the real world.
I do
and
agree.
At some
I think
point
it already has in some degree.
Oh yeah, it has, but at some point it's going to be undeniable. And at some point we're all going to be in our 50s, and some of us are not going to be remembered well for this. So we have to think on like a longer time scale. But that like again speaks to the point that you were making. Like people, especially people on the left, they need to. And there's no way to actually commit the left as a group, because it's not really a group, to any course of action. So you can only tell the people in your following. You either need to like be prepared to engage in this as professionally as possible and then excuse yourself when it's not productive, or just shun it entirely, because the only thing that will happen is you will be taken out from the count because you will be worn down emotionally before you've done anything meaningful at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of why in my video I was sort of focusing so much on like choose your battles wisely. Like because every battle, every time, like especially as a content creator, if you are a content creator with a platform, but unironically true for everybody to a certain degree, the fact that that social media works the way it is, where any post could technically go viral at any moment, but especially so from a content creator, like you have a chance to start a firestorm. So make sure that you recognize that, you know, when you're going in on something, and especially if you're going in extra hard on something and trying to start or at least adding a lot of accelerant to the flame, because if it's not good, you risk the chance of just throwing your followers, people who respect you and who are trying to learn from you or whatever, into something that is a giant waste of everyone's time. And it is really terrible. It's terrible to think about the state of the world, the risks that are in front of us, the situations that could come our way and are coming our way right now. I mean, you know, you and I have discussed the trans genocide stuff to a great degree. And I mean, hell, Oklahoma just is currently trying to push a adult HRT ban, which will be which is horrible. It's nightmarish. And this is the stuff that's marching our way. And it's a shame that like we can't even fathom the amount of man hours that were dumped into useless fighting, totally useless. No growth happened. Like nobody who was engaged in this, and I was watching very closely because I chose to sit this one out for the most part. I commented on it very, very slightly at the very beginning of the discourse with more or less a similar opinion, which was just I don't think that this take is accurate, and I don't think that this is accurately talking about men's issues at all. I think this is like a part of like I think the original post was like an attempt to try and get like a snarky dig at the left, you know, for giving brain dead advice. It's just part of like this narrative that social group likes to push about the left being a bunch of dumb shits and whatever. But also like you mentioned like how like trying to corral the left into any specific goal or towards any specific point is like an impossible or at least a very difficult task. And
well, if the left has any like coherent definition as an entity, it's going to be literally just that which is opposed to the right. And that's basically it.
I mean, yeah, because of course, like everybody has their own specific definition. Like the definition I tend to work with is somebody who I consider left is someone with it's somebody with a devotion to liberation and a competent critique of capitalism is what I consider to be left. Which means, you know, but also I know that I drew that definition. That's my personal definition that I run with. And I know that cuts out liberals and that also cuts out tankies. And I'm sure tankies won't feel so good about that. But it's like, but it's hard. And the other thing too is that like, I do think that it would be impossible to ever fully rally the entire left towards any goal. But I think that we make it even harder with discourses that unfold like this one. Because if you'll notice, one thing that happened real quick, Star Panda TV, thank you so much for the incredibly generous $10, saying congrats on 20K. Thank you very much, genuinely. Thank you so much for supporting the show and for supporting the mods today. Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted.
Oh, and just to like reiterate that, Demon and Mama's mods are almost entirely responsible for all of the back end stuff, and there was a lot of back end stuff of the fundraiser stream going as quote unquote smoothly as it did. They should absolutely be doubly applauded for the work they do. They're insanely good.
I am blessed with an absolutely incredible mod team, and they do some great stuff. To bounce back onto the topic,
yes.
Sorry about that. Like I was watching this whole stupid discourse unfold, and I know now that there are rifts and schisms that existed between people who otherwise politically agree, more or less entirely, with very few exceptions, on most core leftist issues or left-leaning issues. There are now just schisms that exist there because of this discourse, because of the way that it unfolded. And they wouldn't have had to exist if this discourse had unfolded differently. And that, to me, is very unfortunate because obviously there is always going to be infighting on the left. It is the nature of a grouping that large, but also especially of a grouping that tends to be centered around various ideologies that are focused on liberation in some form or another, whether economic liberation
or some form of freedom of thought and expression. Like there's actual intellectual diversity there. That's what happens.
Exactly. It's like it's going to happen. There's going to be some infighting, but and it will always happen. And in fact, it's fine. But like this type of infighting is not useful. It's
well, it was baked into baked into the initial tweet by Sid, and this is why like the fact that the left is not a coherent entity is so important, because when you say the left has failed to do or to target whatever it is that Andrew Tate is targeting, you're not speaking to any organization that can actually adopt any kind of policy or strategy. You're talking to like an entity so dispersed there is no hierarchy or chain of command at all. Like at that scale, Vosh and you are basically equivalent as far as other people are concerned. There's no top, there's no like whatever. And so the only upshot of that is a critique of a non-existent entity to the benefit of a very existent entity. The left is failing men, therefore what the right has some merit in what it's doing vis-a-vis Andrew Tate. That's the only upshot.
Well, that was one of the things that was frustrating me was like was this a ceding of narrative to the right for no gain. I don't know. It made me bummed out because I don't know. Like I do think that there's real topics that were being discussed there that are very important. I do think that men's issues are very important. I do think that it's that the left. There is room on the left, specifically, there's room on the left for people who focus their channel a little more on reaching out to and teaching men who might be drifting towards, right-wing stuff. But I can't agree with that being packaged with the idea that like the left is full of feminazis, or like the left is like overwhelmed with misandry, or that like men are being actively and maliciously driven out of the left, especially like because that just flies in the face of all of our demographics. It drives me crazy. And it's funny, you were going to mention like you were mentioning like stuff that like you can do to try and handle the stress, and there's not a whole lot of like acute things. There's no like you can't there's not like a dance you can do that makes all the bad feelings go away. No. However, I have found one thing that I have been actively doing, especially this last year, and I'm going to be continue doing this year, is that like making an active effort to pursue to only pursue conflicts which are likely, or at least reasonably likely, to result in a learning experience. To when you engage in a conflict, structure it in such a way that you know that people can walk away having learned something good, and then also just spending more time focusing on enriching your existing community and connecting with other communities that are you know, viable, that are like, you know, what's the word I'm trying to look for? Not synergistic, but that can vibe well. There, I'm going to put it the dumb way.
Harmonious, something like that.
They can vibe well. Yeah, like anything that you can, like a community that's compatible. There's the word I was reaching for. Compatible with your own, because God knows we need these connections to be stronger. We need connections between lefty communities. The like politics as a whole online is like scattered to the wind, and especially the left. There is just there's not even like negative connections. There's just none. Everyone's siloed off and doing their own thing, and it's
which is a very weak position to be in. That is very bad.
It's super bad, and it's especially bad when you consider like that like ostensibly the online left's job is to be the like the door, you know what I mean, the greeter.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be the ones who are engaging in the culture war and getting people to you know, start to think about these things, to get them more comfortable so that they can then begin to participate in a more tangible politics. That this is supposed to be, you know, our job is mostly to inspire, entertain, and educate. And if we spend all our time just fucking bickering and being completely siloed off from any real tangible movements, then that's all that it will ever be. It will always ever just be ephemera. And that is a depressing position. This was all a very long way to talk about how you feel better, but
yeah,
not feeling
it's
like
all connected.
Not feeling like you're ephemera is a great way to feel better when you get in a conflict online. Some conflicts online are totally unavoidable. There is no way that I would not have ended up in a conflict with when I talked about the Balenciaga shit. The moment that I decided that this shit needed to be talked about, I knew that I was going to be engaging in a lot of conflict. Potentially and I knew that there was the possibility that I get a full-on response from Shoe-on-Head's community, and it sucked. But knowing that this was not like this, that this was a topic that I think links very strongly to something that I care about very deeply, aka the pushing of a libel against trans people as a whole, and the pushing of conspiracy theories, and more so the pushing of moral panics as a sort of state of being. Knowing that this was a well-chosen conflict, and knowing that I went into it with the intention of helping people not be trapped in conspiratorial thinking, that makes me feel a lot better about it in the long run. It can't help me from feeling bad about people like literally screaming slurs at me and calling me a fat, disgusting groomer or whatever in all my comments. It can't help with that, but it can certainly go, wow, well, I look back on this with pride instead of just like being like, wow, wasn't that Twitter drama terrible?
No,
you know
it had to. This is one of those things which seems strange to talk in context of social media, but it's one of those things that had to be done. And I appreciate that you did it. And it's always messy. People don't understand like just how blind to the long-term impact of anything that we're doing is here, and the stress of it. Like, by the conclusion of it, it seemed like you had old friends coming on side, but there's no guarantee of that. These are one of those things where you take a stand on this kind of thing, you might see like a bleed off of everybody you thought was on side, and it can like detriment you in a real material way. Not to mention just psychologically.
Which happened with Kink at Pride.
Yeah.
Big time.
You
know, that was one where I know that I was in the right, but that a lot of people just peeled off and weren't willing to hear me out on that for one reason or another. So yeah, it is a risk, and I don't know. I recognize, again, like I want to reiterate, like, yeah, some conflict is not going to be avoidable. We are engaged in politics. It is conflict. It is like conflict in its purest form, perhaps.
It's literally to do with war at the end of the day. You're dealing with vying for power in an institution that exists to a certain military dominance over a territory, which shouldn't be, and hopefully someday that will not be the case. But that's the game right now.
That is the game.
If you don't want conflict, first of all, stay off of political YouTube and just don't get involved in politics at all.
But you know, that means that, you know, with conflict being so ever present, which ones we choose to engage in is extra important.
I agree.
Yeah,
absolutely. So. You are not an endless well of energy. You need to choose your battles, or you will just sink. Final note before I go. Discuss something productively. I'm only rushing myself. First of all, because I'm dead tired, but secondly, because I promised the person behind me that I would be quick, and I've lied already.
No, it's my fault. I rambled a lot. So
no, not at all. We'll talk again. I'm certain, but it seems to me that the principal issue with the men discourse, as it's been had, is literally just the fact that it was directed to inappropriately to the left as a whole, as if this was a thing that the left TM was ever capable of addressing in a uniform fashion, when literally the buy-in to being in a left space online is you have an internet connection. But it seems to me, and of course, like if it was taken seriously, what Sid, the originator of this discourse, I think would have done, is arranged a panel discussion, perhaps, or arranged like a group project meant to actually address the issue instead of flaunting it as easy Twitter bait. But let's think productively for 5 minutes. Let's assume he had done that. There is legitimately a problem with, and it's not the left failing to address men's issues. There is a vast body of literature at this point addressing the underlying cause of the demand for people like Andrew Tate. That's not the issue. However, we do have an issue with a very widespread rhetorical sloppiness when it comes to imputing responsibility and culpability to individuals who are basically entirely ignorant of their situation in all of the systemic things that ail us in present day, who have been betrayed by an educational system that doesn't equip them to even comprehend it without an exorbitant amount of work on the part of somebody they're engaging with, and who are like raised by their parents to be bigoted against those ideas anyways. So there's that on the one hand, and then on the other hand we have a whole bunch of people who, and it's understandable, treat people of that description largely because they act in a way that makes this almost inevitable, because of the things I just mentioned. There's a whole lot of people who will treat young men of that description as if with sort of inherent hostility and suspicion, and we're in a difficult point where you cannot tell people to, hey, be nice to the young white men in particular, because they constitute like a major source of the problem. But on the flip side, at a certain level, and I need to be very particular here, for a lot of these people, at least early on, before they start to lean into it deliberately as a reaction, it's not their fault for being ignorant coming in, and they are pushed in one direction or another by things which they did not understand early on. And so what do? We can't manipulate the left as a whole to adopt a strategy so that even if, for argument's sake, we decided, hey, everybody, this is the plan, we're going to be really nice to young white single men. Even if you said that, you could not get people to follow through on it. And because of the rat race of online politics, people will jump down your throat opportunistically as soon as you propose it, and you'll just be drowned, and possibly rightfully so.
I do think it's hard, and I mean, obviously, like I came from a highly radicalized background. You know, yes. I was a true believer in Christianity. I was somebody who de-radicalized and arguably re-radicalized, depending on how you frame things. You know,
you adopt
in a different direction.
The woke religion, yeah.
Yeah, I believe in woke Jesus now instead. But I mean, it's like it's not easy. There isn't an easy answer. If there was an easy answer, everybody would be doing it already. The problem is that indoctrination is dangerous. It's really dangerous, and it's really, really hard because I mean, so like you mentioned, like okay, so like I'm thinking about a lot of the people who were on the let's say the the very opposite, the polar opposite of Vosh's position. The idea that like, no, like what, you're saying we need to coddle men and shit? No.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're correct, and I think that the response of that level of hostility only does damage to their own position. However, if I put myself in their shoes for just a second, it's hard to be most of these people who were taking that position were marginalized people themselves, and women or otherwise. But it is hard to every single day deal with a lot of people who's passive, who like at best think that you should be in a worse position than you are. That's like at best, like, you know what I mean? Like just passive misogyny or whatever. But then at worst, especially online in the post-Trump, post-Gamergate era of the internet that we're on, there are a lot of dudes who really just do go online and harass women all the time. I get it all the time. And when you encounter that so much, and you literally cannot be listened to because of who you are, because you were born a certain way, and their narrative tells them to ignore you, that becomes a very intense. It becomes intense, and it also becomes unbearable for some people. Like, I'm not saying that I understand misandrists or anything like that. I'm not saying I literally actively push back against that. Both in, I've been sitting in groups of trans girls, and somebody peeps up with some misandry, and I've pushed back on it in real life, in a setting of a social setting. Like, I'm not afraid to do that. But at the same time, I also I can understand someone reacting poorly to being told that like they need to give more. You know what I mean? And
moreover, as soon as this is done, sorry to interject, but just to build off of that, whenever this is in a public setting, and so many people seem to have a lot of trouble internalizing this, public statements bear more significance than just the semantic content of what you're saying.
I agree.
So when you contradict someone who is representing some political side, and you say like, hey, can we chill it with that misandry or whatever, that whole side now gets colored with that, depending on how you do it. You need to be extremely careful. And again, like this is the primary issue with the way in which this discourse has gone so far. It wasn't that the statement was made, because the statement is intuitive to a lot of people, and there's reasons for it. Like the right has successfully seeded the ground, largely because it was already preceded for it, so that those kinds of responses, men are being left behind, and there is a deceptive grain of truth in there, oddly enough, that makes it so that the default is people like Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, et cetera, they are filling a need, and what's happening by that intuition just being stated as an obvious fact is they're completely skipping over the part where, and that need was fostered by people like Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
This is a consequence of the ideology that these people are also peddling as the cure. Yeah. So I think where I'm sort of at with this is I think the approach we need to really start taking, and this is maybe something that might be able to have some uptake. I don't know how you would spin it precisely, but there needs to be a raising of awareness and a normalization of reading things in a manner where they are not put forward to public consumption before they are actually considered, because
true.
Because because the whole men's discourse thing was allowed to become a right-wing retort to a prospective effort that nobody on the left had the opportunity to make before that happened.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I can just imagine like right-wingers. I mean, I'm sure they already exist. I mean, people mentioned them having seen videos of right-wingers commenting on this Discord and going, look, the lefties are tearing up this one guy because he dared speak about men's issues. Look, it's true. Yeah. They are all feminazis. And that's a terrible loss for even the people for even the people taking like the Vosh position, you know, where it's like, I think there's a problem with this, and like we got to address that, and like that's a big loss, like in that regard. I don't know. I do agree. I think that a lot of these need to stay in they need to be baked a little bit longer. You know, like hold up, let them cook, but finish cooking first.
Yeah.
You know, finish cooking the takes.
Yeah, and that goes both ways, by the way, guys, because we can't be tearing down, shooting from the hip, as it were, every single person who might be on our side if we just fucking spoke to them first. Like, do that first, then go on the attack. Vosh was shooting from the hip. He was being a big old goofball. He wasn't betraying the left. He's taken hits that indicate he's not going to do that. And there are ways to ascertain if he's going to do that. And one of those ways is you talk to him first. You try to reach out, and you try to have a communication. If that fails, then
I do think
plan
that
B.
like in all of this too, that
Yes.
the message I want people to understand is that like politics isn't like a video game. There's no you don't get like little monks that go whoa low low and then it turns somebody, and as long as they whoa low low at the correct you know, in the correct time and place, then it just turns somebody from the red team into the blue team. Me slowly extricating myself from the claws of Christian and right-wing indoctrination was a years-long process of deep introspection and a lot of personal pain. It was hard. There is no easy answer. This is part of the thing that I've talked about for so long, is why like I think prevention is so important. Is like back when de-radicalization was a big topic that everybody talked about. You remember back then? You remember those old days, Sunday?
Like a year ago?
Yeah.
We've kind of dropped that one, haven't we?
It comes back around. But yeah, people talk about it. It was like literally like a year and a half ago or something that was still on the table. People talking about whether, you know, de-radicalization as a topic. And I've always held the line that like YouTubers can't de-radicalize people. Not really. YouTubers can be a tool for someone to help de-radicalize themselves sometimes, but no one video and no one YouTuber is going to de-radicalize anyone, even if they tell you that you did. It's just not how it works. It's never just one thing. You can be a tool in the right direction. However, one thing that YouTubers can do is that they can inoculate. They can they can have videos that reach a lot of people, so that somebody has already considered an issue before the attempted indoctrination comes in. Indoctrination is a very difficult process. I went to church 3 times a week for most of my life. That is a lot of indoctrination. It's a lot of repetition, and not only that, the church alone, the speaking part, is not even the part that gets you. The part that gets you is the social structures, the fact that everyone becomes tied to the church, and that your social life is a part of the church, that sometimes your financial life is part of the church. It means that every time you think about doubting anything the church says, there's this horrible sense of fear that drives you to a different conclusion than a rational one. That you have to, because oh my God, if I'm wrong about the church, then they're going to kick me out. They're not going to be my friends anymore. I won't have a job anymore. I won't have a social group anymore. I'm going to be alone. My family's going to kick me out. Like, these are real things that are used to make indoctrination happen. YouTubers don't have any of that. YouTubers don't have answers to any of that. We never will. YouTubers aren't able to provide housing to somebody who gets kicked out of their family because they deconverted to Christianity.
You look at these orbiting spheres where people have the same, analogous chains of reliance on just appealing to other larger streamers and their audiences. You can lose your income like that. I have nothing but pity at a certain level for a lot of these people whose entire lives now their well-being and their financial security is tied to not pissing off people in Destiny's orbit too much, or whoever we're talking about. It's terrifying. And no, we don't have an answer to that because we're caught in the same goddamn thing. I think there's, just to return to your final point, and then I'll sign off, because I see people noting that we were having 20-minute blocks for people. We were definitely past that.
Well, I think this is an important topic to a lot of people, and I we haven't gotten to speak on stream.
And it's me, and I'm special, so.
Yeah. Well, you are a VIP, so.
I am the president, yes. I think there's principally like two things that content creators are able to do. If you're a known quantity to your audience, you can educate them and put them into contact with things. You use the parasocial relationship with your audience for good, and you try to like help them learn and connect and become more independent, not less so. Hopefully like with like positive and better informed ideas than they had before. And then you can break the spell of other people who are not doing that by showing them to be fools in the context of a debate. That's a really hard and risky business. Those things have real effects. Like you can cut people off from being completely in the thrall of ideas that they did not have the wherewithal to critique or they were emotionally attached to, by showing somebody as not even wrong per se, because most people, like in the context of a 2-hour conversation, you can't really show that somebody's wrong, but you can show that somebody's uncertain and scrambling. And that breaks the spell a little bit. Now people are like, oh, okay. And even if people don't change their positions at that point, they will nonetheless start to scrutinize them more, because a lot of people end up actually switching to the left, like myself, not because they were convinced by a debate or by a particular argument, but because they saw what they thought were good arguments failing due to incompetence, and they hadn't drawn the connection yet that incompetence bled over to the way in which they got those ideas in the first place. So
that introspective process is remarkably is the thing that gets people to change their positions, and there isn't a single debate that's going to trigger that introspective process. It's not how it works. They can help. They can grease the wheels a little bit, but the introspective process does ultimately come from somebody having a moment and going, wow, actually maybe I need to rethink things. And also, you can't make somebody do that. There are a lot of people who are just so entrenched in their position, they're not gonna change. It just sucks. But yeah. President Sunday, thank you so much for coming on. This was a absolutely fantastic conversation.
Thank you. Likewise. Congratulations once again on the 20K subs and the consistent large viewership. This is a tremendous achievement. May it be the least of many more. Take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. All right. Damn. What a great conversation. Do you see, wait, hold on real quick before we bring in the next caller. Do you all realize this is the type of conversation that do you see how different this unfolded from a conversation that would have happened over Twitter? Can you imagine if President Sunday and I tried to share these ideas via Twitter? It would have never worked. But instead, we just sat there and we both had different views. We were both talking about a situation that was disastrous, and look at what happens. Everyone is able to hear us walk through these things. We're able to share our thoughts to essentially the fullest extent, minus the time limits of literal life. But that happens in every situation. No nonsense mixed in. Actual talking about the exact same issue. We are talking about the same issue that people have been ranting about for, for the last, 2.5, or not 2.5, a week and a half or so, however long it's been. Same exact issue, totally different result. Just saying. Oh, Somniostatic, welcome.
What's up?
Hey, how are you doing?
I was listening to you talk and
Were
eating.
you enjoying it? Are you enjoying both of those
They
things?
put me in too early, so it was a little awkward.
Oh, they
okay.
put you in too early? Okay, sorry about that.
I think President Sunday lied about me, so I have to address that first, because he said he promised me he would get off quick, but he offered that, and I rejected his promise because I was interested.
Well,
So I don't know if you can impeach like a Canadian president, but are there Canadian? I don't even think there are Canadian presidents.
Yeah, there are Canadian presidents, but they're weird. They're like a discount president. I think they're called like a prime minister. So it's the same idea as a president, but they use 2 words instead of 1. So it sucks, is what I'm saying. But President Sunday, I assure you, if you were to fight him over this, I think you would win, because you have big brass American balls, and President Sunday has a little maple leaf. That's all how it goes.
Well, we have more freedoms. Okay,
yeah,
so
more freedom equals more power. So as you know.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, let me actually get to some kind of structure.
All right. Okay. Sure. Take your time.
So the first thing that I wanted to talk about was the housekeeping stuff. Shout outs to Alora and shout outs to someone named Squirt Mama, who doesn't actually ever get in chat but watches you religiously.
Hi. What
What
was their name? Squirt Mama?
Scorp Mama.
Scorp Mama. Shout out to Scorp Mama.
They're actually Jewish too, and they talk a lot about how you roll on that topic.
Base. That makes me happy because it's something I put a lot of thought and time into. So that makes me very happy.
A lot of people talk about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Second thing is why it's actually like unacceptable that you haven't read Berserk yet.
I know.
From like a moral perspective.
I know. I know. It's fair. It's
only because the artwork is just it's so good.
Well, the good news is I have started the Berserk anime, and I have been hoping to be able to borrow the full hardcover collection from a friend. So
the
that
90s
might actually
TV anime.
Yes, I believe that's the one.
Okay.
The good one. I heard it was the good one. That's what I heard. Because I know there's like a weird CGI one that people don't like.
Well, there's a lot of bad adaptations. And it's like you can go watch a movie about the Mona Lisa, or you just go look at the Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
But it's the artist himself. It's Kentaro Miura, who the way that he draws the pages is so detailed and like almost like it's just a whole rabbit hole. It's legendary.
I've seen page spreads and highlights of the art independent of having read the manga, and it is like the attention to detail is phenomenal. Like that much I know. It is something that's on my list that I'm like, again, like I said, I've been hoping to get my hands on like a full set of it. I know that I can read it digitally if I want to, but I've really wanted to have the physical reading experience, but I just haven't been able to get my hands on a copy. So, any kindly imps out there who want to send me a collector set or whatever of the Berserk anime or Berserk manga, I'm just saying.
All of 400 volumes or whatever.
We can talk, yeah, however many there are. It's like what? Like the big hardcover one is like, there's like 25 books or something? I can't remember.
I don't even know. Well, it's taken him 30 years, so I think I've lost track of what they even are, But the second reason why is because it relates a lot to Aniara, which I watched after you recommended it.
That's awesome. What a good movie.
That movie is really good. But the way that it describes people as you're empathizing with them, so you're kind of looking at them from two lenses at the same time.
Yeah.
From like a sociological perspective and just a human perspective. It like Berserk, I think, for Eastern media created the concept of that sort of cosmic human horror. And that's why it inspired shit like Dark Souls and all that, et cetera.
Dark Souls, yeah.
It wasn't so much dude with a big sword. It was, now all the dudes have to have big swords because this dude with a big sword is just
so
my
iconic.
Dude with a big sword. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I live in a house of Berserk fans, and I'm like the only one who hasn't read Berserk. So,
it's so good.
I know. I will take the shame upon me. I know that I'm going to be kicking myself after I'm done reading it for not having read it earlier.
As someone who's reread it a lot, rereading it when when you're older and actually know what you're looking at is so much better anyway. I don't know that matters as much. Like, you look at it when you're 15 and you're just like, oh shit, he chopped the dude in half. But there's so much more than that.
It's funny. My younger brother was like super into Berserk for like for like most of the time that I was like in my senior year of high school into college, and I remember him telling me all about it. And then like, I mean, and then he converted to Christianity and didn't like it anymore. But I do have a lot of I have a lot of memories of him talking about how awesome Berserk is and how I should read it, even back that far. And I'm just like, somehow I haven't sat down and read it, you know, since those days. But
that's weird. Well, I don't know if it's weird, but it's ironic because the villains are all more or less representations like organized religion.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I know the show is extremely critical of organized religion, to say the least.
But yeah, it's really good. Yeah. And it's really good.
Well, I appreciate the prodding because I do really want to read it, and I know that I sometimes I get into the perpetual Zooms where I never sit down and enjoy any media because I'm too busy thinking about other things or thinking about things that I want to do or thinking about stuff for stream or streaming. And but to be fair, I've been doing a little better lately. I've been reading Dune, and I've been catching up through my watch list of TV shows and stuff like that. So which has been very enjoyable. So
like what?
Well, I watched Star Wars Andor, which is probably my favorite TV show that I've watched since Breaking Bad. It is phenomenal. Really? I'm not kidding.
By the person who made Glass Onion and Knives Out? Or those are the same thing?
Knives Out? Wait, Knives Out was Rian Johnson did do a few episodes of Breaking Bad. But no, Star Wars and
Glass Onion, Knives Out, and Andor. I think that's the same person.
No, Andor is made by the guy created by the guy who did the Bourne Identity movies. Or the Bourne movies, the Bourne Identity, Bourne Supremacy, and the Bourne Ultimatum. It is amazing. It is just, no questions asked, some of the best TV that I've ever seen in my entire life. I know you're not going to believe me when I tell you that a Star Wars show is like currently manages to like be one of the most accurate media that talks about that accurately talks about leftism as a whole.
It's really hard to believe as someone who grew up with Clone Wars.
I'm just telling you right now, like I have been I used to be a Star Wars person when I was much younger. And then I checked out of Star Wars completely, and then I reached a point of, as you have heard me rant about Baby Yoda and Funko Pops 100,000 times, I became like actively anti-Star Wars in most ways. But Star Wars Andor has completely arrested my my hyperfixation recently, and it is so fucking good. I can't recommend it enough. I don't know how it got made. I don't know what happened. I don't know what devil's bargain was created, but it is genuinely incredible. And I can't, without spoiling anything, I can't exactly explain why I say that it's like so valuable as like I just know for a fact. Well, first of all, the reason why I wanted to watch it was because it was recommended to me. It was recommended to me from an anarchist blogger who is one of the most real, not online, hardcore. I like somebody who's seriously involved and has been for a long time in anarchist organizing. And I'm just like, why are you recommending me Star Wars?
Yeah.
And just take my word for it and watch the show. And I'm telling you, you won't be disappointed. It is amazing. It is just amazing. So, yeah, it's very, very good. Yoda voice, buy Funko Pop, you must. Ketamine. What the fuck? Why? Yeah, but no, it is a staunchly anti-imperial show, a staunchly anti-fascist show, and it goes there in ways that you will not expect. I mean, like I said, no spoilers, but the show depicts a fucking like a graphic prison suicide, as a part of attempting to like as a part of attempting and succeeding to discuss like prison issues with being imprisoned with the way that the prison system works. It's off the rails. So good. Anyway, that, and I've also been watching Hannibal, which Hannibal I don't feel as strongly about. I'm enjoying Hannibal.
Yeah.
But
it kind of gets I don't know, boring isn't the right word.
It's not. I think it's quite entertaining, but it's a show that has a lot of issues. One of which is that I have a hard time taking it super seriously, just because it's so goofy at times. Have I finished season 2 of Hannibal yet? No, I'm just finishing season 1 of Hannibal. I think we'll probably finish it tonight. So
well,
I'm not
you have
out
at
there
least 3 good seasons, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of things about the show, but I don't know. So far, I've been enjoying it. It's an enjoyable show, and of course, I love Mads Mikkelsen.
That's what I was gonna say. I would just watch. I actually looked up every movie he was in and just kind of watched them all a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Mads Mikkelsen is great. He's a great actor.
Yeah.
And in fact, fun fact. Mads Mikkelsen is one of the main characters in the film, the Star Wars film that is like tied to the Star Wars Andor series, which is also, interestingly, one of the Star Wars movies I actually enjoy. I can't praise it as highly as Star Wars Andor because it has a lot of Star Wars isms, stupid Darth Vader, scenes and stuff like that. It's Star Wars Rogue One. Is the main character is Cassian. One of the main characters is Cassian Andor, the character who is the show Andor is about. But Mads Mikkelsen is one of the main characters in that movie, and he's great. He plays basically a Nazi scientist who is the one.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, he plays like a Nazi scientist who decides to install the weak spot on the the Death Star because he has like a crisis of conscience, and then tries to leave the Empire, but then gets like basically pressed back into work, and as a way of revenge, he like very slowly sneaks over the course of like years. He sneaks the weak spot into the Death Star that is later exploited in
the Hole.
Yeah, the Hole. He's the one who did that. So like it's Mads Mikkelsen's character he did that as like revenge for basically not letting him leave Imperial service once he has a crisis of conscience.
Which
Anyway.
the Nazis actually did stuff like that.
Yeah, they did. Yep. If you want to see like the most raw depiction of the Empire as like the fascistic government that it is, Andor is the answer. Yeah, Andor is the answer for you. I'm gonna watch that now. Yeah, seriously. So yeah, those are the things I've been watching recently. I also watched a little bit of. We started watching Avatar: The Last Airbender again because it's a pretty easy to watch show. It's like every episode is only like 20 minutes or so. So we've been watching that recently, and I love that show. But I've already seen that show before. I just wanted to watch through it again. Some stuff I find myself appreciating more than I used to. But yeah.
I have a hard time getting into stuff that was big after I already became an adult.
Yeah, I can understand that. I will say that if you go in understanding that like especially the first season is like a show that is made for kids, and you watch it like if you try to watch it from the perspective of like if you were watching this with younger people, you will start to realize a lot of the stuff that makes that show so great and why it got itself like hooked so many people. It's phenomenally good children's media, and I will say as it goes on, it gets a lot more serious and therefore more entertaining for adults. After like the second, like somewhere in the second season, the show basically starts to take itself much more seriously, and it stops being so much of a kid's show and just becomes basically like an enjoyable anime. But I can't praise The Last Airbender enough. But then again, so has everybody else in the entire world. The thing that's nice about the Last Airbender is that, like, again, even though it's like a kid's show, it's genuinely thoughtful. there's a bunch of moments where you think they're gonna go like one way, where you're like, oh no, is this gonna be like super cringe, like, you know, the moral lessons kind of stuff. You're like, oh god, is it gonna be cringe? And it like basically never is. It's a show that like somehow manages to handle these really serious themes and make it communicable to like a way that kids would easily understand and learn from. And it's very deliberate in the way that it does that, and I think very highly of it.
So it's a good example of the current discourse somehow, if you think about it.
Yeah. You mean like
what you should actually do? Just like try to make good shit.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that it's like I do think that it does a better job of like how do you talk people through tough issues. It certainly does a better job than Twitter arguments, that's for sure. But also like even with regard to like stuff like gender or whatever. Like I mean, there's a whole string of episodes that are all about sexism, and the way that it handles it is really good. You would expect it to be like a lot of like, oh, well, you know, she's just a girl boss. And like, it kind of, you would expect a lot of kids shows to just end there. Like, oh, you think girls can't fight? And then the girl fights. And you're like, but no, it actually like, there's like this whole, one of this episodes about sexism is like, where that's like the core thing that they're talking about. It's dealing with arranged marriages, which is like, what the hell? Like, and it's like this very visceral plot about like how a relationship can't happen because like this girl is bound in a political system that believes in arranged marriages, and like how it like completely destroys like an otherwise like a relationship that you're rooting for. And then also they tie that into another side story like kind of out of nowhere that you don't really expect. It's just really well done. They don't do like, of course there are like the girl boss moments, which is awesome because everybody loves the characters in the show and you want them to have their girl boss moments, but it doesn't stop there. It always goes one step further than what you expect to really get people to think about it. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does a really good job of it. And yeah, like I said, I will agree that like sometimes the show can be a little bit, you know, it can come off, the episodes are 20 minutes long, you know, they kind of move at a very fast pace and you're kind of like, okay, this is like clearly designed for a kid, but it does get better as time goes on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think that I have a minute left and I can't think of anything to say for a minute.
Oh, okay.
But it's cool. 20K is, I mean, 21K maybe now.
Almost 21K.
I don't know.
We're getting there.
Yeah, that's kind of awesome. I'd like to say it was like it was yesterday that you didn't have any subs, but it's been like 8 million years and like 18 different wars. But I mean, you did it.
We did. And I appreciate you having been a member of my community for so long. And
yeah, I mean, there's so many of us to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. There's so many OG imps, and I don't know. It makes me happy that my show continues to be entertaining and edifying, and I certainly love to see you in chat. So, and I mean, everybody recognizes you in chat because you're great. So,
I'm a pretty good chatter.
Thank you for being here.
Even though you're Canadian people lie about me, I guess.
Yeah, they do. But you're a pog tier chatter and never let the Canadians get to you. They don't know what they're talking about.
That's true. Okay, bye.
Bye. Thank you for coming on. Oh. Somniostatic is a true pog tier chatter. Pog tier. I have to real quick. Can I take before we bring in? Hold on. I got to do a donation read. Okay, I got to do a donation read real quick. Hold on. What tier chatter is Punk Corpse? Pog tier also. You are also pog tier. Real quick, let me read. Let me do dono read. Okay, real quick. Acausality with the $13. Blessings from the void to you, Demon Mama, your mods, and all of those who support you. Thank you so much, Acausality. Piftal Cakes with the gifted tier 2 sub. Thank you so very much. Stairquilinus with the $7. I recommended following your streams and social media tonight with like 20 of my friends at the bar. Wasn't even cringe either. Someone asked if you're on YouTube. I am on YouTube. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Sturquilinus. That's fucking amazing. That type of stuff, seriously, you have no idea how helpful that is. My show grows off of word of mouth, online or offline. So thank you so very much, and thank you for contributing to the show. I hope my show continues to keep you entertained. Xerox13, sir, with the 666. I want to shout out Demon Mama and my fellow imps for having the most civil and productive discourse around plurality I've witnessed in years of moderating the DID subreddits. This community is amazing. I will continue to try to make sure that this community is as awesome as possible. Thank you to all of the plural people in my audience, to all of the plural people in the Discord, and to everyone else, all of the other imps who are cool and open-minded and awesome. And reasonable. So thank you very much. MellowAnarchist with the $6.66. Thank you again for your time. It was a great pleasure to chat. Likewise, 10-letter name with the $2. Thank you so much. I already thanked Saul Gracchus, but I'm going to do it again. Saul Gracchus with the unbelievably generous $200. Thank you so very much. Uncle Gumbald with the gifted tier 1 sub, gifted a sub to celebrate getting my internet back. Let's go! Hell yeah! DoomedPotato with the $10. Thank you to the awesome mods for making the conversations flow so smoothly. You rock. They do. Phantom Fox with the $5. Here's a little for the mods. You do great work. They do indeed. Thank you so much, Phantom Fox. Once again, Thick Boy! Thick Boy! With the $150. Holy fucking shit. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Peasant Supreme 34 with the $20. Demon Mama told me I was wrong. Guess I'm a right-winger now. Please. No. Please, God. Oh, good. Thank God there's a /S. Thank you so much, Peasant Supreme. Mistress Lynn with the incredibly generous $100. Oh my God. Wanted to be sure to show love to you and your mods and your community. Here and VGG are my home. I'm glad I got the chance to get to know everyone here. You've been a major inspiration to my daughter and myself. You're very welcome, and thank you very much. All right. Real quick, I gotta do the YouTube ones. Hold on a second. I gotta bring up the YouTube ones, and then we'll be done, and then we can go to the next call-in. This call-in stream has been amazing. This has been such an awesome stream. God, it makes me feel so good when we have a stream like this. Holy moly. Brina with the $8.17. It's 4 a.m. and I have to head to bed, but I just wanted to say this has been a truly wonderful and well worth the wait. Love and solidarity, imps, Demon Mama, guests, and mods. Thank you so much. Star Panda with the $10. Congrats on 20K. Thank you very, very much. That random guy in the comments with the $10. Mod day, so mod dono. Moderation is a difficult, thankless job. I hope you mods are taking good care of yourself. They will be after this, I can assure you. Thank you so very, very much. Truly. Thank you so very much. Now, sorry, I said we were gonna go right into calls, but I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna play the bathroom song. By the way, I'm gonna be back in just a second, but if you're here and you're not subscribed to my channel, press subscribe, ring the bell, and set it to all. And if you are already subscribed, go double check that you ringed the bell and you put it to all. YouTube is incredibly finicky about notifications. So again, double check if you're subscribed to the channel. You want to make sure you don't miss my videos and my awesome live streams. Ring the bell, select all. I'll be right back. I'm going to play the bathroom song and then we'll be ready to go. 1 second. Let me get the bathroom song. What? Hey, where'd my damn thing go? There we go. Be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Don't you even dare say I didn't wash my hands. The reason it took me so long is because I very thoroughly washed my hands. Look, you can even smell them. They smell nice and soapy. It's just how it goes. Yeah, you can, it's just how it goes, okay? All right. No, I washed my hands. Oh my God, why do people do this to me? I wash my hands. I've always washed my hands. It's other people, it's other streamers who don't wash their hands, for fuck's sake. All right, it's time. Let's bring in the next caller. All right, we're gonna bring in the next caller. Hello, hello, hello. Renophilia? Renophilia? Hello? 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 I cannot hear you at the moment, so maybe your mic isn't working. Maybe try disconnecting and then reconnecting. Yeah, try disconnecting and then wait a second. Make sure all the permissions are correct. Here. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect you, reconnect to the waiting room, and then, or actually, wait, here, I'll do it this way. Hello, test, test, test. Check your mic settings. It seems like your mic might be, isn't picking up anything at all. So maybe your mic, your Discord mic settings need to be changed. Yeah, it's got to be in Discord. So go into the Discord gear menu. I hear that it was working, but just make sure that your settings on the Discord gear menu, and then go under voice and video, and just make sure you have the correct microphone set, or that you have it set to auto detect or whatever. All right. Yeah. All right. We'll come back to you, Wren. Don't worry. We will come back to you. We'll go to the next caller while we work out these issues. Make sure it's not a permissions issue or whatever. We'll move you down for now. We'll go to the next caller for now. Yeah, Discord can be very weird sometimes, okay? Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Falafel Felipe.
Yeah,
Falafel,
I have both
fine?
names. Yeah.
Right. Welcome to the show, Falafel. Welcome. How are you doing tonight?
Thank you very much. I'm doing amazing. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. This has been a great stream. I've had a very good time talking with everyone. So I'm feeling quite good about tonight. I'm glad to hear you're doing well as well.
Oh yeah, I'm amazing. This is being an awesome stream, by the way. I love it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, call-in streams are always very fun. Some are even more lively than others. This has been a particularly intellectually edifying call-in stream, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. I thought about maybe checking the subject a little bit, and I wanted to talk about game design.
All right, I'm always into talking about game design. Hit me with it.
Oh, amazing. So I wanted to know how you feel about like certain game design practices and stuff like that. My basic like thesis is that games are very bad at communicating like specific hard numbers, like trying to teach that like how a book would be, right? And they're better at like communicating systems and interactions. So
Yeah,
you
I
see
think
like
that's
the
true.
future is like more in like sandbox kind of games with the rules. What do you think about that?
I mean, I do think that like when it comes to like learning games, I think the games like games that can help you actually learn things that are for outside of the game, or at least hone certain learning skills. I do think that games have an advantage in being able to teach experientially and, as you mentioned, systemically, like where you are sort of required to progress the game to engage with certain things or engage with certain aspects of it. But also, interestingly, I think that that's true about a lot of things. Most people don't actually learn all that well just from sort of like picking up a book and reading the facts out of the book. In fact, I think a lot of people struggle to learn that way. But one of the values I think that comes from games is the ability to simulate in general, that in a game you can create a microcosm of something that already exists, or something or a parallel to something that already exists, and engage with it in a potentially safer or less expensive or whatever, or lower stakes environment. I do think that's very valuable. I don't know if I would say the entire future of games lies in sandbox games. But I do think that like there has been an incredible renaissance of games that are much more open-ended, and I think that they're of great value. There's been a move away from games sort of relying on cinematic standards, or literary standards, like movie games, But I mean that's the case for. I mean, a lot of games have tried to be movie games in the past, and some of them are really good. Don't get me wrong; some of them are great games. But there was a sort of idea that like games either fell into movie games or they fell into a sort of like like a more action arcadey experience in the past. And I'm happy to see that games are embracing game narratives, ludo narrative. Like it is being embraced and infused to its greatest degree, even when the game dips into movie game stuff. I mean, right now I'm thinking of Death Stranding as the perfect example of this, of a game that is totally willing to play you cutscenes of great importance and also great value, and I think they're great. But the vast majority of the game is communicated through stuff that you're doing, through encounters that you are doing as a part of the gameplay. It forces you to engage with the game in such a way that it tells a story, and I really like that. I think that's
I haven't
very, very
played
promising.
Death Stranding. I haven't played Death Stranding. In fact, I downloaded it tonight. Last night.
It is I think you're gonna love it. If you're into you're into game design, if you're into being surprised by the way that a game works, Death Stranding is one of those games.
And it was thanks to you, because I saw your ping and immediately I had to get the Epic application to download it.
Did you manage to snag the Director's Cut edition?
Yes, I think so. When I clicked download it, it was like, you can get extra content. And I clicked on yes,
okay.
I guess that's it.
It probably was the Director's Cut. A lot of people will recommend playing the base version of the game before you play the Director's Cut. I still think both of them are very good, but I will say the Director's Cut adds some bonus stuff that's really more designed for people who've already played the game before. But regardless, Death Stranding is amazing, and I am so excited
I know I'm playing
eventually hear your thoughts.
I know I'm playing them both like at least 2 times, because it's one of those games that you have to start replaying it as soon as you complete it. At least I hope. Kind of like Disco Elysium. I just had to start a second playthrough. Have you played that game?
Yes, I love Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium, it was a very important game for me.
Did you also have a first playthrough doing the good guy, and then you went all in on the drunk chaos on the second playthrough?
Actually, it's funny. I have only done one full playthrough of Disco Elysium, and part of the reason is because I cried so hard in my first playthrough of Disco Elysium that I've been waiting for the right moment to go back. And I don't know when I'm gonna. I will, though. I know I want to play the full version with the voice acting, with the complete voice acting and whatever, the new version that they did. But I love Disco Elysium. In fact, Disco Elysium was one of the games that was alongside Pathologic 2 and, interestingly, Death Stranding, all 3 games I played in 1 year, games that really inspired me to actually begin streaming. I actually played Disco Elysium just a few months before I decided to start streaming. It was a very... It was a game that gave me a lot of thought, and in fact, it inspired me to. I made a note for myself that I wanted to create something someday that I felt was as moving as Disco Elysium was to me.
Same. I actually make games. I'm not only a fan of game design. My dream job is doing whatever game I want by myself. I'm somehow not starving for that, and my life project is hopefully making a video game version of Parasite, which is what I consider a very good medium for exposing radical ideas.
The film Parasite.
Oh yeah, the film Parasite, in a very digestible manner, right? Kind of like the video game version. Because I think Parasite got a lot of people into thinking about that. I think that Parasite wasn't very explicitly, Parasite wasn't called the the fear of the bourgeois, and it does it didn't have explicitly communist stuff. I used to try to make games. I have a game that I did a year ago with a student from Carnegie Mellon called Iron Dome. And it was a satire, kind of what's this movie about superheroes that they are bad?
A movie or a TV show?
No, a series. Yeah,
The Boys.
The Boys. Yeah, The Boys. Yeah. It was kind of like the Boys, but with Israel being representing a superhero. The thing is that thing flopped. Nobody paid attention to it. And I realized that
I'm sorry about that.
If you want to do agitprop, it should first get the attention of people, right? With a simple premise. And I think that's what
I do think that tends to work well. I think that there is room for media that is very you know, that is sort of like very openly opinionated. And like openly political in certain ways, but yeah, if you're trying to create something that is going to get to like convince people to a new position, you have to start with something that will be that starts with it, that subverts their expectations. It has to kind of turn them. There has to be a turn somewhere where it invites them in with something they're familiar with. I mean, I was just with the last caller. I was just gushing about Star Wars Andor, which is exactly I think. If you haven't seen that, you might actually benefit because it is a show.
Oh, it's in my to-watch list. I have so many stuff that I have to watch and play.
It's a show that never explicitly names exactly what it's talking about. Well, it does, but it does in a way that gets under the skin, can get under the skin of anyone, even somebody who is. Who would generally be opposed to the messages that it's sending, and it's
that's
one of those
what I
shows
love.
where, yeah, if you
like, I love when games or movies or whatever medium like just give you like the whole like Communist Manifesto spiel, but without saying communist, right, or anarchist or whatever, and you have even like your crazy uncle.
I can't even. There's no way I can say anything without spoiling the show, but I'm just gonna say. You will love. There is a specific moment that is so close to what you're talking about right now that you will love in this show.
Oh, dude, that series is made for me. Then I have to watch it immediately.
You'll love it. I assure you. I can strongly recommend it to basically anybody with any sort of left-leaning politics who is politically knowledgeable. It is a show that will appeal to you.
Also, I haven't played Death Stranding, but. What you said about Death Stranding and specifically like the word coercion, that's what I was trying to say with the sandbox thing. Like, for example, Pathologic. I haven't played that either, but I saw some review online, and it says that the Pathologic coerces the player into not shooting and killing their way out of everything, right? Like they're not made into doing that. Like the game punishes the player if they try to play it like a classic FPS shooter. And
for sure. So too does Death Stranding as well, in a different way. The spirit of Death Stranding and the spirit of Pathologic. Pathologic is like the cruelest. It's like it's such a cruel game. It's like, as far as like how it treats the player, it's like a. It's like it takes the approach of like it's a game that wants to break you down and then build you up. You know what I mean? And Death Stranding is a little different, but Death Stranding is another game that's like it refuses to let you be a gamer in the way that you might instinctively, you know, in like the way that you might play a Call of Duty, or you boot up any game and your first instinct is to just blast any enemy that you see in front of you.
Right, like there's capital G gamer thing that you said.
Exactly, the capital G gamer. No, it's like Death Stranding doesn't let you be that type of gamer. It makes you learn its world, and it makes you learn new ways to play, and I really love that.
I feel that even like Disco Elysium does that.
Yeah, I think so too.
I remember playing a lot on quick saving, scum saving, people call it, and about halfway through, I realized that was like a very bad way to play the game. A very good way to play the game. Exactly, like it was actually funnier to see what happened if you got like one, like the snake eyes, and seeing the funny interactions that got out from it. Because it's actually, because then you end up like tackling like a lady in a wheelchair, right, and stuff like that from rolling that. That's why I love it so much.
It's so good. You know, Disco Elysium is such a different game than Death Stranding and Pathologic, and yet there is still a shared spirit. There is a shared spirit, a mischievous game designer spirit that binds them all. And
wasn't it also done by like a Eastern European team?
Yes,
same as Pathologic.
Yep. Well, Pathologic is done by a mostly Russian team, and then I'm trying to remember where Studio Zom was where most of their members were from. But unfortunately, the studio that made Disco Elysium has completely fallen apart.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
It sucks.
Like
it was terrible.
Thing.
One of the people involved in the project basically attempted to capitalize the entire project and screwed everybody over. It's a disaster. So, but we might never see another game quite like Disco Elysium. But yeah, there is a certain the one thing that unites both Pathologic and Disco Elysium is the devotion to a certain, I don't know, a certain flavor of jadedness that is challenged throughout. Obviously, like they don't end on you should be jaded about things, but there's like a certain jadedness in the plot and in the presentation that is yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, another thing, now that we're talking about games, I wanted to give like a huge shout out to the community. Like, this is seriously an amazing community. I don't know if I don't know. Yeah, you definitely saw it. I put a submission in the gun meme thing.
Yes.
And it is a game that I have been working on since like Christmas Day.
Oh my God, yeah, so, okay, everybody, my lovely imps, all of you who are listening, by the way, we have a game that has been submitted to the Lefty Gun Meme contest, which you can find. It's called Do Not Fucking Die, which is the most iconic name that I can possibly imagine. Wait, GayFesh, I didn't know your music was in the game. Like, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah. That was what I was gonna say. The entire community, like a lot of people from the community have come out and put their own input into the game, which has made it amazing. Like the first person that I contacted was Nasty.
I love Nasty.
Nasty did that amazing not safe for the server meme. And I asked him if I could put that art into the main menu. So it stayed in the main menu. Then I saw a guy like just putting like random piano music into the casual channel, and I asked him socially if like he would mind lending me one of the songs that he put into a game, and he not even did that. He played the game and made a song after it. So that's the main song. Oh my God! And then I asked GayFesh, and GayFesh was like, "Yeah, go ahead." And he even like gave me custom tracks so I can loop them in the level. So it's like a huge community effort, and this wouldn't happen outside of it.
I fucking love this community.
Yeah, only here that would happen.
Yeah, you hear that? You hear that, imps? Only here. Where the hell else have you seen something like this come together? Anywhere else? You haven't. You haven't seen anything like this from anywhere else. It's because imps have fucking something special, okay? There's something special about the imps. And all of you are lovely imps, for as long as you so desire to remain one. Yeah, I have this on my itch.io list. I haven't really had a chance to sit down and do anything but stream and run errands yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to play it. But as we're going to be wrapping up the Lefty Gun Meme contest soon, well, we're going to be giving out some pretty nice rewards for that. So. I'm looking forward to going through and playing this and getting it all organized into the big folder I want to do. I've just been so impressed with everybody doing this. I'm really, really excited. And
yeah, the art that has come out of it is amazing. I love it so much.
It's incredible. There's been so much great stuff coming out of this Lefty Gun Meme contest. I'm very, very happy that I don't know. It was just like, I was like, I don't know. I feel like this would be a fun idea. We need an opportunity to make some fucking real, quick, cool shit that just makes people feel, I don't know, get some energy going. There's been too much strife and too much other crap. So.
Yeah. Also, it mobilizes the community a lot. Like people sharing art and stuff. It's very cool.
and it builds connections, which is one of the things that I'm most interested in. Is I want people to do stuff together. I want people to get a chance to have an excuse to work together and make new friends and build new connections. It makes me happy to know. Yeah.
Yes, I did a lot of connections, like especially with Nate Nasty. like we're in contact. And dude, Nasty is so cool. Like every time I release a new version, I've been releasing like new versions like once per day, right? Because I work a bit on it and I release it. And I send it to Nasty and immediately he plays it and gives me feedback. It's like the best play tester that I could hope for.
Damn, Nasty, look at this. You are just getting like loaded with head pats and treats right now. It's amazing. Yeah. Nasty is an artist who is not only an amazing member of this community and has been for a long time, but also has personally inspired me to a great degree. And yeah, so just some love out there to Nasty. Yeah. So we are just about at the end of the time. Was there any other things you wanted to drop before you go? We got about a minute left before we got to bring somebody else in.
Oh yeah, one other thing. Something that I remember from one of your previous streams. You said about how the US exports hate, and I've always like talked about this, and it was very cool to see you talk about that too. I'm from Costa Rica, and like the second like Trump went into presidency, I was like, we're gonna get like a mini Trump in the next couple of years, and in fact, it happened, and he's our current president now. So yeah, like everything that happens in the US, like eventually comes here.
Yeah, it's
slowly
terrible.
but surely.
I'm hesitating. I'm not succeeding. I'm hesitating from pulling from another thing from Star Wars Andor. But but what you've said there, like it comes here eventually. Like that's like one of the storylines in Andor is like the Outer Rim, the people who live on the Outer Rim, like trying to ignore the Empire and live their normal lives, but eventually it comes to them as well. And unfortunately, this fucking hellhole country that we have going here, it does unfortunately export hate. This is part of the reason why we fight so hard against empire and against imperialism and against imperial culture. Because it ruins for everybody.
Yeah, even with vaccines is crazy. Like I think Latin America had a good culture with vaccines. Like they were always obligatory. There's like a meme about Latinos having like a huge mark on their arm because it's where they got their vaccines when they were a baby.
The smallpox vaccine, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. The reason they exist is because I guess the countries put money into the smallpox vaccine, but not actually like the needle that went in your arm.
Yeah.
So
it's actually common. It's actually common even in some places in the U.S. and also in certain areas of Canada. I actually know a lot of people with the mark. I don't have it. When I sort of lucked out, I happened to live near a nice hospital, even though I lived in a rural area.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, not that I don't mind scars at all. I mean, fuck, I made my tongue the way it is, so like I don't mind that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's interesting.
Cool. Yeah. I also got the privilege of going to a good hospital, so I don't have that mark. But like, I always remember like when I was a kid learning in school how vaccines were obligatory, and that was like always a good thing. And now we have like people with conspiracy theories about the chip and whatever, and it's so fucking crazy, considering like social studies. In social studies, we had such a good emphasis on vaccines obligatory, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's wild. The anti-vax culture here in the U.S. is older even than than COVID. It's wild. When I was like long before I was a streamer, I'm talking like 10 years ago, I remember having a serious argument with a coworker because he was fighting with his own doctor about getting his kid vaccinated because he was afraid that the vaccines would cause autism, which is like, that was like the predecessor to the COVID anti-vaxxing movement. Here in the US, there was a, here in the US and the UK mostly, there was a anti-vax push because of this, this like bunk science, this like fucking fraud scientist said that vaccines were like linked to autism. And so like, not just like I said, not just the COVID vaccine, these were people who were pushing back against like polio vaccines, against mumps, measles, and rubella, against scarlet fever, chickenpox, like all of these like old diseases that like used to kill tons of babies. And like there was a huge movement, and I remember this, like, again, long before I was like super political, I remember having an argument with my coworker who was like, oh, I don't want to get my kid vaccinated. I'm like, are you crazy? That's gonna kill you. Your kid's gonna get sick. Like seriously, if your kid gets sick, you're gonna regret it. I'm like, just listen to your doctor. Like, I know you might have some reservations, but like vaccines aren't like vaccines have been tested like millions of times. They're not like, don't buy that conspiracy stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, that horseman is coming back, right? We thought we could kill him. But yeah.
So I have to end this segment now. We got a couple people waiting. Falafel Felipe, thank you so much for coming on. I'm so excited to check out the thing that you made for the meme, the game that you made for the meme contest, and just thank you so much for this great conversation. Seriously.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for the combo. If anyone else wants to like put something into the game, like I will gladly put it there. I feel it's like a community thing.
Thank you so much, and have a wonderful night.
Same. Good night.
Bye for now. All right, let's bring the next person right in. Let's do it. Go check out that game. It's in the Lefty Gun Meme channel on the Discord, the Gun Meme Contest. Okay? Seriously, go check it out. Hello, Renophilia. Can I hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Hell yeah.
Okay.
All right,
sorry.
Ren. No worries. Discord is very silly. So.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I had two things that I'd wanted to maybe talk about. And one of them is a specific issue I had noticed with the Loner Box's video and manifesto.
Yeah.
And it's really.
Do you want to hear some? Do you want some good news before you get into that?
I'd love to hear some good news.
It's coming. Our response is coming. That's all I can say.
I did know that. I did. I had heard President Sunday mention it. Something similar. Yeah, and in fact, a part of why I picked I picked a very specific point that might not necessarily be like a come to mind as something to address, but like I noticed in his video that he pulled up several comments from the chat, from your chat, except for like that you interacted with, except he didn't pull mine up, but he did mumble that he like almost like not quite a concession, but like that he guessed some people might be like, I guess, the whole thing with the disabled people would be, that there's that too. But that he like
whatever, just
But that the more important point is under the UN definition of genocide, trans people can never be genocided because they don't count as a group of people that a genocide can be committed against.
Well, that's his carve out, He said in his video, he's like, well, I don't agree with that part of it. I agree that gender should be in there. That's his like false concession. Are you familiar with the term of the idea of a false concession? Yeah.
Yeah.
For those in the audience who don't know this term, a false concession is a rhetorical tactic where you pretend to give a concession, or you give a concession on a very small issue so that it gives you the idea that you're being, you're being like, no, I'm more very reasonable. That's a false concession. Being like, oh, you should add gender to the definition, but then being like, but otherwise, I'm going to use this definition to say that you're wrong. It's a false concession, and nobody should fall for it. It's pathetic.
Well, but even with it being like gender, like even if you add gender, that actually still wouldn't apply, because the part of so I actually looked at one of his sources, because he curiously did not link to the part in the source that talks about who can be genocided. And the thing that's like really important about it isn't just that like gender doesn't apply, but it's that you have to have the signifier from birth, because even if you add gender, then that just becomes like female, male, like what you were assigned at birth.
Yep.
That's the thing. It's why disabled people despite the fact that he even calls it a genocide, isn't like disabled people being killed is never a genocide.
Yep.
Because we are not, like, not all of us have had our signifiers since birth. And so,
yeah,
like,
it's a
even,
gaping hole.
Yeah. And so, like, even with that concession, like, he continued to use the idea of, like, okay, well, yeah, we should have gender in there, but even so, it still doesn't count. But then it's like, okay, so a bunch of other genocides don't count. Even one of the ones he references, only one of the, I think it was the Serbian, Bosnian, genocide. Only one of those things counted as a genocide, like one day. And even then, the actual government was never, like, prosecuted for it. They were, I'm sorry, and deemed to have neglected to stop one, but they weren't deemed to have committed one themselves. So even his own examples of, like, what a genocide really should be used for, we still don't use that term. And I just thought that, like, the whole idea of that was just silly. But yeah,
Want to know something else that's super interesting?
Yeah.
Some people who are President Sunday fans may already know this, but the Lemkin Institute, the institute that was made, it's the Lemkin Institute for the, I believe it's called, for the study of genocide. Or for the prevention of genocide. I can't remember what the wording is off the top of my head. But they recently published an article specifically talking about the trans genocide. That is the organization that was founded by and named after the guy who originally coined the term genocide. So they just wrote about it. And it's just, this whole conversation has just, you know, it's just a disastrous, it was a disastrous position for him to take in the first place. And it's wild to me that, like, literally the stringency to sticking to one particular convenient definition has ignited such a conversation. And also that, like, look at all of the other shit that's been rolled over in the process of doubling down on a specific approach and interpretation. It's like disabled people's issues rolled over, other genocides that have been recognized but don't match the UN definition perfectly, rolled over. Even getting down to arguing back and forth about dates. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid thing. But
well, and he literally like quoted someone who had who said that genocide was never the Nazis' like original plan, and it's like they were sending Jewish people to the euthanasia facilities, as they were called, well before the official genocide. And in fact, those were the buildings used to build, like, they tore down these buildings to build the chambers that would, like, wind up committing the big
and
majority.
Also, like, keep in mind that, like, the a lot of the deaths were caused by malnutrition and intentionally bad conditions. You don't like making someone die by imprisoning them in horrible conditions is no less genocidal than than when you, like, use a gas chamber or something like that. These are both ways of killing people that are genocidal. It's just, it's such a frustrating conversation because the hair splitting is so offensive. It really is. And it is hair splitting.
And he felt very, like, it's gonna sound weird, but if a lot of his criticisms of you specifically felt very, like, anti-American bias, because, like, a lot of it was about, like, your bombastic gestures and other things that are, like, very, like, that's right. He was doing American phobia.
True, it's American phobia. Oh, God bless America. No, I'm just teasing. No, I am a bombastic person in general. That's just how I am. But yeah, it is a little weird.
Well, and I've seen UK people, like, complain about, like, it is an actual pattern. I like to look at the subreddit r/UK because it's a very interesting, like, cultural look. And yeah, they all think, like, that Americans are super loud, and it, like, annoys them that we are. And so, like, that was a part of why it came across as so, like, weirdly, like, American bias, but yeah, I just wanted to throw that one in there.
It's true, but you know what? I'll give him the anti-American bias because I can tell you I have an anti-British bias. So
I get it. I for me it's specifically like the posh British.
Yeah, as Somniostatic says in chat, well, who cares? We kicked their ass in 1776. True! We did!
Only thing that's important.
Oh my god, how incredible.
But yeah, that was the main thing for topic 1.
All right, cool. That was a great topic. Thank you.
Thank you. And topic 2, I do believe that if you look at the guest thing, it also has that pulled up. Topic 2, it's essentially like why some people shouldn't necessarily be disowning their bigoted family. And again, I want to clarify that this is different from like renouncing and like moving away or leaving, because like this is not a conversation about like doing it for your own safety. Is like that is not the topic I'm wanting to try to address, because your own safety is the only you're the only one who knows when you need to do that.
Yeah, and I tend to believe that like you know, you've probably heard me talk on this topic a little bit before, but there is definitely there is a time where you have to draw lines, and sometimes that means like I got to get out of here. Yeah,
and it's also not to say that you should have to like tolerate necessarily any kind of like wording or treatment or what have you, but more that like specifically I was reminded of this just because of like the whole recent discussion around like men's issues and all of that. And funny enough, also Shoe on Head, because it's that often vitriol does like a lot of damage, and we can see that with like how Vosh is reacting to, you know, because I think he gets so heated about a lot of this partially because of the way that like people react to him. And like also how Shoe on Head and Vosh both reacted during the Shoe on Head drama, and that like it reminds me of this incident that happened within my own family, where my father's family very, very Republican, very conservative, and like one of his sisters, she's especially conservative. She's like she was born in the 50s, pardon me. And like my family is originally from poor rural Arkansas.
Yeah.
So just to give you like the brand, but it's noteworthy that my aunt is like someone who came from poverty and has like these backgrounds in these marginalized identities. And there was this point like during the George Floyd protests where she took the very like moderate conservative like stance of like pro-police. It's not like nice what happened, but police still good. And one of my cousins, who is a queer, you know, trans person who is disabled, like, so funny enough, we match on every level of like, you know, as a disabled queer trans person myself, but they got into a fight with my aunt in public, like on Facebook, and like very publicly disowned them. And I saw my aunt like actively become more conservative because of the way that she was treated. And so like what it's more like, I guess this whole thing is like a call to not tolerate racist, sexist, bigoted crap, but to be very careful in how you don't tolerate it, because being an ass to someone doesn't make it any better, and in fact means that whatever like thing you're talking about, they might think worse of. So like if you're talking to someone who's anti-trans and then you just like tear them a new one, they aren't suddenly going to become nicer to trans people. They might become meaner to trans people, You know,
Yeah, I mean,
you're
that's
not
a distinct
helping a trans
possibility.
person.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I do think that people should weigh these things very, very carefully. And while I understand, like, I think that, God, like, sometimes a call out is what is necessary, but also sometimes, like you said, depending on how it's handled, sometimes it can actually serve as like evidence of like being persecuted or something along those lines, which can make things worse. Yeah.
Yeah. And like we're seeing that IRL, like with, or not IRL, I should say, but we're seeing that like right now with like, I think Bosch is actually a primary example where like, because for like, it creates a sense of like all of these people being so angry if you even mention the thing, because when Bosch mentions the thing, people get angry. And that it creates like this echo chamber. And so like, it's not to say that you can't still clown on people. Like, I'm not going to say that Tim Pool deserves the same kind of like, you know, gentle treatment, but it is to say like, clown on people and then be careful that you don't go too far, because like, it's better to just mute someone, block someone, whatever, than it is to actively engage and harm like the people that you want to help.
Yeah, I think it's especially important when you're talking about like family dynamics, because there's a lot of, when you're talking about family, it's like there's a lot of other people involved. And like you mentioned, like it could make things worse for another cousin. You have to be careful, even when people are deserving of some level of hostility, that doesn't necessarily mean that you should give it to them. For many reasons, you know, there's always more considerations. I think there's probably some differences in the way that it connects to the current discourse situation. But I do think that you've pointed on a certain thing where there can be a feedback loop. There can be a feedback loop of negativity. But also, I want to give a little bit of credence to the fact that there are some people who, no matter how much you give them space, they will never take it to learn. And so, you know, don't take what we're saying here as like, hey, there's not lines that can't be crossed and that there isn't a time to call somebody out. It's just, you know, when you're making big decisions like that, especially when you're talking about social media where there's so many eyes on it, be careful. Social media can do very weird things to people's brains. It can, especially when they feel like they can make like if somebody feels like it can become a performance, you know what I mean? Where because it's happening on social media, then they are incentivized to behave a certain way or to respond a certain way, maybe even to double down. I do think that's something that happens, especially with social media, is that there's an incentive to double down in public because you're being seen by so many people. Oh, you don't want your ego to be, you know, besmirched. You don't want your reputation to be damaged. So you got to just double down and hope for the best. It can especially call outs or disowning people on social media can become a public spectacle in a way that's very unhealthy.
And that's why I wanted to separate it from like, you know, just renouncing, for instance, or just leaving. Because like, if my cousin had just even privately, I think, denounced my aunt, I don't know that she would have had the reaction that she had. But that public aspect of it is like a really important thing to so many people. And
it really
you know,
is.
you don't even have to say that the person is good. Like, you can still clown on them, of course, but it's just like always thinking about the level and repercussions, because like, you never know if your favorite streamer is going to see your comment or if your least favorite.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with Present Sunday, about how everything online on social media has the potential to be to go viral at any moment. It's an unfortunate truth. We are approaching the end of our time. Was there any other things you wanted to touch on before you go? Otherwise, thank you so much for coming on and talking to me about these two subjects, because they've been fantastic.
No, and I think we nicely wrapped up with a little bow, both the subjects pretty well.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, Renophilia, Wren, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your thoughts and having this little back and forth. It's been wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
All right, that was a fantastic conversation. Yeah, I do think you have to be very careful, especially on social media when you're calling out members of your family, or anybody for that matter. All right, I'm the Radical Left. Welcome. I cannot hear you at the moment. Check your mic. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Uh-oh. Hey, I'm the Radical Left. Check your mic on Discord. Make sure it's connected properly. Unfinished business. Okay, I'm gonna try disconnecting you and then reconnecting you. Hold on. Test, test, test. Can you hear me? I am not getting any. Oh, I heard something. Hey, there we go. Gotcha.
Holy Jesus Christ! Discord on mobile really is terrible.
It is very difficult. I usually recommend people go to the PC for these types of things, but you know, it's just how it is.
Yeah, I'm rocking Bluetooth earbuds, and the PC I use does not have Bluetooth, so I'm kind of
very sorry
there.
about that. It's all good.
Yeah.
No worries. We got it working. So, Radical Left, welcome. I see you have some unfinished business with me. What's going on? Tell me what's up.
Yes. Remember that debate charity stream you went on with President Sunday?
I do.
The stipulation is still up.
What is this one? Hold
Devil's
on.
advocate time.
Wait a second.
Play the video. They sent you the link.
Wait, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me put the video up real quick.
Who claimed to be the first demon type streamer? Am I correct in that assumption?
All right, you are correct. And also, I am correct.
Well, I would like for you to live up to that little moniker of yours. I want you to debate in the position of the conservative.
I have to debate in the position of the conservative. Okay, but what topic?
That I'm gonna let you decide on that one.
No, you can't let me decide on that. Okay, all right, fine. All right, fine. I got this. I will debate in favor of monarchy. You ready?
Oh, that's a good topic.
That's right,
like that.
monarchist mama.
Hey, you're already like half
All right, you ready?
on your Discord server. Actually, no, you're like 100% a monarchist in your Discord server.
Yeah,
You're
no, I'm an imperial on my Discord server. My Discord server is it is an autocracy. There is one. But yes, I can tell you exactly. I can tell you. Two says I knew it. All right, it's easy. Okay. All right. So let me explain to you from the position of a monarchist conservative why the monarchy is the best option. And the first argument that I'm going to make is that it is time tested. Monarchies have proven themselves to be a stable type of government to sustain a healthy society for significantly longer than capitalism. They resulted in significantly less deaths than democratic capitalist systems. If you take a look, no matter how much infighting and how many different struggles you can complain about with regard to medieval conflict between kings and lords and whatever. You want to see a real disaster? You wait until nation states, democratic or pseudo-democratic nation states get into a war. Then you end up with nuclear bombs. You end up with World War II. You end up with World War I. You end up with Vietnam. Monarchies are significantly better at sorting out their problems than the pathetic, embarrassing squabbles and mass death of the democratic system. Additionally, they're more honest. Oh, I pressed a button. A monarchy is a significantly more honest system than a democracy. In a democracy, you're told that you have a say when in truth you don't. You're told that you rule your life when in truth you don't. Your life is ruled by a cacophonous disarray of representatives and senators and some dude who's the president who's basically a sovereign but not really. I mean, hell, we could even look just the other day. How's the United States Democratic House of Representatives doing? Not very good, is it? They can't even figure out who's in charge anymore. Well, that's no problem in a monarchy. In a monarchy, you know who the sovereign is. It's the king. It's daddy, baby, or maybe the queen. It's mommy, baby. It's easy, you know, and yeah, sure. Is it a little more brutal? Sure it is. Is it a little bit harsher? Yeah, but it's more honest. You're not being lied to and sold a falsehood of freedom like you are in a democracy. See? Simple as that. Anything to throw back at me?
How can I lie and say that democracy is exactly a perfect system? Yes, things take much longer sometimes than maybe necessary. I'll give you that much. Just because something is time tested doesn't mean it's exactly a good thing. I mean, there are many things that have been around for a very long time, and well, just because they've been around for a long time doesn't mean they're good.
Oh yeah, like what?
I mean, executions, they're also time tested. Hell.
Do you think executions are not being done by a democracy? Executions are done by democracies all the time. So it seems that the democracy enjoyers even enjoy a good old execution every once in a while. And execution is a fact of political power. If you are a state sovereign, you will execute some people. Kings are just more honest about it. We know we kill people. A democracy has to be like, oh no, ooh, we're just imprisoning for you for life. Oh no, ooh. See? I'm voting to throw away the death penalty, and it's not getting thrown away. Also, you want to know what can never happen in a monarchy? Guess what? No matter what, you can never get locked for more than the lifetime of one guy. That's the great thing about a monarchy. See, in a democracy, you can have a gridlock in the Senate and the House for forever. You can have a parliamentary gridlock for all of eternity. I mean, how many years has there been essentially no movement on major issues that are even, you know, bipartisan issues, and or seemingly bipartisan issues, or even more so, issues that are popular with the people who are supposedly what matters in a democracy? No, gridlock forever. But with a king, well, the king dies, now you got a new king. Now you're definitely gonna get some changes. Just how it goes.
But what if the new king is even worse than the previous king? And people
then you get a new king, then you get a new king.
How do we do that? Do we just kill him?
Well, sometimes, yeah. Or if you have a nice claim, you know, you could contest their claim to the throne. You could claim that they're a pretender king, or you could defeat them by right of conquest, which is totally acceptable in medieval monarchy and all monarchy, because right of conquest is totally valid. If you manage to overthrow the king by pure military might, well, guess what? By right of conquest, you are the new king. So, hey. Seems pretty straightforward to me. You know, democracies, they're all like, oh no, no, you can't do that. Even though they then invade your country, they're like, no, we don't believe in the right of conquest. But then they do it. Then they go and they overthrow your country, and they say, we did it for democracy. We did it for freedom.
Hey, what country are you talking about in terms of democratic nation being overtaken by, well, what I presume to be a somewhat authoritarian state?
What?
Wait, I'm sorry, what? What nation has been overthrown? Or what democratic nation has been overthrown by a monarchist state? Just because, like, oh, we can't.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if any democracy in the current time has been overthrown. Well, okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's been any, like, monarchies that have overthrown democratic states in recent memory. There's probably a few. But,
I mean, maybe if we look.
But also, like, can we just really cut to the brass tacks here? Because the real reason why monarchy is the best is because it's the system that is blessed by God. And I don't really know about, I don't know who you are or what you claim to be, but I don't think you're God. And God seems to think that the monarchy is the true way of meting out the divine rule of God into the world. There's heathens everywhere, and without a king chosen by divine right, by the divine intervention of God, how the hell are you ever going to take care of all these heathens? I mean, do you think that the heathens are doing great? Have you seen the state of the world?
Hey, wait, hold on. You can't put that on us. It's not like the monarchist states have been very much better. COVID
I don't know.
Exactly,
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying the world is pretty bad, and it sure could use a blessed king ruled by God to clean things up. I don't know. Things seemed pretty good for the monarchy. When before all of the fucking nonsense and degeneracy flooded in and decided to convince people that Queen Elizabeth wasn't the actual monarch because she was just a symbolic figure. I don't know. Don't you remember when the sun never set on the English Empire, when people were proud to be English citizens?
Monarchies did very much better in times of crisis.
What's that?
I will say that much. Monarchies have not fared that much better in times of crisis.
Oh, is that so? Well, guess what? That's only, but if that's true, that's only because they had a shitty king who didn't obey God. But in a true crisis, of which there have been many, you're telling me that Charlemagne was not able to handle a crisis? Come on. Charlemagne was like, oh wait, I said his name wrong. Charlemagne was totally able to handle a crisis. You're telling me well, I guess Caesar doesn't exactly count, but Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great, you're telling me that Alexander the Great couldn't handle a crisis? Or Darius II, you're telling me the great king of Babylon himself couldn't handle a crisis? That man ruled for longer than any of us have been alive, and the testaments to his glory and greatness are all across the world. He handled many a crisis, and his subjects loved him for it.
I mean,
yeah, that's why I said 10-letter name says. The 10-letter name says, was the Holy Roman Emperor a monarch? No. Well, actually, I think he was. Yes, if we're talking about Charlemagne, or Charlemagne, why do I keep saying his name wrong? Charlemagne, if we're talking about him, yes, he was a king. Julius Caesar was not. That's why I said I couldn't use Caesar. Yeah. Yep.
Very, very bloodthirsty people, I will say. Especially from Caesar's end of things.
Oh, sure, but who isn't bloodthirsty? It's only the petty Republicans and the petty Democrats, those people who believe in the false promise of rule by the people. It is only those people who believe that the world is anything but an endless fight for power. The world is a constant state. Huh?
Who lives in nation states?
Who lives in nation states? Cucks. That's who lives in nation states. Godless cucks.
Well, you know what? I'm going to say it right now. I'd rather let these godless cucks actually have a voice in the government than some god that we don't even know if he's real or not.
Do you think you have a voice? If you have a voice, tell me, are you suffering? Are you suffering right now under this system? Go tell the president about it then. Oh, you can't request a hearing. Oh, you can't plead before the president, can you? No, you have to wait till the next election cycle, and you have to send 100,000 letters to petty politicians who can do nothing. If you lived a monarchy, all you would have to do was go, me lord, my family be suffering, and then your lord would take care of you, or he wouldn't, and then you could overthrow him. But you live in a democracy, so instead you have to write a bunch of letters, and then they go, sorry, we can't get on that until 4 years, while your house is filling up with the raw sewage from the corporate sewage plant that got installed next door because, oh wait, but you just didn't vote hard enough. So maybe you should have voted harder 20 years ago when they installed that sewage plant in your neighborhood, and maybe you wouldn't be having this problem. Or you could be a Giga Chad monarchist and just petition your lord.
Petition the Lord, have them either help you, which is very unlikely, because why would the Lord help you?
Excuse me, a good lord will always heed the needs of his peasants. Haven't you ever watched Game of Thrones?
Unironically, no, I have not watched Game of Thrones.
Well, there's your problem. There's your problem.
Yeah, that may be my problem. I hear it's a good show, but I couldn't care to watch it.
Yes, see?
No, but
see, look, as Tooze says in chat, Your Grace, the peasants are revolting. What do? Well, here's what we could do. There's two things I could do. I could either give them some gold so that they go back home, or I could send my knights out to kick their asses and get them back working into the fields. And if they really have a problem, well, they can complain about it anymore. But guess what? First, they have to be complaining about it. But if they come to the court and then they have a hearing with the Lord, well, then the Lord goes, ah, yes, I hear your complaints, and you are a righteous and godly peasant, and I will have them move the sewage dump over to your neighbor's yard instead.
When was the last time a king ever actually did something for a peasant?
I don't know. Whenever they feel like it. Well, a king? I mean, the king is too busy, but the local lords are fine.
The Lord, huh? The Lord.
Yeah, look at this. See, 85D2D Derek is agreeing with me. Revolutions were so much easier in monarchy. It was basically part of the system and much better than cucked voting. True. You're going to be voting until you die. You think that any of the voting does anything? You think, I'm voting. No, you're not doing anything. You're filling in a paper and they're throwing it in the trash and ignoring you. But in a based monarchy, at least you could say, damn the Lord, damn my local lord, he's a terrible shepherd. And then you could go talk to some baron in a land next to yours, and maybe they would come overthrow your lord and they would reward you for betraying your king. See, it's so much more drama. It's even more fun than democracy.
You're saying like overthrow the government like it's just another Wednesday. Like, oh yeah.
Well, in monarchy, it is just another Wednesday because there's constant power jockeying and there's constant court drama. You want to know what's interesting? There's lots of television shows about how interesting it is to be in a noble family, going back and forth and all the intrigue and the espionage and the daggers and the narc and the poison drinks and all that stuff. But there's no fucking TV shows about democracy. Actually, there is. There's one. It's called fucking House of Cards, and it sucked. It sucked.
There's also The West Wing.
Oh, The West Wing, but that's soy, and everybody knows it's soy.
It's soy, but goddamn, is it also not empowering? Listening to those people just speak on and on.
See? You even agree with me. You agree with me. I told you I could take any conservative position and I could make you agree with me. That's how sinister it is.
Here's the thing about democracy versus monarchy. In democracy, there's actually way less bloodshed inside its nations in terms of actually making some change in the government.
Are you sure about that? Wait, hold on. Unironically, I'm going to take off the monarchist mask for a second. Are you 100% sure about that claim? Because I don't know. I don't know for sure if that's, I don't know if that's 100% true. Oh boy. There's a lot of bloodshed that goes on every day. I mean, like, how many, wait, hold on. Let's find out real quick. Hold on a second.
The government, but to at least have some change in the laws in our country. I mean, it can't be as much as what?
Oh no! How bad is maybe less deaths, but not less violence. Like how many Americans are in prison? Most of them are in prison for breaking most people are in there for breaking stupid ass laws. Most people who are in prison aren't there.
I am the radical left, and I'm not exactly the biggest fan of prisons myself, okay?
Yeah, I see that, but let me tell you this. Do you think there were more people in prison under a monarchy where you need people to work your fields?
Not only that, they were also treated so much worse.
Oh, sure. Yes. Well, no doubt. Medieval jails were terrible, but we're not talking about going back to medieval times. We can have modern facilities and modern prison practices in our monarchy. In fact, it's super easy. You've already made a good case to me right now. So let's pretend I'm the monarch. I'm the monarch. Congratulations. I'm offering you a knighthood for your incredible idea to reform the jails from dungeons up to a modern concrete prison. Congratulations. Do you accept the knighthood, or will you accept being thrown into the dungeon of your own design? Choose carefully. Choose carefully.
Wait, what kind of choice is that?
Yeah,
It's basically
exactly. What
either
kind of
this-
choice is that? But see, that's the difference between democracy and monarchy. In democracy, they'll be like, oh, we're giving you a choice. You have oh, don't worry. You don't got to think about that. We'll just, make you suffer all the time and you have to work your entire life away. But you're being empowered. It's a meritocracy. You're pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. In monarchy, they just tell you like it is. Do what you're told or go to jail. Now, it is like that under democracy. In truth, if you don't do what you're told, you go to fucking jail just like you would under a monarchy. But in democracy, they pretend that you chose to do it. You used your freedom. You didn't vote hard enough, so you're going to jail for weed. Also, how many people, let me ask you something else. How many people do you think the king imprisoned for smoking weed? None. Guess why? Because kings didn't know what weed was. So there you go.
Exists back then doesn't mean it's a bad thing or a good thing, that helps your argument at all. If weed existed back in those days, I'm fairly certain the king would have called blasphemy on all of the people who used it.
You would think so, but excuse me, there were many monarchies that loved smoking weed, okay? There were monarchies all over the Middle East and they loved their weed. That shit wasn't outlawed anywhere. It wasn't until shitty democracy showed up and told everybody they got to clean up and stop acting like a peasant. You got to act like some kind of business person. And even though you might be a peasant, maybe you just want to sit around and drink and fuck your pigs and, smoke your weed. But no, you got to go to work because every man's a king in democracy until they throw you in jail, until you realize that you're struggling to pay your bills and you're staring down the barrel of a gun.
In a monarchy. People also worked in monarchies.
Yeah, but they worked as peasants, and they worked as hardy people of the land. You didn't have anything to suffer about because you've never known anything else. Anyway, we are approaching the end of the time, and I probably should stop making such amazing arguments for monarchy because I'm a little bit afraid that people might actually start becoming monarchists.
Get the clips.
Yeah, well, you're going to get plenty of clips from this one. I'm sure you're going to get tons of clips from this one. All right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless you're saying something in your screen, you did not put, I am playing a conservative. Please do not take what I'm saying seriously.
I did at the beginning. I did at the beginning.
You actually saved yourself.
I did, thank goodness.
Now there's a whole bunch of monarchists in your chat. Congrats.
Yeah, congratulations. Look at what you've done. Look at what you made me do. Well, I'm the Radical Left. Thank you so much for coming on. We do have to be. I'm being asked to be a little more strict with the time to be fair to everyone who's been waiting. But seriously, thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. I hope you now understand why monarchy is the true way to go. No, that's a joke. Don't. I know that's gonna get clipped, but
please, yeah, I will never submit.
Well, thank you so much. Well, we'll see about that. We'll see whether you submit after a few stints in the dungeon.
Oh no, please don't send me that. Please.
Yeah, in you go. In you go. No. Anyway, that was absolutely fantastic. I loved it. Thank you so much. I'm the Radical Left. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Let's bring in the next person. Come on, let's do it. Let's keep going. We're approaching 8 hours, at which point I may have to take a break, but Mr. Krabs! Mr. Krabs, finally!
Anyways, how you been doing, Mama?
I've been great. I've been doing great. How have you been doing? I'm sorry that we got interrupted last time.
Oh no, it's all right. I've been good too. I was waiting for this day to happen. I returned.
Yeah. Well, you're back and you have the floor. I understand you wish to discuss politics of Sonic.
Yep.
Let's do it. Hit me with the politics of Sonic.
Alrighty, where we left off. All right, so we already talked about Sonic being an environmentalist. Now, if we go to Sonic Knuckles, or Sonic 3 / Sonic and Knuckles, if you play those games before?
I have, yes.
All right. So you know this like writing tip called show but don't tell?
Yep.
Okay, so like basically what Sonic 3 does is this. it shows you the environments that you're looking at, but it's also like an ongoing story arc going on. As it doesn't tell you anything, it just shows you what's going on from that game. So that's what Sonic 3 and Knuckles did. Now,
yeah, there's a lot of there's definitely a lot of at least sort of at least some environmental messaging going on there. You travel from the green zone into the like zone where all the leaves are dying. Then you fly over and you go to like the polluted, or you go to the city zone, and then you go to the pollution zone, I think.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chemical plant zone. Yeah, that's the one.
Exactly. Now we fast forward to 1998 to Sonic Adventure 1.
I love 1998. That was a great year for me. I was 8 years old.
Interesting. I wasn't even born. I was like wasn't born until 2000 for me. But
oh my God. Well,
yeah.
I can tell you, I will tell you, having been alive at that time, it was a great year. Now, 1998 was a fantastic year. All kinds of great things happened that year.
Oh yeah. So for Sonic Adventure 1, this is when it gets interesting. If you play Sonic Adventure 1 on the Dreamcast, the themes are interesting. So here we go. Sonic Adventure 1, the themes it has. It tackles generational trauma because of a certain antagonist named Chaos. It tackles genocide because you learn about Knuckles' tribe, the Echidna tribes, and climate change as well.
Holy shit.
Because Chaos, the main antagonist, who people consider the best villain of all time, he is a metaphor of climate change and how if we don't address it or take care of it, it's going to like come out of control. Like basically what will happen if we don't like take it seriously.
Yeah.
This was back in 1998.
Damn.
And the plot of it is, the plot of it is this: Eggman is still doing his usual thing. Sonic and them are doing their usual thing until the Master Emerald releases Chaos, the main antagonist. Then later on in the game, Eggman feeds Chaos metaphorically as climate change. He keeps tossing so much all the emeralds inside of him, turning them to a mutated form, which is also a metaphor of how capitalists will just keep tossing shit like, pollution and stuff. Until it makes things worse. How
that makes sense. And also, interestingly, Eggman is one guy who presides over an entire army of robots that threaten the entire rest of the living world, which is also very much like capitalism. One guy, one billionaire with $1 gajillion is sort of carving the world up however he so desires, even though there's literally thousands of other critters outside that can't get what they need.
Exactly. That's when it gets really juicy. Like what you said right there, it gets really juicy. When later in the game, if you play Knuckles campaign, you'll get some like flashbacks to like the Echidna tribe. The Echidna tribe weren't good people, let's just say that. Except for one person named Tikal. In the flashback, Tikal tells her father, because in the flashback, so basically in the flashback, her father, Tikal's father, wanted to use the Master Emerald for power and everything, to conquer everything. Well, Tikal told her father, like, don't. If you do that, you're going to make things worse. This is when it gets really interesting. So, as her father said to her that they don't care and they trample her by knocking her out, they try to get the Master Emerald, which released Chaos. And Chaos basically wiped out Knuckles' tribe. Except for Tikal.
So the greed for power is what wiped him out.
That's when. Yep. That's when Tikal, still alive, sealed Chaos, and that's how come Chaos was in the Emerald.
That's why it's called the Chaos Emeralds. Wow, I never knew that. I never knew that's why they were called the Chaos Emeralds.
Yep. It gets more interesting.
The only thing that I knew was the cows, the KOs, the little critters.
Oh, chows,
Chows. That's what I'm thinking of.
because apparently that got expanded on Frontiers, but I don't want to get that one's like too long, so I'll just probably
That's fair.
yeah. Now we're gonna head to Sonic Adventure 2. This is where it gets more interesting. So I think I donated a donation to you, and you mentioned your partner Fawn before that they played Sonic Adventure 2, right?
Uh-huh. Yep.
So I know they play Sonic Adventure 2, so they probably know the themes, but here's the politics of Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 is about how governments will cover up massacres, which in Sonic Adventure 2 does tackle that. Mental illness.
Wow.
Genocide. Generational trauma, and I forgot the last one. I gotta remember the last one. No, actually, that's all basically the same for that. So, for the government covering up the massacre, this is where basically what makes Sonic Adventure 2 a classic. When you play either the Dark campaign called Team Dark in Sonic Adventure 2, you get little flashbacks of Shadow's backstory, as you'll see what he did before. Because apparently in Shadow's flashbacks, he was actually created by Eggman's grandfather, Ivo Robotnik, who was once a good man and had a granddaughter named Maria, who became friends with Shadow, because apparently Maria was dying from a certain illness, like space AIDS in that game. Excuse me.
Wait, hold on. I thought Eggman. Wait, so Ivo Robotnik is not Eggman?
Nope.
Oh
no.
So
it was Gerald Robotnik. Sorry, I mixed up the names. It was Gerald.
Okay. Gerald Robotnik. Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
so,
thank you. I was a little confused
problem
for a second.
Yeah, that makes it. But anyways, like later on in the flashback, as you get more and more, apparently the people that Gerald Robotnik was working for, GON or Gun, were scared of the project that he was making, so they sent their troops up to the Ark and they just massacred everybody except for Gerald Robotnik and Shadow. Shadow escaped with Maria's help, but she was shot by the end as she shot Shadow in like a safety pod. Thus,
I always forget how violent the Sonic storyline actually is.
Oh, it is. It really is. This was like 2001. Like this game came out in 2001. It's just, whew. And it gets crazier too. Like it gets even crazier as like Gerald Robotnik goes insane after he hears his granddaughter's death, which he warps Shadow's mind to basically say, "Hey, this is what the warp Maria would said," basically telling Shadow, "Kill humanity. They took my granddaughter. Kill humanity."
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up. But it does have a bittersweet ending by the end of the game.
That's
which,
good.
yeah.
Otherwise, I would be very worried because I saw this streamer named Xanderhall. I don't know if you've heard of him, but I saw him wearing a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie once, and I was worried because I was like, "Isn't Shadow a bad and edgy guy? How can he dare dress up as Shadow? That's fucked up."
Well, we may never know, but to be serious, like Shadow wasn't always an edgy character. He was more like a tragic character. It's just how Sega handled him. It's basically how we got the image of Shadow up today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Shadow the Shadow. I've seen many images of Shadow holding a gun.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. It is, yeah. Oh, the last thing I forgot was, now I remember, it was genetic modification too in Sonic Adventure 2. Because apparently Gerald Robotnik made a prototype Shadow called the BioLizard, but that was like a failure because the BioLizard had to use like some kind of like I don't know, has like tubes right next to like, it's hard to describe, but let's just say the BioLizard is like a mechanical like cyborg living organism lizard thing. So basically that was like shafted and they hid it under like the Ark. It's I think it's better if you play Sonic Adventure 2 because it's wild.
I've played some of the Sonic games, but I've not played all of them. I have played, let me try and see if I can remember. I've played the original Sonic, Sonic 2, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I've played some of Sonic Mania. I played Sonic Schoolhouse. I don't know if you ever heard of that. That was before your time. Yeah, but Sonic Schoolhouse. Oh, by the way, for the chat, Sonic Schoolhouse is Sonic Schoolhouse is a very strange game. It's an educational game for kids, but it is also a terrifying game to play as a child because you basically move. You're like, it's like for some reason it's like a first-person game, or like kind of it's like a third-person, like over the shoulder, and you like move Sonic through these like all white. They're just like, they look like hospital floor rooms. Like, and then you encounter little things, but the entire time you're being chased by Dr. Robotnik. So like, and then if he catches you, you have to do a quiz, which is terrifying. Okay, it's nightmare inducing. You turn a corner and then he's like, man, you're just like, ah! Okay, it's terrifying. It's like a Resident Evil camera angle kind of shit. It's terrifying, okay? I played that game as a kid more like a horror game than an educational game.
I mean, Sonic has a weird past, so let's just say that. Like, Sonic now has like a weird past, but yeah.
Oh, I've also played, oh God, what was it called? Sonic 3D? Is that the one? The one where it's like a top-down?
Oh, 3D Blast? I think that one on the Saturn.
Yes,
right?
The original, yeah, Sonic 3D Blast. And then I also watched, and then let me think what else. Did I play any of the other ones? I didn't play any of the other 3D Sonic games, but I watched Fawn play Sonic Roboblast, which I think is not an official product. I think it's like a mod or something. I think it's called Sonic Roboblast.
Yeah, I think it's a mod. Like, I've seen people who modded before. It's basically like wacky stuff that goes on with the mods. Like, I've seen it before.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's a open source Sonic the Hedgehog fan game, but it's really cool. There's a lot of like, I don't know. I watched Fawn play that one, and it was doing it was really enjoying that one. But I enjoyed watching it. But it's that one. I don't think it's, like I said, it's not an official game. So
heck yeah.
And then I've also seen a few episodes of the Sonic TV show.
Which one, the current one or the older ones? Like, there's like
sorry, I should be clear. I've watched like basically all of the old 90s or early 2000s cartoon, the one with the chili dogs. And then the Sonic Says. I loved that one. And then
you talk about the I guess there was like two Sonic back in the 90s. I know, two cartoons. It was the Saturday AM one.
Yes, the one that was the Saturday morning cartoon one where it's like there's like a little episode with the chicken guy and the little digger guy. And I liked that one a lot when I was a kid. And then I watched a little bit of the one the
more serious one, like
the one where they what's the one? It's the one that has the reference to Sonichu at some point. It's the reference. It's the reference to the color of his arms. That one. It's that cartoon that does that joke. It's like a 3D show.
It's like Sonic Prime, I think, or
is that it? I don't remember.
It could be Sonic Prime.
Maybe it was. And then also I read a comic. I had a Sonic comic book that I really liked, and that's the one that had it had a character. It was the plot of it was that they were fighting Mecha Sonic or Robo Sonic, and it had like this chameleon character, and there was a little bumblebee guy, and then there was like a alligator with headphones. And,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
You were
I think you were reading the one from like Brett Brongerland. I forgot the name of it. Yeah, because because there's the Archie version, which has the Saturday AM one with Sally, Rover, Bunny Rabbit, Antoine, and etc.
Yeah, I think. Antoine. Wait, what's the character Antoine? What's that guy look like?
He's from like the Archie Sonic comics.
Let me see. Oh, this guy. Wait, I do think it was this one. I think it was one of these ones. Because I feel like I remember that character.
Yeah, you must have been reading the Archie ones because the Archie ones were canceled like in 2017. They were
oh yeah, this is definitely the one. This is the art style. It was the hold on, I bet I could find which one it was. Hold on. It was where's the Archie comic series? Wait, or maybe it was the hold on, let me just double check. I want to make sure I'm getting the right one here because I should be able to find the cover. I remember it. I read it like 100 times when I was a kid because it was the only one I ever found. Oh no, wait, hold on. Oh God, I don't know. Mecha Madness. Maybe it was this one.
Yeah, that one's by Ken Pendards. We don't talk about Ken Pendards in the Sonic community for a lot of reasons.
Oh no. I think it was that one, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if I saw the art from I would remember it if I could see the actual pages, but I don't know which one it is. So, yeah, it was yeah. But anyway, yeah, those are all of the Sonic stuff that I've played.
Oh, fair.
Yeah. Fawn has played significantly more Sonic than I have, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So we have about 3 more minutes. If you want to drop me with your other stuff that you got, I saw that you had some other topics you wanted to hit on.
Sure. I'm gonna probably speed run this. Okay, so for the next topic, it's more Kineko Man facts I found while I was like, looking up on the internet. So so apparently, if anyone in chat and are you like Dragon Ball fans? Or Dragon Ball Z fans?
I've seen a lot of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, but it's like I haven't been like an active fan of the series for a while, but I used to really love it, and I recently did watch some. I recently did watch the Ocean dub of the Dragon Ball Z Dead Zone movie.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was certainly funny. Yeah.
Not fair. So apparently, when I was like exploring around the internet, I saw a similar scene from Dragon Ball. I'm like, wait, this is a reference to something. This is inspiration from something. So there is a scene. This is from 1980, somewhere around the 80s before Dragon Ball was even made. In Kineko Man, there's a similar fight as the Frieza fight, where like Goku goes Super Saiyan and Frieza gets cuts in half. But this was way before that scene happened because apparently Kineko Man was the one that did that scene before Dragon Ball did, because here's how the fight in Kineko Man goes. Kineko Man is fighting against a guy named Planet Man, and he's trying to get this golden mask because apparently if he doesn't, like there's gonna be like bad news for that. So Kineko Man is trying to like fight against him. Planet Man tosses his own rings against Kineko Man, like Frieza does with the energy disc.
Yeah.
Now here's the difference between this. Kineko Man back in the day was kind of like the Dragon Ball of its time. So there were some fights that were brutal, but this one was more brutal. So Kineko Man, because so apparently in this scene, there's a hole under like the mat on like this amusement park, which I probably won't get into. It's like it'll get more confusing after that. But he holds Planet Man originally he tossed one of his discs to attack him. Kineko Man like holds him, and Planet Man struggles until he gets his head decapitated.
Oh my God!
And it gets crazier. He also suplexes his corpse down the hole, and it just
you don't see it.
You hear a thud. You just hear a thud, and that's how the fight ends.
Wait, so hold on. Am I correct in saying that Kineko Man was there was a version that was made for the US called Ultimate Muscle?
Yep. Ultimate Muscle is the sequel of Kineko Man.
Okay, that makes so much sense.
Which, fun fact, Kineko Man was a shonen series. It's still going on today right now. But for Ultimate Muscle, as a sequel, the creators who made the sequel, which also had like an extra arc for some reason, Ultimate Muscle was printed more in a weekly Playboy than Shonen Jump. So Ultimate Muscle was allowed to show more like violence, like more like details to gore, violence, sexual content, and etc. Like that's
a cool fact. That's a really cool fact. I didn't know that. That's actually awesome.
It is, yeah.
Well, Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, please finish your sentence. I just wanted to let you know we are coming up on the time, and I just wanted to be fair to everybody else who's been waiting.
Oh no, you're fine. Let's see. So Ultimate, this is gonna be like really quick. So like Ultimate Muscle for the Fox Box, if you remember as a kid, if you were like watching it, they had to censor the adult content in the Ultimate Muscle anime because it's brutal. It's there's a reason why they never showed. Yeah, especially the final arc. The final arc of Ultimate Muscle is really, really crazy. It's like basically they're fighting on the devil's heart made by superhuman corpses.
That's wild.
It's wild. It's
well, I can understand why they would have to censor it for American TV, because American TV, like cartoon stuff, is like super policed for that type of stuff, super censored. Like, I mean, hell, even in Dragon Ball, like, they censored so much in Dragon Ball. It's not even funny.
Had to, yeah.
They
had to, like, a lot of it. Especially, there's, like, two more things really quick. Ultimate Muscles is the out-of-print manga, so it's going to be hard to find. And one more thing is that Ultimate Muscle is unpopular in Japan, and as well, the person who sings the Ultimate Muscle movie one's ending song also sang Sergeant Frog's opening one, as well. They're an actual wrestler in Japan.
That's actually super cool.
It is,
didn't know any of that. You have a lot of knowledge on this.
I do,
Mr.
yeah.
Krabs, Mr. Krabs, this has been a phenomenally fun conversation. I don't know as much about Sonic as you, but I appreciate your knowledge of Sonic, and more than that, more than just your knowledge, I appreciate your passion for Sonic, because it really shows in everything you say. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for coming on. Seriously, I really respect that level of passion. I do.
Hey, no problem.
And I appreciate you sharing it with all of us. So I hope you have a wonderful night, Mr. Krabs, and thank you so much for sharing all that with us.
No problem. Yep.
Good night for now.
You too.
Bye. What an awesome conversation. Mr. Krabs is great. We love Mr. Krabs here. Q-Stick with the $5. Thank you so much. Alora, hello.
Hey, I'm not here to actually do a call-in. First off, I just want to say apologies to the people that signed up at the start of stream and had to wait 6 hours to get on. That is absolutely...
Sorry, I did not expect it to go that way.
No, that's not on you. That's on the people running it, which is ultimately on me. We are taking steps to not do that in the future. Secondly, thank you to Chariot. Chariot has been waiting for 2 hours and has been very patient. Right now, the plan that we have lined up, we have GayFesh, who wants about 5 minutes. Then Chariot's going to come on. We don't have anything planned beyond that because I wanted to check on your energy levels first.
Honestly, okay, so do you have an idea of how much interest we have still for more call-ins? Because if there's more people who want to do call-ins, I can extend this to a third day. My back, I have to be very careful about my back, so I don't know that I can go much more than, like, once we hit the 8-hour point, so maybe 30 or so minutes, maybe a little more, maybe like an hour or so total. But if we have a ton of more people who want in to do a call-in, I can do more tomorrow. I'm totally
pretty sure that there's a lot of interest.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that there's enough interest for at least 3 to 4 hours, I would say easily.
Okay, so maybe what we'll do then, I don't want to push too much work onto all of you, although I will say it has been a very lucrative...
For it, some of the other mods would probably be up for it too.
Okay.
We can discuss that off stream and in the planning channels.
Okay, cool. So, well, for now, let's not bring any more in because I don't want to push it. I don't want to injure my back or anything.
Okay.
And
so
we'll
GayFesh
finish
and
everybody who's here
Chariot
now.
then, right?
All right, yeah, that sounds perfectly fine to me.
All right, GayFesh, bring yourself in.
Hello.
Hello.
GayFesh?
How's it going?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So I'm only here for a little bit because, like, let's be frank, I could come on anytime I want.
Good, yes.
But
that is
I
true.
have something
not
very
anytime,
special.
Like, I mean, like I can't give you like the ability to hop in the middle of a conversation, but almost anytime you are.
I mean, like, let's be
afforded that
frank. If I
honor.
really wanted to, I could just like break down the door and just show up on screen.
That's actually true. You do have me
and my
on that.
pronouns
My
are actually
door doesn't
he,
lock.
it.
Oh, I apologize about that. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Double-checked.
Okay, so my big thing today is we've actually talked about this already, but there was like a couple streams ago where somebody was asking about some really old like drama lore of yours.
Oh,
and,
yes.
And I was just realizing you're coming up on your 3rd anniversary in like a month here, and
Yes.
so a lot of newer imps just don't know the old stuff, and I was just like, what would be the best way to like wrap all that up for everyone? And I was like, what if I wrote a song that recapped it, but not just writing a song? What if I did it like a twangy folk ballad? And
that would be amazing.
So
and also horrifying.
This is it's not just me. This is going to be a community project. I've already got
My
Holic
God.
Masters agreed to do guitar on it. But I want to get the imps involved because there's a lot of drama, and while I can like, I've got like a list of like the main ones that I remember, I don't remember all the details on it. So what I want is I want imps to contact me with all like the juicy stuff that they remember from the drama, so that we can get it all worked together if people are interested in, I don't know, providing instruments on top of that and stuff. I want this to be a community project. But to entice
You hear
everyone,
that, imps? You hear that?
Yeah.
Listen up. Sorry.
Okay, so to entice everyone, I would like to provide just a little bit of the intro of what I've got worked out here. So,
oh my God.
Here we go. There's an old streamer in the YouTube sphere. She's been kicking around town for a couple of years. Her name is Demon Mama. I ain't starting no drama, but I'm gonna drop some lore for you here. Well, back in February of the year 2020, the Tacoma Bernie rally was some real cash money. And this guy named Vouch, he sure weren't no slouch. And he met this little demonic honey. She said she liked to stream and thought of doing her own. He told her, do it now. And so she went right home and started giving her takes and doing nonstop debates till she carved a little spot for her own. Of course, making a name in this online space is sure to catch a hostile eye or two. So when she got Destiny red in the face, he swore to throw her over to his crew. And that's what I got so far.
That's fucking incredible. That's so good. The chat's losing it. Okay, this is gonna be so goddamn. I am so fucking hyped for this. Chat, imps, you all hear it. If you have drama tidbits, if you have stuff that GayFesh hasn't remembered, fucking throw it over there. What's the best way for them to contact you?
Hit me up on Discord. Yeah.
All right, hit GayFesh up on Discord.
Yep.
Oh my God. That is going to be. I love the intro, and is also very accurate, I will say. I literally, there's no embellishment. I went home and immediately streamed instantly. No, I did not, but it was very close. I actually started streaming very shortly after that.
A week or two after
it was like a week or week and a half, yeah. It was basically like, all right, I'm gonna use this as the energy to go set things up and figure out what I need to do to get it going. So,
you know, it's funny. We were both at that rally, but like I came with a friend who was disabled and she had to leave early. So like I didn't hang out with Vosh and everyone afterwards. Like I got a photo with him beforehand, but so we didn't actually meet until like in person until like a year after that.
Yeah, it was sometime afterwards. You missed out on the in-person Sonic movie review, which is funny because you know Mr. Krabs having just been on. But yeah, that was what when we went out and hung out at the Vosh meetup. We had pizza, and then Vosh gave his take on the Sonic movie, which he had apparently seen like the night before. It was very interesting, and it was the live review format. I gotta say, I'm a fan of it. I think the live review format's just a great idea.
Well, and like the way Vosh talks, he pretty much talks the same in person as he does on stream. So if you ever have the opportunity
very similar.
to meet Vosh in person, you're basically getting like a one-on-one stream experience.
Yep, seriously. Who's taller, Demon Mama or Vosh? Vosh, well, I don't know. At the time, I think Vosh is like a little taller than me, but I'm not 100% sure. We've never gone like back to back.
I feel like
always seem to recall
we're all about the same height. Like I'm maybe an inch taller than Vosh. I know Vosh isn't 6'2" because I'm 6'2" and he says he's 6'2".
Yeah, I'm 6'2", so, but you're slightly taller than me, so it must be like a matter of like a half an inch or something.
Something like that.
Yeah. No, I will say though, I remember Vosh being taller than me, but Vermin always says that I'm taller than Vosh, but I don't know. So someone is lying. No, no one is lying. Watch, sometime you'll get a picture of us side by side, and you'll see that we are all very close in height.
Look, 6'2", that's like the 6.5 inches of height. You know, like if you say you're 6.5 inches, you're measuring from the taint.
TJ Kirk is 6'6".
Oh shit!
What? That's wild. TJ Kirk is huge. I didn't know he was so tall.
That's a big boy.
I rarely ever get to meet somebody bigger than me. That's cool.
Well, thanks for having me on, imps. Y'all know how to reach me. Find me on the Discord. Hit me up in DMs. My DMs are open. Thanks for having me, and I'm gonna drop out. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you so much, GayFesh. I hope you have a great night.
Bye.
Bye for now. Damn, that was good. That was fun. That was so awesome. I'm so excited. Please, imps, please go give your suggestions to GayFesh in the Discord. You can ping him, you can DM him, you can whatever. Hello, Chariot.
Hello. Oh my god.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Let me hop on screen so that I can see everybody. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great. Real quick, I just want to confirm pronouns.
I do a little she her. I do a little neo pronoun sometimes.
Oh,
I've dabbled.
What neo pronoun should I include? Or do you just not? Do you just want like you're only dabbling?
She her. I don't want to confuse anybody. You know.
Oh well, don't.
I'm a little complicated.
Yeah,
you know.
You know, your pronouns are on a next level, and it would do some psychic damage to them because they're not prepared.
Yeah, I'm a little advanced. You know.
So
it's like playing on nightmare mode.
Exactly. It's new game plus basically. I gotta tell you, before we even get started, since you and I have a shared problematic love of Cumtown,
of course, I love where this is going already.
I recently subjected a friend of mine to the breakfast sandwich
sandwich saga. Oh my god,
so good, so goddamn good. Oh my god, it's so good. If any of you are going, what is this? What is this? One of the funniest moments in the history of all podcasting of all time. Just look up Cumtown breakfast sandwich, and then you should find the result. And you will be treating yourself to one of the funniest conflicts that anyone has ever recorded. But I just figured you would appreciate that, me subjecting my very, very tired friend at like 3 a.m. to the breakfast sandwich debate.
Yeah. Well, I used that clip from that exact episode of that podcast as a reaction.
You piece of shit.
Not even fucking close, you piece of shit. Oh my god, it's so good.
It's so good.
The real anger in his voice over the sandwich.
Listen, he was right. I will always and forever declare for House Stavros, okay? Listen, he was fucking right.
Pro.
A MacBook Pro. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So
That's
good.
not going to make any sense to anybody else, but
it won't. You'll understand. You'll understand
yeah.
in time. Once you go search Cumtown breakfast sandwich argument, it'll all make sense.
It's that one and another of my favorite Cumtown bits is when they get into a disagreement and Nick genuinely turns to Adam and he's like, I'm not even being fucking mean to you today. I'm not even being mean to you. And Adam leans into the microphone and he says, you called me a bug that eats dust. The Adam is a bug compilation. That got old after a while, but that was pretty funny at the time.
God, that's incredible. I have not watched, I don't know if I should say that I have not watched enough Cumtown or if I should not watch more Cumtown, but probably will. I used to listen to Cumtown while I played various, mostly Metal Gear Solid and Monster Hunter was when I was in my, in the peak of my Cumtown consumption. Oh, but also I came across the breakfast sandwich argument while I was playing. I don't know if anybody even remembers this game at this point, but there's this game called V Rising. It's like a vampire Diablo kind of game. It's a pretty fun game. But I have like this vivid memory now attached of just laughing my ass off while we were trying to play that game with I was trying to play multiplayer with Fawn and Doe.
Oh, that rules, yeah. God, yeah. I've tried to play some Cumtown clips for my stream, but I accidentally stream sniped myself once because occasionally some of the language is a little not Twitch friendly. So
they do a little bit of they get a little silly with it sometimes. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. I didn't play them the African guy voice compilation though.
Smart choice.
Because
wise choice. A very wise choice.
There's some boundaries even I don't push, I think. But
everyone should understand in advance. I promise neither of us are racist for enjoying Cumtown. That's all. I'm not gonna
take it from us.
I assure you, just do not put it in the newspaper that Cumtown listeners are intrinsically racist.
Don't put in the newspaper that I'm racist. I'm not. Don't listen to Kelsey in my chat telling people that I'm racist. That's
oh no,
chats. I uploaded over the course of the entire last year, because as you know, I've been doing politics streaming now for about a year. Well, I do, gaming and variety streaming too, but we do a little politics streaming from time to time. And I uploaded a compilation of the whole year of Kelsey, my top mod, and one of my best friends, of just us hanging out on stream and funny arguments that we got into, because that's really what I love about Cumtown, is just like the really real moments.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe I'll do a little bit more of that in the future. I tried to start a podcast, but then my friends took it seriously politically, so now it's a serious political podcast. Except for the Star Wars episodes, which I've been trying to get them to watch more Star Wars movies with me and stuff, so that we can do dumb commentary bits.
Star Wars movies.
Speaking of
that's
racism,
gonna be some. Oh boy.
Yeah, we've watched the prequels already. I don't know how you feel about those. You a prequel person, a Star Wars person at all?
I've had a strange journey with the prequels. When I was a kid, I liked them a lot. When I was like really young, because they came out when I was pretty young. And I was like, wow, these are cool, woohoo, yeehaw, yippee. And I was like, I love pod racing, and oh no, look, he stepped in the poop, and all that stuff. And then I was kind of like, as I got older, I was kind of like, I'd seen them so many times, and I was like, actually, the arc of these movies is really fucking weird, and there's a lot of bad decisions. And then I was kind of in this position where I'm like, they kind of suck. And then I, of course, it greatly enjoyed the Plinkett, Mr. Plinkett takedown of all of the prequel trilogy. I quite enjoyed that, and I became very soured on the prequel trilogy for a long time, where I was just kind of like, yeah, it's pretty clear that like there was a lot of just like free ball in it that was going on here, and the politics are kind of the politics, like the politics, they're telling you that they make sense, and certain aspects do make sense, but then other aspects are just like, what? Like, and then the sequel trilogy came out, and now I'm like, actually, you know what? Actually, Lucas was pretty based, and I think he was trying to do something better, and everybody was kind of hard on him, and including me. And I feel like even myself, I had bought into a cynicism that bred the worst nightmare, the worst Star Wars related nightmare that the world has ever seen. And I hate it. I hate Rise of Skywalker was like a stroke. It was horrible.
It's a fever dream of a film.
At the end of it, I was legitimately distraught. I was just like, I'm confused. I don't know where I am. Doe was asking me about a scene in the beginning of the film, and I didn't remember it at all. And I was just like, are you fucking with me? I was literally like, are you fucking with me? Like, are you making up a scene just to fuck with me? And Doe was like, no. And I'm like, and Doe was like, it's literally the first scene in the movie. And I'm like, what are you talking about? and I was just like, it's
that rules.
And then I watched the Han Solo movie, and I was just like, what is this shit? Why are you serving this to me? And then
Solo was very Reddit, if I have to be perfectly honest.
It was.
It was
making
like
fun of it the other day, and
I think if that film came out 10 years ago,
all of like the Buffy the Vampire Slayer fans who cross over with like Star Wars fandom would have been all over that film.
Oh yeah, they would have like.
Because it's
fucking
very much
gobbled
that
shit
type
right
of
up.
yeah, it feels like that type of humor and those types of like character decisions and stuff like that. I'm a prequel defender. I've become
Yeah,
a
I get
prequel
it.
defender because I had that
I
arc
think
where
I think I can
initially-
feel that happening to me too, and I feel like I have to atone for past sins of being such a hater.
Right,
And like
right.
part of the reason is because I look back and I go, wow, George Lucas was like so correct to call Disney white slavers, and like he was so correct about
people were
everything
on
that he
his
said.
ass about that at the time. They made
really
him
were.
apologize.
Yeah, it's just stupid. Which is just like
I mean,
he was
I don't
right,
know.
though. Yeah.
I don't know. Their take on Black Panther maybe vindicates him a little bit, but
Maybe.
that's the politics of that film are weird too. But yeah, it's initially when I was younger, I was like, oh man, I love the fights in the prequels. I like the lightsabers. They swing them at each other. That's pretty cool. Darth Maul's pretty cool. I like them. I like the clone troopers. They have fun armor. I like when they shoot the laser guns and they go pew pew pew. That's pretty cool.
Oh, I should be clear. I will say
Some people
that,
never
like,
move beyond that.
One thing that is like unequivocally awesome about the prequel trilogy is like all of the designs for everything except for maybe Dexter Jettster. Like
I love
all
him
of the
so
ships.
much.
No, you don't. Okay, come on. Don't
kinda-
fucking cope with me. Don't you not. No one
I
likes
kinda-
that motherfucker.
I kind of do. I'm not gonna lie.
No! Oh my god. Okay, but let's go back to what we agree on. The designs of all of the outfits are sick. All of the characters are like cool. They look cool. All of the ships are awesome. Like you can't like all the droid vehicles and all that stuff is sick. And yeah, there were some really good fights. They definitely were like. There was definitely some. I mean, people. There's the forever joke of like the war of no consequences, which I think is a little unfair, and I've always thought is a little unfair. Just because it's robots and clones fighting doesn't mean that there was no consequences, as we can see, because you know it does have quite a lot of consequences, and. All of the droids got destroyed and most of the clones got destroyed, which means that the entire universe, the Star Wars universe, no longer had a large amount of droids nor a large amount of clones. They kind of self-negated, but there was enough clones left over to start the army of the Empire. And now there's another thing, and I know that this is not fair, but after having watched Andor,
which I have not seen yet, by the way.
Oh
That's
my
like the
dear
only
God!
Star Wars property
You need
I
to
really
get
haven't
on
seen.
that. You need to get on that like now. You need to like end this stream when you're done and go watch Star Wars Andor because I'm telling you, Cherry, you're gonna fucking love it. Okay, it's fucking incredible.
I probably will. I think I was seeing some stills from it and I was looking at like the costuming.
Can't
and
spoil
stuff
anything
and
now.
some
Oh
of it.
God! But okay, let me just say that
I'm sorry, I ruined that whole bit.
It's okay. No, it's fine. I'll try and say it in a way. There are parts of Andor that hook into the prequel trilogy in a way that no other media has really effectively done. And what I mean is that there is a scene where a bunch of like Republic troopers are like it's a past. There's a flashback, and they depict an event that happened, you know, pretty early on in our main character's life, and the troopers that arrive, they are behaving exactly like the Empire, and they are feared exactly like the Empire, but they are clone troopers. They are like a slightly modification of the clone troopers that remained, and they are called Republic soldiers. And it's just like, I'm like, whew, wait, that's good. I like that. Wait a minute, I like this. That's a good one. I'm like, yes, thank goodness. So there's some, because there was this problem with that always existed previously with the original trilogy and the prequels, where you're just like, there's only like a 30-year gap between the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy, and you're just like, where the fuck did they all go? Where the fuck did all this shit go? Like, and they finally do something with that in Andor. It's brief, but they do something with it, and yeah,
I think
it's cool.
between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope is like, what, like 14 years? Actually,
Is that
something
it?
like that. Because Luke is actually he's not even 18.
He's supposed to be like a teenager. Oh my god.
He's supposed to be a lot younger than Mark Hamill really is when
Which
he
is also
was
just
working on
like
that film.
They just bungled the age for like Obi-Wan like really hard. Like that's one of the things that always got me a little bit.
He does age pretty.
Oh, it's 19.
Pretty
Oh, people say it's 19 years. Is it 19?
Is it 19 years? Luke is not 19. I literally remember watching an interview with George Lucas where he talks about
It's
him.
19. Oh shit.
19
St.
years?
Helen says it's 19.
Am I wrong about that?
Hold on, let's see.
On.
He's 19. Oh,
he's 19? What the hell?
Okay. That's actually a little better.
Okay, that's way better. He definitely does look closer to 19. I thought he was supposed to be like way younger.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right.
Well, I'm glad I misremembered that because.
But see, I always was like 30 years, but 19 years especially. It's like like they.
Well, 19 years.
Shit! Oh shit! Fortnite coming in with the not so fast. It says he's 19 in the third movie. Oh no!
19. Oh, in a Return of the Jedi.
Uh-oh. How long? Oh no.
Oh my God! Was I right? Was I right? Was I right? And I was corrected by somebody who was wrong. Hang on. How old is Luke in A New Hope? Because he's born at the end of Revenge of the Sith.
Okay, it says he's 19 here.
Screen Rant says 19 years passed between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope.
Yeah, okay, so multiple. Alexa says, the Alexa Answers on Amazon says 19 years old. Wait, this is weird. I don't know, I'm getting some mixed stuff. 19 though, it does seem to be 19 seems to be the agreeable.
Hang on. There's only one place that I can go. I swore I would never do this. I'm going to Wikipedia.
I'm on Wikipedia.
Yeah. That's so funny. Yeah. No, it's great though because like 19 BBY, so that's 19 years before the Battle of Yavin. I mean, it's on Wikipedia. It has to be true.
Has to be correct.
So he has to be 19. Yeah, okay, there you go. I was wondering, I was like, wait a minute, did I accidentally get something right? Wow. Certified chariot moment. Not exactly, though. It turns out not quite. I did want to remark on something, though, because I've actually never seen those Plinkett reviews. And,
oh my God, for real?
For real, yeah.
You are missing out. Like, even if you love the prequels, even if you're totally jazzed on it, those are so good. They're so good.
The reason why I've intentionally not watched them is I know that if I do, I'm gonna end up writing a 5 to 6 hour like response.
Oh, please do that. Please do that. I would die for that.
Most annoying Mauler ass video.
Oh, give it to me. I need that.
Yeah.
Please, I'm begging you. I'll subscribe to your Patreon.
I'm eventually gonna probably do something like a Patreon goal where if I get enough people on the Patreon, I'll fully script, and I mean point by point script a response to Mauler's Dark Souls 2 videos, which are like 10 hours long. So I'll produce like a 20-hour YouTube video purely
I'm so here
for the entertainment. Yeah,
listen,
that's gonna be when I'm making $5 million a month, maybe, but I don't know about it right now.
Come on, do a Star Wars.
The sheer amount of effort.
Listen, you might find yourself roped back in once you watch Star Wars Andor. Have you seen Rogue One?
Just when I think I'm out. Yes, I have.
Okay, good. So you've seen the prerequisite media that is like the Andor
so I know
is like
it's
setting
based
up.
on Cassian Andor. You know,
and
I get that much.
Let's just say the show does so much better than Rogue One. Rogue One, I actually didn't hate Rogue One. I actually quite liked Rogue One, except for the Star Wars-isms. And what I mean by that is like the Darth Vader scene, the Grand Moff Tarkin. There was a part where like for some reason they just have a random scene intercut where like C-3PO and R2-D2 are like blah, 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 blah. They're like having a conversation randomly, and also there's multiple timeline fuck ups, which is really weird. In Rogue One, they are they dispatch the little Corellian cruiser that I think it's called the Corellian cruiser, the one that's from A New Hope, the thing that she's on, the little blockade runner.
Right.
They dispatch that from a giant battle where Darth Vader sees them running away. Like it leaves a ship that was actively attacking the Imperial station, which makes no fucking sense as to why it would then be as though they're like being pursued and arrested for like they knew that they stole the thing. Like they knew they stole the plans.
Recontextualizes the opening of A New Hope. Yeah,
it doesn't make it in a way that makes no sense at all.
It makes Princess Leia look like a really bad liar because like she and Captain Antilles on the ship say this is a consular ship. We're on a diplomatic mission, which is obvious. Such an obvious lie if you've just come out of a battle, right? Like that's not that can't possibly be true.
Yeah,
you attacked the Empire.
I would. I don't buy it. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. It doesn't. And also, why the fuck was Princess Leia just like lurking on a ship in a battle? Like you just have like a cruiser with royalty just hanging out on your battleship when you go to a what they believe to be a suicide mission against the Empire. I don't know.
Why does Bail Organa send Leia on that mission if he knows that's where they're going? Because he's in that movie.
And also in Rogue One, they're like half the rebellion is like, no, we're not going to do that attack. We're not doing it. So like, why would they why would they bring like the royalty? Wouldn't it be like the few people who are willing to jump on board? However, I will say that that there was a lot of Rogue One that I did like. I liked most of the main characters in Rogue One. Obviously, I thought Cassian Andor was a good character. I liked that it was a little bit sharper. I don't want to say grittier because that has some bad connotations, but it was a more hard cutting. Like there was some politics going on, some serious politics going on. I loved the Saw Gerrera character, who thankfully is back again in Andor in a great capacity, not in an obnoxious way, in an actually cool way. I really liked the Saw Gerrera character, and I liked the dynamic of like the rebellion infighting. I really liked that. So there's a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to remark on something maybe in a little bit more detail that you said earlier. The war with no consequence. The Clone War. And I know exactly what you mean by that. Not that in universe the war has no consequences in a material sense, but because when you're seeing it on screen, it doesn't necessarily feel very weighty to everybody because it is, at the end of the day, a bunch of indistinct guys in armor battling a bunch of like indistinct droids.
Yeah.
And I've heard people say this. In fact, they've said it to me before about like criticizing the prequels and some of the battle scenes. And I just like to say, like, I don't know if I would feel like that would change if you replace them with like soldiers in uniforms. I kind of feel like it would kind of stay the same. And I also kind of feel like you'd get a similar sense of like a depressing, meaningless war where people are kind of indistinct from machines if you just like watched a battle in like one of the world wars, which is what those films draw on very heavily. In fact, I think if I'm being honest, like most films that depict war and most games that depict war are really drawing on World Wars I and II primarily. I mean, a couple other things, but a lot of it's that.
Yeah.
So I imagine, in a sense, that's part of what makes it very real. And I think there's George has a bit of an artist in him, where he's like he's willing to show you things that are weird, and I think that you just lose that with Disney, unfortunately.
Yeah,
it's a little unfortunate.
Well, the Disney crap is it makes me want to scream and rip my own head off because I hate that every time I turn my head when I'm out in public, there's a fucking Baby Yoda lurking somewhere within view. I hate it. I can't stand it.
Oh, of course.
I can't stand the new trilogy was fucking garbage. They were just terrible, stupid, brainless movies, with the exception of The Last Jedi, which they basically wrote that movie out of their own trilogy out of spite, which is a move that I do not respect at all. I think that's like disgusting to me. That's one thing I can say. Like, at least when it was George Lucas, he fucking stood by his films for all of their flaws and all of their issues. He fucking stood by them, and the universe that he'd made. It's unfortunate because over my life, like I said, I've had such a roller coaster ride with Star Wars, where I fucking loved the original films when I was a kid. I couldn't get enough of them, and then I really liked the prequel trilogy when they came out. I was super jazzed when I was like, what, a new Star Wars? This is the movie my dad showed me a whole bunch of times. I can't believe we're getting a new Star Wars. And then I played all the Star Wars games, which, for the record, all of the all of the old LucasArts Star Wars games, those games are like almost to a game bangers. There's like basically no fail Star Wars games, with like maybe a few exceptions here and there, until the EA Star Wars, which is the most atrocious fucking microtransaction crap you can possibly imagine. It's complete bullshit. And I've played this shit, and nobody can fucking lecture me on this shit, because I unfortunately was stupid enough to play the shit out of both EA's Battlefront 1 and more so Battlefront 2.
Yeah, me too.
And there's a lot that there's a lot to like about those games, but the overall structure is so bad, and it sucks the entire life out of the game. And also, the most insulting thing about the EA Battlefront 2 is that they made a whole system for cosmetics that were meant to be got through loot boxes, and then there was of course a terrible kickback because it was so greedy and so bad. But then
I actually think that game inspired a lot of the legal pushback in other countries against loot boxes. That specific game.
Oh God, it was like a slap in the face. But what's even worse is that they undid the loot box system, and then they just were like, oh yeah, they just crossed their arms and stopped making cosmetics for the game. So there's a whole cosmetic system, and there's like a grand total of like 64 alternate cosmetics for all of the characters in the game. So it's like,
and they actually, honestly, a lot of that only got rolled out because they did that big update that added a bunch of the Clone Wars stuff with all the Clone Trooper armors and stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's like
for a while there, they weren't doing anything.
It's pathetic. It's so bad.
It's crazy. It's so bad. I mean, there is a modern. Actually, now they're going to release a new one. I think maybe this year they're at least announcing it. Maybe it comes out next year. I don't know if you've played Jedi Fallen Order, but I played that on stream.
Haven't yet. I've heard it's very good, and I do want to give it a try at some point.
It's quite good. It's quite good. I was pleasantly surprised by it's like Star Wars Sekiro, basically.
Oh, that's cool.
You know, maybe not quite as artsy in all capacities.
Sekiro's that's a bit of a high praise there. My skepticism at it measuring up to Sekiro is a little bit, but it's fair.
A little bit more dodge heavy, but it has that one fundamental Sekiro mechanic where you get in a sword fight and you have to have that kind of like parry posture interaction.
Okay, that's cool.
To then deal damage, and it's got that going for it, and it's just fun. It's just good fun. I had a running joke. One of those bosses fucked me so hard I was gonna clip it and upload it to Pornhub, but I fucking lost the footage, so I can't do it now. But there's a real lesbian looking boss that really destroyed me.
By the way, real quick, not to interrupt the lesbian love, because I'm all about. I mean, there's some fucking great characters in Star Wars throughout the games. And oh, by the way, I don't want to sell you too hard on Andor, but let's just say there's some good shit. But I do have a little quick update. Worshipper of the Olympians with the $10 says the ship that Leia was on was the Tantive 4, which was a CR-90 Corvette. Damn. Thank you for the incredibly detailed information, Worshipper of the Olympians. I will revise my previous statement, and I will say, why on earth did they have a CR-90, a CR-90 Corvette, the Tantive 4, just hanging out when they were flying to a battle with royalty on it? Confusing. Questionable.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was sought after information. I could have told you that. I could have flexed a little bit, but I missed my opportunity. I had it snatched From
I will
from the
say
crate.
I really like Star Wars space vehicles. I think that Star Wars has some sick ass space vehicle stuff, and that that continues into Andor. They have some. They have a really cool ship. There's a very cool ship. It made me clap when I saw it.
The prequels have some of my favorite ship designs in them.
Yeah, there's some really good ones.
In Revenge of the Sith, in particular, in the beginning, there's that big space battle. And I'm really in love with the cruiser designs that the Confederacy of Independent Systems use. These kind of like long, like kind of, to be honest, kind of like dildo-looking ships that there's like I don't know, something about them. It's like a smoother Mass Effect, you know, where those ships have a tendency to be kind of like flat and angular.
Yeah,
they look like that. I like
the ships from Mass Effect, if I'm remembering correctly, always reminded me of they always reminded me of like the they have all those like antennas at the front, right? The big long antennas, which is like kind of like what they did in or maybe I'm thinking of Halo. Shit, I might be thinking of Halo.
Halo has something kind of like that. They've got like little spires on them. The thing I like about the Halo ships is that they're basically a big gun, which is just the human ships, I mean, which is just so us. I just love that we would like our like spacefaring technology would just be guns. Which you just made a really big gun to ride on. They have like what they call the Mac cannon in them. It fucking rules. That's tight as hell.
I'm trying to look up these. I want to show people the cool shit.
That's if you've ever listened to the Chapo Trap House, by the way, they did a watch along during COVID where they sat down and did live commentary on the Star Wars films. And when they're watching Phantom Menace, Felix Biederman just keeps like yelling about how the Covenant from Halo would wipe the floor with like every Star Wars army. That's not entirely unfair in some regards, you know. Maybe the Gungans.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There's some Star Wars. I don't know. Well, okay, I guess it depends on how far you want to go into the universe, because if we want to go into if you want to include the new trilogy, the sequel trilogy, then you have to contend with the fact that Palpatine can apparently summon fully manned a swarm of fully manned Imperial Star Destroyers from thin air, which that's pretty hard for the Covenant to counter, I gotta say.
Yeah, well, I think
it's pretty rough.
I mean, I think in the books in Halo, one of the things that the UNSC has a lot of trouble with is actually, first of all, they are outmanned and outgunned, but they also have the Covenant have like shielding technology on their ships that's incredibly advanced. So most of what they do can't even scratch them for a lot of their encounters. Honestly, the most dangerous thing in Halo is the Flood, but I think that invoking that's probably a little unfair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, they rule. They're so horrifying.
They are so sick. I love them. I think the Flood are awesome. All the Flood levels, even though I know they're notoriously bad, especially in Halo 2.
Which is what I was playing through when I reviewed that Shuon Head segment, by the way. I queued some of that up and had that going in the background just because I like having stuff on screen.
Speaking of the flood of harassment that came my way.
Yeah, well, I mean, you weathered that really well. You were one of the first people to speak up to that degree that I noticed, at least in kind of the YouTube politics sphere. Like I would say, like you and Xander Hall.
Yeah, it was me and Xan pretty much. Xan and I were like, we were basically like, nah, none of this shit. Well, I saw Xan, I think, was literally the first one to say anything about it, and that was where I actually even knew that it was happening, was because I saw him getting kickback, and I'm like, nah, I'm fucking backing up Xan on this. This is fucking bullshit. It was bullshit.
He had like the mildest tweet about it, which was like just a joke that was, I think, like an American Psycho meme or something.
Yeah, it had like a little American Psycho meme.
Stuff people post all the time. But,
and also, it's funny because he was directly calling out the dude who made one of the first and biggest responses was that psycho, Pedro whatever, who was like literally just like, the gay demons are coming for your kids. You need to take them out. And it's like, and then like she was like, why are you being mad at me? And then just never says anything about this mutual of hers. God, what a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
What a
June's
fucking
got some
piece of
real
shit.
temerity to sit there and be like, well, nobody's saying it's the gays. Have you like, I don't know, like,
did you even
I feel like the
scroll at
call's
all?
coming from inside the house. Like, I don't know. there's no way she's ignorant of that. Like I don't know. It's not possible. She couldn't possibly not know. That would be ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
And if she did, then when you pointed it out, she would be like, "Oh, I didn't know," as opposed to just ignoring it every time you point it out. That's also very interesting. I don't know. She's never been big at onboarding criticism.
No, not even a little bit. In fact, I have heard from many people who have had run-ins over the many years with Shoe on Head that she's never been like that. She's always been a giant fucking whiny baby about any pushback that she gets, even though her shit is heinous.
Yeah, well,
what's the Sun Crusher? Why is everybody saying Sun Crusher? What the heck is a Sun Crusher?
Some sci-fi weapon, probably. The Star Wars has a thing like that, like the Star Forge.
Oh, it's a Star Wars thing.
They've got some things like that.
This is a Star Wars thing.
Weird space weapons.
It's like a nearly indestructible craft that was no larger than a starfighter, but was capable of unleashing destruction on a magnitude that dwarfed even the Death Star's capabilities. Okay, come on. I hate that.
All right, who wrote that? Timothy Zahn? I'm coming for you.
This was
who made that?
I'm trying to find out from Wikipedia here.
First appearance.
Oh wait, does it say that? First appearance on?
Should be on there
Jedi
sometime.
Search. It was in a book. Kevin J. Anderson, Jedi Search.
Okay, yeah.
It's the Jedi Volume 1 of the Jedi Academy trilogy. You know, one of the things that I kind of hate about Star Wars is every single time they try to outdo the Death Star, because it's just like, it just doesn't work. The stupid fucking thing from the sequel trilogy, the Death Star but it shoots 5 and it doesn't need to be near anything, was just such a dumb. It was just so stupid. I'm like, wow, okay. Also, I got to complain about one more thing, which is about the sequel trilogy, which is a huge fucking missed opportunity in the fact that like Leia is like calling her faction the Resistance when they are the active and current state that operates the entire galaxy. And she's like, yeah, we're the Resistance. I'm just like, and they just didn't say anything about that. They're just with no irony. They just present the fact that like, yeah, the rebellion is now the Resistance. Yeah, we're the state now, guys.
It's because the New Republic, which does exist parallel to both the First Order and the Resistance, is the galactic government. But their jurisdiction is limited because of the prominence of the First Order, and they don't have a standing army. So the Resistance is like a separate cell that is the sort of informal galactic army acting in defense of the New Republic. It's an interesting choice.
I also love that they just keep the capital the exact same place. They're just like, yeah, we're just gonna, yeah, it doesn't matter, like, whatever. We're just gonna just keep the capital at Coruscant. Who cares? Like, whatever. There's nothing symbolic about this at all.
They
didn't. They don't. Wait, is that true? I thought it was a main part that they blew up Coruscant because the capital was still there.
So I don't actually think they blow it up.
Then what was the capital?
Well, it moves around a lot. It's kind of complicated. I need to like refresh because, and I had to research this when I was writing the first half of that script.
Wait a second, is this off-screen crap? Is this off-screen crap, or is this actually in the film?
This is lore. This is lore.
Oh, yeah, you fucking Star Wars fucking baby Yoda dick suckers.
Because they do they do rebuild the capital of the Galactic Republic in Legends on Coruscant.
Literally everything everyone is telling you is off-screen stuff. Yeah, and all of the stuff that people have been telling me for the last 20 minutes has been fucking dumb. No offense, but it's the Death Star 4. It's 4 times stronger than the Death Star, and it's a tiny little blob that can move at the speed of light, and it's so scary. You should be scared. That's dumb. And then people are like, it's BB year BB 244. Come on.
I think part of it's that the Death Star in and of itself is like a Cold War paranoia icon. Like that's what it signifies, is the paranoia around nuclear weapons during the Cold War and the potential for them to actually be used to just like annihilate the human race. And that idea is very scary, but it's also very difficult to escalate it, because when you're blowing up a planet, like past a certain point, you're dealing in like mega death logic. Like, oh, now it's a super Death Star and it can blow up 2 planets. Okay,
Like,
well
okay.
that's, I mean, I don't really know. Once you hit a number that's that high, like I literally don't know why you're counting anymore, right? Like it's the numbers get so large and the population's so indistinct from each other that it's like, okay, obviously blowing up 2 planets with people on them is probably kind of worse than 1 because you did it twice. But also, like, we don't know how many people are on each planet. Like, this is not, like, I'm not doing a utilitarian calculus. I'm not doing the trolley problem with the Death Star. Like, this is silly. This is a silly situation to be in. Also, I'm not a utilitarian because I'm based and anti-moral pilled, but whatever. It's not a problem. I'm trying to find where they moved
tell
the
that
capital.
to all the people who died mining kyber crystals, okay?
Yeah.
Tell that to all of the people who died in BB342 when Darth Icky activated the Death Star 9 and blew up 100 planets at once.
The thing
Tell
you
that
don't
to them.
understand, Demon Mama,
Tell
is
that to them.
Comrade Palpatine was building productive forces in the Empire.
Yeah,
So he actually
was.
had to do that.
Listen, don't you see? This whole time he had the ability to create people and ships from thin air, and they wanted to shut him down because it would have unseated capitalism. Because who the hell's gonna pay for a Star Destroyer if Palpatine can just summon it out of anywhere, huh? Anyway. Darth Icky was a real name. Yes, I know. It was the Star Killer. The Star Killer guy, they were like, we want to have a Darth name for him. And then George Lucas was so checked out that he said his name should be Darth Insanius or Darth Icky. Those were the 2 options he gave them. So they just opted to just not do it.
They should have gone for it. If it has to be silly,
I'm serious.
and funny.
I'm not making that one up. I literally just went and read that interview just the other day, because every time I read it, I can't believe that I strive to be on the level of not giving a shit that George Lucas is on. Like, if anything that I make ever becomes completely sold out to Disney, I would be the exact same way. I would be like, oh yeah, sure. You guys want a Darth name for me? How about Darth go fuck yourself? Yeah.
Yeah, how about Darth Walt?
Yeah, Darth
good.
Walt. There we go.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Throw me a bone there. Yeah, apparently they rotate the capital throughout the different planets that have senatorial representation in the Galactic Senate. They do kind of like a shogunate thing, but in reverse, where the capital rotates instead of rotating the families they bring into the capital, which is actually kind of fucking neat. But yeah, I had to research a ton of this when I was rewriting. I got a commission this year, this summer in like June, so I had to put it off because it was Pride Month and I'm gay, and also I was visiting my girlfriend. But I got a commission to replace, like, do a complete bottom up rewrite of Rise of Skywalker. So it's just like a film script, but it's my entire take on the 9th Star Wars film and how I would end Star Wars. Because I was talking about it on stream. I was doing like a whole rant about what I would do, and somebody in the chat was like, "Hey, I'd commission that, right?" And I was like, "No, you wouldn't. This is a silly situation." But that's where we are. So hopefully I can finish that soon. I've had a little writer's block on it lately. I don't know how exactly to deal with the ending, but definitely it's been a cool thing. I'm a big Star Wars person. I just thought I'd kick you a silly and fun topic at the end of the night.
I wish I could become a Star Wars person, because there's so much of it that I really like, and there's so much Star Wars shit that I'm like, wow, this really gets me going in a cool way. Like, I fucking loved the Old Republic games so much. Fuck, I love those games. I just wish I could like, shift into the reality where like the mentality that went into like the original trilogy and the Old Republic games and Andor especially, where it could shift into the universe where that won out as the like predominant interpretation of Star Wars, and not the universe where we have to exist where like Disney asserts their garbage trilogy is like the actual canon in like the universe in which they've been fighting against the Empire forever just sort of resolves into like a super crappy democracy that immediately gets blown up and then doesn't matter. Like what a stupid fucking, how am I supposed to take any of this shit seriously? I have to learn how to do like selective brain damage to parts of my brain that remember that like the sequel trilogy exists, and then I'll actually like the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do with the Disney situation, but Star Wars appeals to a weird part of me that is like simultaneously likes the idea of like really elaborate sword fight choreography and wants to put that in a series that has like just insanely wildly defined, not even ill-defined, just extremely awkward and specific economics and like racial tensions and things like that. There's a writer who, like, the people who really made me love Star Wars were a lot of the expanded universe writers. It wasn't just enjoying the films, and I'm a big Karen Traviss fan because she was also a writer for Halo, and she wrote a series that follows a group of clone troopers in the Clone War. And it's the whole thing is like them like coming to terms with the fact that they are functionally bred to be slaves. And Jedi are fucking morons because they think that they can be generals with zero training in military tactics, which the clones have had their entire life. So they have to like follow around dumber people with more authority based on their like spiritual authority, and just kind of trust that the Force is a real thing that they have no ability to interact with. And it's such a class-based Star Wars commentary, just stuff like that. And I think that's where the thing is, I always
feel like the it's weird. I feel like the Jedi stuff is like, it's so essential to Star Wars, and yet Star Wars is like just as cool without any of the Jedi crap. Like you could delete all of the Force, you could delete all of the lightsabers, and you would actually have a universe that's maybe arguably more interesting. Like, I don't know, but at the same time, there is some cool Jedi shit out there. Maybe they're just overused. I don't know. Maybe it's just that. Maybe it's just the lightsabers and everything just makes my brain turn off, because it's like, I don't know. Like,
I think they're a little.
I think it's so cool. There's no fucking Jedi shit in Andor, and it's great. It's so great to not to have a show that has no Jedi garbage in it. There's nobody shooting lasers like through their fingers, and nobody doing crap like that. It's just like, yeah. Like, and the Jedi being gone is like the biggest relief in the universe. Like, I don't know, if the Jedi are gonna be around, you have to make them be like horrible, because they are. They're like the worst, but then it's like, it's so haphazardly done, and I don't know, there's so much like Jedi bootlicking crap. But then also the Sith are fucking stupid too, because you're just like, what the hell is this Sith crap? It makes no sense. Like, the Empire is evil. The Empire is evil on its own ground, and like the Sith are just a bunch of, I don't know, idiots who murder each other all the time.
I actually have a very brief. I do these little like brief like 10 to 20 minute like video essay things for my patrons, and I make them public generally eventually. But I have one that I'm working on that's basically like my understanding of the actual like tenets and qualities of like dark side and light side philosophy in Star Wars, just by reading the text and not like taking like not building on other people's interpretations. You just look at what the films say and what tells you. Like one of my favorite things about Return of the Jedi, like one of my favorite scenes, is basically all the scenes actually with Luke and Emperor Palpatine in the same room. But especially something that's interesting is Vader baits Luke into attacking him when they're fighting by threatening Leia. And Luke uses his anger for the first time in that fight. And when he lashes out at Vader, he starts winning the fight. But the music that's playing when he's doing so incorporates elements actually of the Emperor's theme.
Huh.
So it's not subtle, but it is a very direct commentary on the fact that this was never, as is suggested in Empire Strikes Back and some of the dialogue with Yoda and Obi-Wan, this was never about physically conquering Vader or the Emperor exclusively. Luke has to, in a way that nobody who's not a Jedi would, Luke, due to his connection to the Force, has to wage a spiritual battle. He has to win the Jedi way. He has to win a certain way. And that's what I think makes the Force kind of interesting, is that element of it, that it's physical and spiritual. If Star Wars was just a film about, like, a fictionalized story of, like, you know, historical events, you know, like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of something. If it's like a Kelly's Heroes kind of thing, I don't know why that jumped to my brain. That's completely tonally different. You know, Band of Brothers, I guess. I don't know if it's like if it's like a war film, but it's quote unquote like real, like, history. It's a fictionalized portrayal of real historical events, people who could have lived. That type of thing would fall. That aspect of it would fall flat in a pretty crucial way, because there's inherently a sort of cynicism that you might be inclined to have towards a real setting. Like, if one of those characters, for example, is a religious person and they believe in, let's say, I don't know, spitballing here, choosing an unusual example, the Christian God, and they believe in that, and that guides how they see reality, it's not necessarily going to guide the reality of the situation that they're in. And many films, in fact, many American war films directly comment on that fact. But the Force, unlike any of these portrayals of these gods in these quote-unquote real historical films, or films, I should say, with historical settings, the Force is actually present in all of these fights with the Jedi and the Sith. I mean, it's there. You can tell. You know, it's like if one of these Jedi was a chaplain and he just, like, if he just, like, turned water into wine and multiplied the fish or something. I don't know how that would help him beat Vader, but it, you know, it would demonstrate something. Like, for that scenario to take place, I think it fundamentally changes the nature of the conflict. So the rebels or the Republic or whoever, like, they lose or win by, like, weird spiritual principles. And I think that's actually the thing that makes a lot of the conflicts in Star Wars with the Jedi and the Sith interesting. The more you step away from that, I don't know, the less it really hits to me.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Like, I mean, I guess I don't hate all aspects of the Force stuff, because, like, I liked the parts that touched on the Force in Rogue One. I mean, it's a little hammy, but it's like, it's pretty good. Like, you have the monk guy who's, like, not a Jedi, but, like, his faith in the Force lets him, like, literally avoid getting hit by lasers just because he can, like, because he's so, you know, tuned to that. I don't know. I think some of that stuff's pretty
rules,
cool.
by the way. Those Chirrut and Baze are my two favorite characters, and they're the former, like, Guardians of the Wills or Sages or what have you, and the blind guy with the staff and the dude with the massive gun.
I love those characters. I really liked. I loved all the little side characters in Rogue One. Yeah. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, oh my God, they were roommates. They were way more than roommates. That was, like, the most. I was like, I thought they were supposed. At first, I thought the movie was like framing them as brothers. But then they're, like, definitely not brothers, and they're very clear about that. I'm like, oh, those motherfuckers are gay. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
For sure, right? The way he, like, when Chirrut dies, the way Baze, like, holds him and, like, repeats his words back to him. Oh my God, my heart breaks every time.
Yeah, it was a good moment. That there were some. That's the thing. I can't hate Rogue One, even though the Ratatouille ass fucking Grand Moff Tarkin and the quipping Darth Vader, and then the Ratatouille ass Leia, and the randomly fucking inserted C-3PO and R2-D2, and the rest of the movie is fucking great though. Also, the battle at the end is awesome. It's so good. The whole, like, the space and ground battle happening at the same time with, like, the shield between them is fucking sick. It's really well done. Anyway, yeah.
A little bit of continuity, by the way, between that and the Star Wars sequels that I don't know if you noticed.
What's that?
You might remember, Admiral Akbar, of course. He's kind of he's what they call a Mon Calamari. Very silly
I know the Mon
of,
Calamari. You want to know why I'll never forget the name Mon Calamari? This is a real story that I'm about to tell you. There's a game called Star Wars Rogue Squadron, and it's for the it's for the N64, and it's an N64 game. One of the first games I ever had on that was like a new game that I got. Like I had a bunch of hand-me-down NES games, and then I got a N64 one year, and I got Mario Kart and Rogue Squadron, and I played the shit out of Rogue Squadron. To the point of like literally breaking the game apart with my Game Shark and stuff to try and find out every single thing I could do. But there's a level where you are on their planet, and they repeat it. There's like a line where they're like something the Mon Calamari. It's like you need to save the Mon Calamari citizens. You need to save the Mon Calamari citizens. You need to something along those lines. And it says it over and over again. And you're flying around. There's these big they're like these big like vacuum machines that are like sucking up the oceans and crap. And I will never forget that part of the Mon Calamari because of that stupid fucking line playing over and over again in like this horrible, horrible mission. Yeah, the World Eaters, that's what they're called. Damn, Alora, you really know your Star Wars shit, I gotta say. I'm sorry I roasted you for the Death Star 9 version 9. It's as big as a pencil. I'm sorry I roasted you for that because your knowledge is pretty impressive.
The thing I was gonna say, there's a Mon Calamari admiral in Rogue One who leads the offensive on Scarif, and he's up in the space battle. And I don't know if you end up rewatching him, you'll take a notice of he's the one who looks like Admiral Akbar probably. His name is Admiral Radis, and the big ship that they use for the suicide attack in Last Jedi is the Radis.
Oh,
it's named after him.
Well, that's cool.
So I just thought that would be like a neat little thing.
That is indeed neat.
There's just little bits of continuity. It's exclusively neat. It's not fascinating, but it's neat.
It's not super fascinating. I will say that you're right. I'm correct in saying it. It crosses into the, like if there's a little meter, it would like be pushing the needle would be pushing into the neat category, but not quite into the fascinating.
It's okay. Push me into the locker. It's all right.
No, it's okay. You've given me some other fascinating things to think about. But you thought his name was Radish? Well, close enough. Wait, is it not Radish?
No, he's Goku's brother.
Radish? Radis?
Well, it's R-A-D-U-S.
That's it's fucking bullshit that there isn't some shit named after Cassian Andor, because they should have named like 14 ships after him and his ass, because if it wasn't for him, they would have never taken down the fucking Death Star, and they just let him fucking die. They just let him get blown up. He gets blowed up.
He does get blowed up. Man, like everybody in that movie dies. It's so sad. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, it is sad, but also, I don't know. Rename
Darth
Endor
Vader
to
scene is
Andor.
killer, though.
No, it's so bad.
It rules. No, he's walking down the hallway just cutting people. Oh my god, that shit rules.
Oh wait, that scene. I thought you were talking about the. I thought you were talking about the one where he's like, he makes the like Marvel-esque quip.
Oh yeah.
Do I know about? Oh, how could I not know about? Be careful
not to choke on your aspirations as he's choking him. I kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie, but the thing that I like about it is not that I think that it's good writing.
I know. I think like that because it's a callback to young Anakin a little bit.
I think it feels like an Anakin thing to say, so it's like, oh, there's a little Anakin in there.
But at the same time, I get it. But at the same time, it's also like he's so far away from being Anakin at that point. And like,
it's also, well, if you got into an elevator with Darth Vader,
right? Yeah, but
if you got into an elevator with Darth Vader and he ripped ass, you know what he'd say to you before he left? He'd say, "No one will ever believe you," and he'd leave. And he's right. Yeah. Nobody would ever believe you, and nobody's gonna believe Krennic that Vader said that. Absolutely
Well,
not.
it's because
Which
that
is my favorite
motherfucker's
thing
dead.
about it.
Bitch is
Yeah,
dead.
well,
No one's
true.
gonna believe him about anything.
Yeah, he ate shit.
Yeah, he did. Well, yeah, there. Somebody, yeah, Uncle Gumball brought up. You didn't kill Anakin Skywalker. I did. Yeah, that's the problem. It happens after the Obi-Wan TV show where he explicitly states there's nothing. He's basically saying there's nothing left of Anakin inside of me. So
Well, I mean,
what's going on here?
Well,
I'm
just
gonna give
take
this a
his
ding.
word for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take his word for it. Because
I mean, he is
Darth
Anakin,
Vader
though.
tells the truth. He doesn't
Yeah,
lie.
all the time, all the
No,
time.
he
Which is
te-
why,
no, he tells the
which is
truth.
why at the end of Return of the Jedi, he lets Luke die because he's not Anakin anymore.
Well, but he says, Luke, I am your father, which is the truth. He's an evil guy, but he always tells the truth.
That's Empire Strikes Back. But at the end, I mean, when he saves Luke at the end of Return of the Jedi from the Emperor, and then he takes his mask off, and then he says, "You were right about me," to Luke, which to me always signified that he is Anakin. There is Anakin left in him, and Luke was the only person who had faith. Obi-Wan didn't actually have faith in him, so that's, to me, that scene in the Obi-Wan show is actually a fault with Obi-Wan's character, really fundamentally, not with the way the character is written, but he's a faulty person because he kind of gives up on Anakin, and in fact, probably it signifies that he gave up before he even realized there was that much wrong with him.
Well, so what you're saying is that really the real problem was that we shouldn't have just given up on Hitler. That was the real problem, is what you're trying to say.
Have you've seen that Slavoj Žižek bit?
No, maybe I have.
Where
I don't
he's
know.
like, yes, I see. So the problem is Hitler had a bad childhood, or whatever the hell he said. It rules.
Well, I do like me some Žižek. Well, Chariot, I have to go because my back is starting to hurt really bad, and I believe by popular demand I will be doing another stream tomorrow, but I honestly need to like think on it because I'm so fucking tired right now.
That's okay. I'm pushing 10 hours over here, so I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but this was a cool conversation. I was happy to be the jaded, scarred up Star Wars veteran to your fresh-faced Star Wars veteran. Because
I'm not an optimist. I'm just a freak. That's I just see the world in wildly incorrect and erratic ways.
No, I was saying that. No, wait, I said you were fresh-faced. I said no.
No, I know. I disagree.
I'm saying I agree. I agreed with your hope. See, you're like, what this is saying is the universe is saying that you're Luke Skywalker and I'm Obi-Wan, which means you're going to disappear after burning all of the Jedi texts, and I am going to get cut in half because I didn't believe in Hitler enough.
Yeah. It's funny. I dated a girl who was really into.
But you do believe in Hitler.
Told me that I looked like Luke Skywalker.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just being an asshole.
Funny.
This is a total joke. No, but wait, they said you look like Luke Skywalker?
Yeah, I dated a girl who was really into. Well, technically, it wasn't LARPing. It was like proxy medieval combat with the foam covered weapons, so they're technically blunted, and they don't kill somebody if you hit them in the head.
Excellent.
And yeah, she was really into that, so I tried that with her for a while, and yeah, it was funny because I was the only one there who could like run a mile. So I'm not literally the only one, but like I was more fit at the time than I am now. Let's just say, and definitely I
am unfit at the moment, but it's also the depths of winter, so I'm in hibernation mode.
Yeah, we're gonna go Super Saiyan 3 when the snow melts. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen, and you can be Luke Skywalker, and I can be Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then we'll take out the Empire together.
That's exactly how it's gonna happen.
It's gonna be sick. Watch, just keep your eyes, everybody. Imps, you don't know what's coming your way. I'm gonna be hitting you with fucking force. Wait a minute, hold on. The light side people have to use nice things, so I'm gonna hit you with force sleep. And you're gonna take a nice nap and rethink your life, and then Chariot's gonna pick up the X-wing and we're gonna fly away. It's gonna be fucking sick. Just you wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the air because folks, imps, they fly now. So
oh! God damn it. I knew it. Yeah. Now, yeah. See, we fly now. We fly now.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Well, Chariot, thank you so very much for coming on and talking with me about Star Wars. My current, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but my current obsession is Star Wars at the moment. So thanks to Star Wars Andor, which feels like there's a part of me that's like sort of standing on a cliff and looking sadly out in the distance and going, Disney's going to get me, aren't they? Those motherfuckers, they're finally going to get me.
Just when I think I'm out.
They fucking pull me back in, and god damn it. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on, and we will speak
thanks for
again
having
for
me.
sure in the future.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Have a
Good
good
night.
end of your stream.
Thank you. Everyone, my lovely, lovely imps, it has been an incredibly awesome call-in stream. There is still a high demand, so I'm going to think about it, and either tomorrow or Monday, I will send out an announcement tomorrow. Either tomorrow or Monday, we will do round 3 of the celebration call-in stream so that everybody can get their fill. But today was fucking fantastic, and I want to thank you all, but especially thank my incredible mod team with special, special shout outs to Alora. Thank you so very much for all that you've done. Thank you for this awesome stream. And I will see you all very, very soon. Do not fucking die. And may the force be with you or something like that. See ya. Bye.